Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Street Fighter fans of all ages, welcome to Street Fighter League Pro Japan. My name is Vicious, here with my man Saint Cola, with the official English restream to present to you Japan's best in Street Fighter V. Now, we've gone through months of some of the greatest bouts we've ever seen in the realm of Street Fighter V, but this is where it all counts. This is the playoffs, baby, where we determine which two teams will advance into the grand finals. Now, originally the playoffs were planned to be offline, but due to the current circumstances of COVID-19, we've kept the fights online, just as we did during regulation play. But of course, before we get into it, my man Saint Cola, in full effect, has the full rundown of which teams have made it to the big dance.
It is been a ridiculous journey to watch all these players play off. But as you said, it's time to do the breakdown, people. Good A squad sit in that top spot, waiting in grand finals. But below them, V6 plus FAV Roto Z, Milodon Beast, Shinobiism Gaming, and then last but not least, Gyogun, second to fifth respectively. They have been vying week after week, and multiple days throughout the weeks too, to get these points, to stay above that red line, to stay fine. And they were the ones to stay in the lead of the pack at the very end. And honestly, when we look at the points differential, coming up a little bit later on the screen, there's literally little bits of points away to stay in play. Unfortunately, that would mean that Nagoya Oja Body Star, Saishunkan, Kumoto Soul, and Confluent Detonation did not reach the qualification seat. But again, check the point situation. Check what's going on here on the screen. Literally between Oja Body Star and Gyogun. Only a few points. And that kind of went down all the way down to the end of Street Fighter League Japan. And we got the final qualification spot, literally down to the last game. It all sat on Akira's shoulders. So now today is time for the playoff. It's time to see who's going to move on. Only two teams will leave today. The other two teams, well, listen, they don't have to go home, but they can't stay here. Good A squad again, sitting in that win position, and man, it's gonna be bangers all dang day.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of these teams duke it out pretty much month in and month out, and have earned their spot, their very right to be within second through fifth place in a ton of these matches, right? If you guys have been following along each and every day of Street Fighter League, you could see how intense some of these matches are. You could see all of the highlights that have been produced, not just by us, not just by production, but even Hi-Fi is like, yo, I gotta clip that. That's a very good reason to wonder why Japan is one of the very best when it comes to Street Fighter V. These guys produce some of the biggest and wildest outcomes and some of the best that we've seen in Street Fighter V throughout each and every day of regulation play, pretty much. And as you can see here, again, the current ranking, Good 8 squad automatically advancing to the grand finals, as Saint Cola had mentioned. But again, these are the teams you got to look out for. FAV Roto Z, Milodon Beast, Shinobiism Gaming, and of course, Gyogun. Who is going to make it and advance into the grand finals? Either way, as we progress into the playoffs, what can we expect with the structure? It should be pretty similar, right?
Something similar to what we saw before. They're vying for points, you know. To beat the other team, they have to have 5 points in totality. The first and second are the best of 3. Winner will get 1 point. The third player, or the anchor position as we saw before, best of 5, winner will get 2 points. A team that reaches 5 points at the end of all these games will walk away with that fame. That means there was a minimum of 4 games, up to 7 games maximum, to see who's gonna get that full amount, bro. Oh man, do you got more for the breakdown though?
You know, I'm really excited to see how many of these games actually go the distance, but just in case you guys are following at home, which you should be by now, because again, there's so much action to behold. As it stands right now, we still have the home and away rule set. The team that was ranked higher in the league rounds will have the advantage of playing as the home team first. We've seen how that advantage plays out for the most part. Again, the away team has to pick their player order and characters first, which allows the home team to pretty much snipe the other team and get the counter picks going if need be. However, both teams will swap the home and away position after 3 players had played, because again, it is a potential maximum of 7 sets, but there still has to be a minimum of 4 sets played because we have to reach those 5 points. And again, there's going to be so much on the line. As we see with our first match, it's going to be FAV Roto Z team versus Milodon Beast coming at you. Of course, the second match is going to be Shinobiism Gaming versus Gyogun. And match 3, well, we'd have to see who loses from match 1 and who wins from match 2.
That's absolutely correct. I mean, if you win the first match right there, and if you win your match in match one, you sit in the spectator stands in the right sort of way, watch everyone else come through to play, and you know, kick back. But it's going to be difficult. All these teams out here, the best of the best in Japan, as y'all can see right here, as you know, Vicious already mentioned, FAV Roto Z sitting up against Milodon Beast. That one's going to be ridiculous in the Shinobiism gaming. And match 2 is where things get really dire. Match 2 is when when someone starts going home right at that point. And then match 3 is where we determine the last team to be going up possibly against Good 8 Squad.
Now, we talked about this a little bit prior. We want to know what your answers are at home as well. What is your most anticipated matchup here today in the playoffs? I got to ask my man St. Cola, which one are you looking forward to the most?
Honestly, FAV Roto Z. You know, I want to see what's going on, how they fight with Milodon Beast. I'm really about like that. That's gonna set the tone for me for the rest of the day. I feel like if Milodon Beast is able to take over FAV Roto Z, because obviously the team that wins this one moves over. You know, and I feel like that's gonna be like the top team to watch, in my opinion. What about you, Vicious? What you think?
It's a little tough, right? You talked about how dire the situation is down below when it comes to the bracket play. Down on the loser side, Shinobiism Gaming versus Gyogun. That's the one I'm looking forward to the most, because whoever loses is absolutely eliminated, right? That is a pretty much do or die situation. Yeah. And not only that, the winner of that has to play again. So that puts on a lot of pressure. I love to see these kind of players play under the spotlight like that, under the Bunsen burner, really. I want to see what they have that they've been cooking these last couple of weeks since they've had time off during the holidays, right? What's crazy about that is there's been a lot of talk that they've been grinding it out on a lot of these streams, right? A majority of these players have been streaming non-stop, getting themselves ready for Street Fighter League. Mostly word of one of the captains, I should say, from V6 Plus FAV Roto Z. I won't reveal who. You definitely know who, though, by the way. And one of the big players, one of the big wild cards from Milodon Beast, right? We do have some surprises cooking for you all in regards to that matchup that St. Cole is anticipating.
I hope we get to see something special, but we're going to see a lot of special things, as we've already mentioned. These players have been fighting week after week, and I feel like, you know, when you have a lot of data, CFN, you know, shout out to CFN, having the data like reveal like your tendencies, your habits, and things like that. There's a lot to study, and having this online, you know, these online battles actually has revealed quite a bit of the players, their habits, and things like that. There's a lot that people can study just from being able to play online, and again, they're playing online again today, but having all this research, these streams, things like that, it all comes down to this. It all comes to this. And after this, after these playoffs, we get the grand finals in a couple of weeks. And boy, oh boy, is that a prize. The first place, 5 million. Second place, 2 million. And third place, 1 million. All split. Y'all could do the conversions at home. But in totality, 8 million yen on the line.
That's a lot of cash right now. I can tell you approximately 43K USD is going to be going to the winning team, 17K USD for second place, 8.5K USD for third place. That's still a hefty amount of change to share with your teammates. And again, the live event will be happening the 29th of January. It's going to be 2 weeks from now in Ibisu, Tokyo. It's going to be live and offline, by the way. We'll make sure to take as many steps as possible to conduct it safely and securely. If you guys have tickets, if you guys are tuning in from Japan and want to catch it live, you know exactly where to go. It's happening January 29th. Be sure to mark your calendars. And of course, what better way to mark everything with your stickets? I do like this. I love the fact that they have these little mini stickers and emotes that you can purchase on the Japanese streams themselves. I wish we could do that, but I think that's Japan exclusive. All the cool stuff is in Japan, you know, just how it be sometimes. But for the most part, again, there's just so much on the line for Street Fighter League, as is for not only Japan, but also for the North American scene, too. I think Capcom has done an excellent job with their sponsors in coordinating such a fantastic event for the fans, as well as the players that put in the grind and put in such hard work, especially in these dire times, right? Being able to play for something this monumental is everything a pro player could ask for.
Absolutely. And the fact that we have these, you know, battles going on to stay solid in the face of being online continuously is showing us not only like how the old guard can like, you know, step it up, but also the young addition. We saw a lot of young players throughout Street Fighter League, not even the ones that are coming up, you know, a lot of new faces, maybe faces that people hadn't even known about, even outside of Japan. Mortal, for one, you know, that's coming up in the match 1, by the way, on Milodon Beast, has been a huge threat. And I feel like the past couple of months has been spotlighted because of Street Fighter League. I'm telling you, like these tournaments, things like that are put on, just give rise to these new players, give them reason to fight and practice. And we've seen them stack up against the greats, the Evo champs, Capcom champs out here.
Right.
They still got something to fear. So, ooh.
It's been 5 years in the making, and we're about to hit a 6th year very, very soon, right? In February, it'll be another anniversary for Street Fighter V. I remember as if it were yesterday. I know full well what I was doing on Valentine's Day, and I was waiting to play Street Fighter V. I kid you not. But those that have been playing Street Fighter V and have been sticking to it, you know, we've picked up a lot of new players on the way. We've actually picked up a bunch of people into the FGC, right? We also have even the hosts picking up. They've been talking about it as well. They've been talking about how they picked up the game. They've had so much fun with it. The hosts, we're talking about Takagi a good amount of times as well. We talked about Ando, Miss Takagi and Miss Ando, I should say. But again, there's been so many new players jumping into the scene right now. It is still a great time to play Street Fighter V. We still have a full year to go, so let's make the most of it. As we get into it right now, again, we've talked about the sponsors and who is supporting Street Fighter League, and for a very good reason, because we have our teams coming up right now with Mildom Beast stepping up to the plate. Of course, the leader, Daigo Umehara, the living legend. If you don't know by now who he is, you best believe he's one of the best. Followed by the attack on heavy tag, it is Fudo with that R Mika. But we've seen a lot of poison as well. But the Hermit of Shimane, that is YHC-Mochi, the blueprint of Dawson. And of course, the Wild Gun Road to Saikyo Moruto, who might have a secret weapon coming to play. But that's just rumors on the street. Isn't that right, Sam?
That's true. We'll see what it do. I can't wait to see, though. Either way, their team that they got to go up against is super stacked. And I can't wait to see this conclusion. Because remember, the team that wins this moves on to Grands. And the team that's coming up to fight Mildom Beast is going to be V6 plus FAV Roto Z, starting off with the strongest hybrid, Sako himself, with that fantastic Monop play. Right behind and staying fine as the eyes of desperation always open, Ryusei. Third on the deck is going to be the Genius Pro Gamer Komomichi right there, champion Tokido. And last but not least, it's got to be Big Papa, the executioner of justice himself, Bonchan, Evo champion too as well. What a team. I can say that for every team here out here, right? Every team.
You gotta do the gesture, the hand gesture. See, look at that. You gotta power yourself up, man. I love the character intros. It's one of my favorite things. I think Street Fighter League Japan has done an excellent job of doing the character or player intros year after year. Honestly, it brings out so much more of the players' personalities, which we love to see. We don't really get to see that at majors, like in person, because they're pretty much geared and ready to go for their events and whatnot. But before we get into our matches, we do have Mildom Beast owner Mr. Kohei Shimaki from Doyu, Japan, with a couple of words. And his comment prior to the league starting and the matches going into it. First of all,
このチームメンバーであれば SFL2021 優勝できると信じております。引き続きファンの皆様ご声援のほど何卒よろしくお願いいたします。
We do have the full comment where he says the journey was tough for the team and he's glad that the team managed to reach 3rd place. And that's a lot of faith, honestly. I mean, there's a lot of faith that goes into some of these teams. And as stacked as each team is, everybody is a killer. We've made that statement. We've underlined it 2 times over and stamped it, right? But up next, we have V6 Plus FAV Roto Z's owner, Mr. Tasuku Meguro from Kadawaka Game Linkage.
See what the commentators have to say.
これも大きなプレッシャーの中、素晴らしいプレーを見せてくれた選手たち、そして熱い応援をくださった皆さんのおかげだと感じております。改めてお礼を言わせてください。本当にありがとうございました。ストリートファイター5の国内トップ層は、世界にも通ずるつわもの揃いで、実力も拮抗していると聞いております。その選手たちが集まった理由ですから、我々は相当厳しいものになると覚悟はしていたんですけども、圧倒的ドリームチームと言われた我々でも苦戦を強いられ、あわやプレーオフを逃すんではないかってとこまで追い詰められました。 ただ最終節この際どいラインにあって大きなプレッシャーを乗り越え奇跡的な完封勝利を見せた我がチームはやはりこのメンバーで良かったと思わせるような試合内容をしてくれました。 V6 プラスファブロート G はプレーオフでもまた我々を熱狂させてくれると信じております。グランドファイナルへぜひ連れてってください。
So it looks like we have a lot of grateful words right here. It's been a long journey to reach this point, and the team has made many amazing plays. He's very grateful for the team reaching this stage, and he has heard that the team is so full of world-class players, and so are the other teams as well. You know, it's always great to see the captains, or the leaders of the team, of the companies at least, come through and show support for the teams that they're sponsoring. Fantastic. And he says, like many other things, that this is a dream team. And he's looking forward to how the team will perform in the playoffs and hopefully going onward to the grand finals.
This is the perfect opportunity for either team, right? As you mentioned earlier, the only thing that either of these teams need to do is secure this W and they move on into their spot into the grand finals, right? This is exactly what needs to happen for these two dream teams, really. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, though. There can only be one winner, unfortunately. As stacked as both teams are, I gotta say, man, there's something that speaks volumes when it comes to singling in and honing in on just one team. You only have to worry about one team for now, and you put all that effort in. If it plays out, then bam, you're into the grand finals, baby. But there's that drawback. If you happen to play not as well as the other team and happen to falter even just a little bit, then you have to worry even more. It's like, damn, well, we don't even know who we're gonna play next down in the bottom in the losers bracket.
Ooh. That's true. Like, you might get got. Daigo actually having a comment from himself. He says the team was once ranked really low, and he thought all hopes were lost, but everyone played their part very well, and here they are. As an additional side note, I was looking at some of the stuff on FGC Translated, and he was talking about how Fudo was very intricate in the victories of the team, and he said he's looking forward to playing in the grand finals. And Sako's comments will be coming up real soon here too as well. Love hearing from the captains.
Yeah, I think, you know, Fudo has been absolutely integral when it comes to the supporting piece, as well as one of the more dominant players in the league for the team, actually just as a presence himself, right? We see the current record. We see how it broke down. Mildon Beast versus the V6 Plus FAV Roto Z team. They lost 2 times over on both ends of the spectrum, on both the home team and the away team, both faltering in the same kind of score, 3-1.
Yeesh. That is one thing that I feel like on both sides, it's like it's telling. Like for V6, it's like, okay, like we have this in the bag. Like we just have to keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
Then again, they could come up with some new strategies and things like that. Mildon Beast could study all this data and say, what can we do to rectify our mistakes, things like that, to make the comeback. Again, there's been a lot of time. There's been a lot of study that they've had. There's been a couple of weeks since the matches were going on until we got to this playoff, so they've had time to practice and prepare. New characters have come out. Well, a new character has come out, so that may change the playing field quite a bit. Let's just say one character.
No, you're absolutely right. I think that's been the biggest topic that's on everybody's mind, is whether or not this character is going to come out. And we've seen guys like Sakonoko, who hasn't made it a secret. He's openly streamed with the character Luke, and maybe we'll see it come to fruition, or maybe not. It really depends. But as it stands right now, when you look at the current record, Mildon Beast going with the away side, right? They're going to be starting off down below, and their order is already picked. It's Daigo, YHC-Mochi, and Fudo as the anchors. Guile, Dalsim, and Poison. Now, this has been the player order, or at least the players that have come up to fight against V6 both weeks thus far. And I'd imagine that's exactly what the FAV Roto Z team had expected. I don't think they're going to change their ways, right? So going into it, I'm pretty curious to see what the matchup's going to be like, because Ryusei has had a fantastic start against Daigo before. Tokido has also taken down YHC-Mochi. Sakonoko's the only one that's kind of faltered against Fudo in that second week. And then you're looking at like the first week as well with Mildon Beast. The way that played out, Fudo took down Bonchan, Ryusei took out Mochi, and Tokido took out Daigo. So it's a really intricate rock, paper, scissors game, I feel like.
What's really interesting right now is Ryusei on the bench after being so surprised. Sako on the deck against Daigo. This is high-level Street Fighter right off the bat. I'm just going to be high-level Street Fighter regardless, right? But already putting the team captains first up on the deck, that is ridiculous. And remember, they're going to they need as many points as possible, right? All that strategy, all like not only with just the character matchups, but the player matchups too. All of this is super important because they need 5 points to seal it. So every match matters. Every match matters. You want as many points as possible to get that 5. Sako says he's practiced a lot, but also has, he says pay attention to his play. He's telling y'all at home in Daigo, pay attention to his play. Ooh, chilling.
This is the match that I feel like would be a little troublesome for Sakonoko. I think Daigo has a firm understanding of how he wants to play against this matchup and kind of occupy that space with a lot of Sonic Booms initially. The only thing he has to look out for is the opening gambit coming in from Sakonoko, whether or not he wants to back up or he wants to throw out any sort of normal first trade-off against Guile. That'll be what sets the tone. But as we get into it, these are the full-on stats as to how the points were accumulated from both players up until this point and how they've provided for their team, right? Daigo has gotten himself 8 points out of the 14 matches that he's played. Sakonoko falling a little short by the wayside with just 5 points, but still an absolutely integral piece as the leader, setting the pace for a lot of these matches.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see how they go out. I mean, this is the first time that Sako, his Manat, has faced off against Daigo's Guile. So I'm sure they maybe saw each other ranked every so often, but this is the real deal right here. Street Fighter League Japan, this is where it really matters. The secret tech got to come out right now. I'm really curious. You definitely point out a good point, like that opening gambit. Is he going to use, that V skill right off the bat, really delete the fireball game off of Daigo, forcing Guile to have to use his normals, where it's a lesser benefit. You're taking a big toolkit off the table of the character. Daigo has an 86 success win rate on his wake-up DP. So, Sako, I hope you lab that out. I hope you're ready for the wake-up situation that comes from Daigo.
Yeah, I think overall, Daigo's had a very solid record. We've talked about it in multiple interviews as well. As soon as Daigo lets an EX flash kick rip on Wake Up, that just means he's going to be using it a lot more often, right? He said that himself. Other players have analyzed that as well and put that out there on the table, and he hasn't denied it. He's like, that's actually true. And it's one of those things, it's like, do you believe him? Do you actually want to test him or not? Because you're not too sure if he's actually going to risk it all. Best believe he will. He's done it so many times over, and that's why we've been such a big fan throughout the years of Daigo's play. He's willing to bet it all. He plays off of instinct so well, I think. But that's not to take away from the hard work that he's put in. If you followed FGC Translated, he's done so much on his streams that has just been pure hard work. Like he's studied so many situations of like whiff punishing, optimizing combos, getting the most of his hits, and situational awareness when it comes to bullying people in the corner and what to do in neutral against certain matchups. He's done it all, right? He's the epitome of hard work in my eyes when it comes to Street Fighter V.
And it's rewarded, very much so. I mean, to be here, not only here at Street Fighter League, but also qualified for CPT and things like that, you can see the hard work has definitely paid off. But not taking anything away from Sako himself, who has definitely done a lot of work on his stream as well, practicing Manat. I feel like his Manat is, obviously his Manat is probably the best in the world at this point. I mean, undisputed. The way that he plays Manat is so confident. He's really able to, has that slugger style, you know what I'm saying? Able to use those normals. And I guess we're going to slug it out right now. Manat, Guile, Daigo, Sako. First match of the day, Itimimasho! Let's go!
Let's get it, boys and girls. Here we go. It's gonna be Manat versus Guile, the first match of the day for the playoffs. Who is gonna set the pace for their team?
Round one.
As you see the V-set 1-1 from the side of Manat, Trigger 1 and V-skill 2 from the side of Daigo.
It makes sense for me. Get more damage on the deck, we get the combos.
And I do like that here from Daigo, right? Slowly waiting for that activation on Orb. A little bit of free damage against Sakonoko. I like that with the boom. Narrowly avoiding the... Ooh, okay. I do like the V-skill, as you mentioned, right? Being able to chuck back the booms.
I love that Daigo's not taking it off the table in terms of booms. Like, he's doing that close range game with the booms. And he's not just like, I'm removing that away and trying to walk him down to the corner. There's a lot Manat can do for reversal. It has to spin the V reversal, get outside that corner. Lighting the EX would definitely help for defense, but again, she doesn't have much when she's put in that corner situation. Back to full screen.
Daigo is just walking him down, right? Sakonoko hasn't really had any opportunities. It's been a really long grind from both. That is an a big trade right now for Daigo, more so than Sakonoko. He's just in front of the orb, but still gets to... No, he missed an anti-air completely! This is going to be more than enough. Sakonoko is going to take first round, but an expensive one at that. I lied! He's living! By a pixel! By a pixel! I lied to you all. I thought it was over. Uh-oh.
It's
That's
never
not going to end up! Raw damage!
Super! He's not dead yet! He's not dead yet either!
Oh
There's
my
the
God,
jab!
on the way back! Oh my Jesus! Are you
What is
kidding
going
me?
on, Vicious? What is
Daigo
going on? This is the
punished
first match!
That was actually insane. My mistake, ladies and gentlemen. I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead there.
I thought he was dead too. He rose from the grave. Daigo.
You guys at
Able to
home,
stay alive.
don't tell me you didn't think he was dead. Come on now.
They all did. They called it too. They just didn't vocalize it, you know. Daigo. Fantastic win right there. Had they able to skip the super. Now get working Sako to the corner. Took some damage, but this is fine. A lot of lockdown to come from Daigo. Got the Ace Fireball too to also set the pace in place where we put the boost. But Sako spends his Ace Bar first, gets the knockdown, interruption with the lore play.
I like that, not phased by the recall on the orb. Sakonoko tried to get his way out with the jump, but still gets anti-air. Now lockdown in the corner. I feel like Sako could have used his way out with the drill instead of trying to initiate offense, but this is what he pays for now. Forward throw, hit from Daigo. Does have the trigger and the baby booms. The reversal does get punished. It's going to be really tough to outmaneuver. Critical Arc is on deck for the chip. The back throw is successful from Sakonoko.
He's out of there. Sako trying to build that bar. Would love to get featured in this round to go down. Sends it right back at him.
Ooh, that could have been hefty. Sakonoko could have got a big confirm off that crouching light.
Daigo can still feel this real easy like. Does up the EX, he's gonna spin that bar right now. Time is winding down. And gets the hit! Too fast with it.
Guile win.
And that was, I think that was very smart for Daigo to start chucking out a bunch of booms and then save the last one to kind of mislead Sakonoko into throwing out the V skill. I think that was very, very smart on his end. Instead of leaving it to chance and going into the critical art for chip, or like finding that awkward situation, he forced the initiative. And I do like that so much because it forces Sako to think about it way more. Because he can't get hit, right? He just needs one touch. So that was extremely, such a decisive round for Daigo to use that meter.
And the way that he plays, he loves that super. I mean, this man's definitely been known for super finishes, super situations over and over again. So already early in the set, putting that in, like, I'm showing you something different, is great from Daigo. Fantastic start from Sako, though. Slinging out the orb. Flash kick right through, found the gap, but just like that. The chase down from Daigo, he's not letting those go for free. And we've not seen a lot of V-trigger activations because of Sako having to use the bar to get outside the corner.
Very true, yeah. Again, Sakonoko's getting slowly pushed into this corner. Not a single V skill or V trigger in sight just yet. You can't see the activation except for here. Daigo actually went for an upside down kick. The gap was there. Sakonoko now getting the side switch. Daigo just jumps out to safety. No regards for any sort of meaty. Sako didn't throw any out in time.
And screen explosion. Sako sending right back at him. That B skill also posing a threat, just gonna go over some of the orb situations after he throws out the fire or the first sonic boom. Oh, where you going? I'm not done with you. The throw, Sako. The chase down trade definitely in favor of the beast.
Round 2. Fight.
That was such a pivotal trade. Using that jump short, not only to just get out of the corner, but have such an active hitbox on the way down. So smart to get that trade. Daigo already up in this best of 3. Looking at match point, already off to a great start, bullying Sakonoko into this corner. A big confirm now, spending the bar, extending the combo, gets the knockdown off the V-skill. Again, he's looking to build that V-gauge a little bit more using that V-skill ender.
But these corner positions have just not favored him. Now, trying to find the jump-ins instead of going to the V-reversal, that's been chased down. Sako getting pushed to the corner with the ace flash kick. Locked down with the booms. Jail him up. V-reversal, offensive style. Pretty wide building.
Damn!
Oh, the crush!
That was sick. That was so disgusting. Ooh, that could have been so dangerous. The punish on the knee bazooka, I like this. Sakonoko, he's got to look for a side switch opportunity. He does so! That was mad ambiguous. He didn't get the confirm, though. He found the low medium kick. No, a big error! But still not punished fully. Daigo now on the offensive.
He wants to conceal it, but, you know, Sako definitely needs this more than anything. Can you finally confirm? This is one of those expensive rounds that you spend to win at this point, just to stay in the game. Don't let those booms fly though, because I feel like Sako can definitely react like that. One touch up a crush off the Fierce. Two could also seal it in a super. I'm trying to prevent that with the EX booms. The dashes.
8 seconds left on the clock. It's getting real dire. Oh, that could have been huge. It's still big. Either way for Daigo Umehara to spin the EX Sonic Boom again. You hate to see it on the side of Sakonoko. Full critical art on deck again. You can see the frustration slightly settle in. He does have a huge smile on his face. Sakonoko still unfortunate circumstances having all that bar left over, but Daigo Umehara using his meter to max potential and setting the pace in a strong style for Mildon Beasts.
Man, confident with it. And that's something we don't see as much from Daigo. He loves to spin that bar for super for either like having a really fat lead or just to have that super situation for the finish. Him using bar early in the round, maybe Sako wasn't expecting that. And again, Sako pressured to the corner, having to spin view reversal to try to escape, but Daigo didn't wait, went for the throw punish and made him spin that bar. So in the end, Daigo gets that win, and the first point of the day for goes to Mildon Beast. Man, that's only the first match.
Yeah, I'm already blowing out my voice, to be honest with you, and I'm waking up all my neighbors. Again, we are doing this from the United States, right? We are doing this live in full effect for you guys, catching up on the world of Street Fighter in Japan. And it's not normal operating hours. I'll tell you that much right now. St. Cola and I are about to get evicted at the same time. That's for sure. But before we do that, let's take a look at the stats, right? You see the win, the decisive win coming in from Daigo, 2 games straight, 50% on the anti-airs, but 100% rate on the wake up invincible reversal. I like that from Daigo, taking those risks, and you can see how big of a factor that is, not even in just this match, but in the matches prior throughout the league. Anytime he's landed that EX-DP, EX flash kick, he's made away with it majority of the time.
So now that means YHC-Mochi up on the deck next on the wayside. Who is V6 going to send to get that win? At this point, you know, you got Karen might be kind of difficult. If Bonchan goes up, might be kind of difficult, you know, for the Karen situation, and especially Sagat. So maybe it's time for Tokido with the Urian. You know, we've seen Tokido do a lot of work lately. His Urian, one of those, it's weird because people may not like how his Urian plays in terms of it not being so flashy, but it's stable. And that stability has led him to a lot of victories with the character. Really about the pokes with the mediums, really about finding buffers with the chair tackle. And even though he's not in his chair, I hope he's there. I hope you're around, Tokido. Are you with us still? You better come back because I'm ready to fight. He's AFK, so there's no comments from Tokido. YHC-Mochi's like, where's my opponent at?
He's not even ready for it. No, he's probably doing like his jogging in motion kind of thing that he usually does. But for the most part, again, I do like that idea that you mentioned, right? The stability coming in from Tokido to maintain his ground against someone like YHC-Mochi and not let the mix-ups get to him, or at least not even get not let the range game get to him, right? I think that's ever so important in maintaining that kind of patience. But when we talk about the current record that YHC-Mochi has had, he's lost both games against Tokido and Ryusei in, I believe, a very interesting manner. The last time he played off against Tokido, he lost 3-1, but there was a double KO in one of the matches.
That's right, and I believe that was one of the ones that he pulled out Balrog. I have to make sure. But Tokido, with this character again, is just, he's found himself with a new top tier. And a lot of people maybe are missing the Akuma, but he's found himself with the same sort of aggression, just a different sort of character. We have Tokido's comment come up real soon. I'm curious to see what he's going to say about, you know, YHC-Mochi and, you know, that sort of play that YHC-Mochi puts on. He says he is perfectly prepared for Sim. Now that's confidence. Someone saying they're perfectly prepared for Sim, that is confidence, considering how powerful the character is this season, how strong and a threat YHC-Mochi is as a longtime Sim player, as a longtime Yoga master.
And again, a very similar kind of quote that came in from Sakonoko. Tokido kind of reiterates the same thing. He asked the fans and players as well to please pay attention to the result of his practice. As you can see, Tokido was one of the big point earners, I feel like, for the league. I think he was within the top 3. And then YHC-Mochi getting a good amount of wins as well.
5-11 right there. Not too bad at all. Let's see what it do out here in the playoffs. I'm so curious to see. You know, we said that Tokido's probably prepared, and we've seen it. You know, Kimono Michi, my bad. We've seen him be very prepared in a long set, right? Yeah, he appeared. But I'm curious about like YHC-Mochi, who has gotten second place at Evo, who people I still kind of think sleep on in terms of being a strong competitor because he hasn't really had the visibility. Someone like that will definitely go back to the drawing board. They're an all-time player, so. Yes, it was Tokido Urian that beat Mochi Sim in episode 10. It was a match that did run the draw, as Vicious had mentioned. I wonder if they're going to get a draw here. I'd love to see like a run back draw, just one more time for the one time. But again, I'm curious to see like Sim players. I feel like I'm getting stronger and stronger every single week. Every time I look at Twitter, I see something different from like a new mix-up, a new amount of zoning with damage coming from the character. And YHC-Mochi is known for his violent comebacks. He's never out of it until you put him down on the ground.
Yes. Yeah, you know, we talked about some of the bad matchups that YHC-Mochi has had throughout the league. One of the biggest victories he's had and the biggest statements he's made in the league was the matchup against Pugera, where he wasn't afraid about the bad matchups. He talked about it. He openly admitted, he's like, I'm not afraid of this bad matchup. And he proved his point. He managed to take out Pugera in a very convincing fashion. You talk about how strong-willed he is when it comes to his offensive play. The situation I find himself in most of the time, though, is playing defense a little bit too long. I want to know what happens when he lets loose offensively, and I want to know how soon he's able to do so against someone like Tokido. If Tokido's able to break ground first, if he's able to actually lose ground first, I should say, not break ground, but to lose ground first. If Tokido gets suppressed, I feel like that's the perfect time for YHC-Mochi to get his groove on, to get his maul on.
I think that's absolutely correct, especially in this match where you don't want to get that V skill 2 or V skill 1. Usually it's Tokido going the V skill 1, obviously having the armor to get through the long limbs of Sim. But, you know, if YHC-Mochi can kind of smother him, you know, cover him, I feel like that's not going to get going on. The only thing you have to worry about after that is the Aegis. But Sim, one of the characters that really benefited from the new V-shift system, the V-shift and break, really spin that bar. Doesn't have to worry about trigger. He can just use that to get outside the distance and stay away and play. So that's one of the greater things about this. And we're going to see this great match right here. Urian versus Sim. It's different sort of flavor. Tokido versus YHC-Mochi. Ooh.
I think it's a very valid point, right? We're going to see what Mochi has on defense. We've talked about it time and time again. I want to see his offense, but he has to withstand the offensive onslaught that Tokido presents every single time. You talked about how stable and how studious Tokido is. I want to see what he does to move forward against the long limbs of the law from Dawson. Let's see how it goes. Already started off swinging. I like this from Mochi.
Folks right here, sliding through. She's trying to push him to the corner. He said, you want to see offense? I got you. I'm zoning. With that sliding, I like that. Immediate with the sliding too. Just trying to get that distance and get in, but still, Tokido gets that V skill stocked up and locked up. That means one hit of armor. Get through some of these normals.
Yeah, first usage of the V-shift does not want to get involved with any sort of handshakes. No deals made with the devil. But Tokido, still having the armor on, he's still one, slowly making his way, taking a bit of damage, but trying to push YHC-Mochi to the corner. He has one thing on his mind, and it's disgusting. It's EX Chariot Tackle. You already saw it coming. Trigger is on deck, but the big counter hit conversion. Yes, YHC-Mochi is out of there, cooking him up. Tokido taking a lot of damage, anticipating the Chariot Tackle. It's been all YHC-Mochi, but don't count on Tokido. If that mirror comes out, it's a big problem.
That defense right here for Tokido. Time to activate. Ain't gonna wait. Overhead block. Okay, second mirror in play. Off the backboard. Oh, but the jump back fade away just rolls it off. Right off the fingertips. That'll do it. Man.
Move to the bucket. That's what I like to see. YHC-Mochi. If you know scare, I know scare. Shout out to Chris Yu. He was not afraid to jump back, throw it down on him. Stinky feet to the grill. Nasty.
Yes, sir. Pressing in the cranium. Again, Tokido in that max range situation with the V-skill. Stock it up. That's what he wants to go in. Even makes that EX share attack a lot more deadly.
No.
Speaking of deadly, that EX fireball claiming that space, putting him in his place.
Big counter hit conversion. After that awkwardly placed dive kick, the drill actually managed to clip Tokido's limb, and Tokido tried to swing again, so that was an important counter hit for YHC-Mochi in a full conversion. This is a real tough situation, right? I think Tokido does have the opportunity to get the mirror, but he needs a little bit more than just that. If he hits him a couple more times, he'll get a full-on sequence, but no obstacle off of a block string. The double V reversal finds the mark. YHC-Mochi giving him a little slap on the wrist.
5 fingers to the face. YHC-Mochi puts him in his place, and this again shows you. I feel like you were talking about how you want to see more offense. We're seeing it right here, but there's still that defense, right? There's still that immaculate defense in the fantastic usage of the V bar. And again, that's what makes him so strong this season, is that he doesn't have to use that V trigger anymore. He can, you know, the character's been other characters have been nerfed, stabilized, and things like that. That allows him to just spin that bar for something different. And in the end, right here, YHC-Mochi getting the first one on Tokido.
Very impressive. Now we see a little bit more activity coming in from Tokido, trying to swing away at the limbs itself against YHC-Mochi. Does get a crush counter. Instead opts to go for that Oki situation by dashing up. But this is very important, right? He wants all that space, because if YHC-Mochi creates even more of it, or some space away from Urian, he's able to control so much. And you see it right here, in full control yet again from YHC-Mochi.
Roasted him a little bit, talking about his shoes. Where'd you get those, Payless? His activation. Off the mirror once again. Show me something sick. Show me something dirty. Get greasy and grimy with it. Finds looking for the knockdown. Go for the up mirror to lock him down too, or just puts it right in front of him.
Oh, the throw is still in range. Tokido firing back. First round of game 2. You can see him starting to get into his groove. You can see it on the player cam as well. YHC-Mochi with some pretty interesting choices there too with the mirror. He wanted to try to get a roundhouse trade off of it. I don't know if he would have had enough life to take down Tokido with 3 roundhouses in a row, but it was worth the shot. I do like the idea.
Yeah. Would you like to see that, but maybe a little bit more health next time. Now again with the armor applied, Tokido can use that, but then the EX Fireball comes out to disallow that EX Cherry Tackle from Tokido. EX Headbutt though, Coconut Brain, no lane with the aggression. And the Batista Bomb immediately goes for the tech. And again, YHC-Mochi wants to have that crush max range with it. Keep this character out, don't let him in. Walls up.
And look at that aggression again coming up from YHC-Mochi. Still, as soon as the Yoga Carpet comes out, then he backs away. He makes sure Tokido cooks up. This is so tough. The mix-up does not get caught or thrown out. When's the mirror coming out? Especially after this target combo, you already know. Out of there in the corner. No! His medium kick touched it. Actually made it to the mirror.
One more touch either side. The forward medium punch applied. Quarrel. Got beef with him. Now Tokido with 1 win. Oh my God. This is going down to the wire. This is going down to the last hit.
That fist was so far up his cranium, he was reaching into his brain. That was the meatiest Coral Punch I ever seen, and YHC-Mochi just dug into it, face first. Not the kind of plays he wanted to do on Wake Up, but still a very fortunate situation for Tokido. Resetting it down to 1-1 into the final game. We're going to see what the game plan is now for YHC-Mochi. We see the immediate backup there from Tokido also. Nice slide under the fireball there to establish dominance early. But speaking of dominance, here comes Tokido. After his knockdown, he's going forward.
Ever forward. Hold forward. Try to put him in the corner. And that's kind of the name of the game. I feel like you get close enough with this character, you're going to be swinging, finding these crushes, and putting the pressure on him. You're willing to take a few of the hits. You know, it's death by 1,000 cuts until, obviously, Sim gets the bar to get going. But that hasn't happened here. Tokido guys him, locked him in the corner a lot earlier in these rounds now. Ooh, careful now. Don't land on it. Heavy kick float. And that's a nerf that came this season. Oh, the big boy damage. Big jump in, EX. That's a stun and done.
The amount of damage that dished out all from that anti-air. You talked about it, right? Catching that V skill into big boy damage. That led into the winning sequence for Tokido. EX headbutt finds the mark. Better put that on the tally marker. We're going to see that later. Here comes back throw. YHC-Mochi trying to establish the momentum here with the EX Yoga Fire, but no, sir. Tokido is not buying anything.
Not even a little bit. Light, trying to walk up with it. And now he's starting to, you know, walk, not take too much damage to these sequences, because YHC-Mochi gets a fat lead, get to play his way. Tokido has him trapped up in the corner though. Challenge with the light, the reversal gets the gray life on him. EX, side switch. Oh, I'll take that damage. All day. That gets me closer to V-Trigger too.
Oh, that actually puts him right at V-Trigger. That V-reversal was absolutely perfect for Tokido because it takes away the opportunities for Mochi to get away with V-shift if need be, another V-reversal. So it's going to be really huge. If Tokido lands a hit just like this, it could lead to a near-death situation. He's not going to spend the critical art yet. He wants to make sure it kills. Forward throw now, but fully stopped on trigger. There's a V-reversal, but instead, no one gets punished. YHC-Mochi, more like, why did you V-reversal?
Can be saying why for a while as Tokido takes that one. That B trigger gets it done. And man, Tokido able to come back from the brink. And all I feel like is just dealing with that EX Fireball that YHC-Mochi was putting on, because I feel like the EX Fireball would set up shop and disallow that approach of the EX cherry tackle. So Tokido said, listen, I'll take that off the deck. I don't have to worry about that. Let me just get up close and personal. If I have to take a few hits, it's no big deal. Not only will I get closer to V-trigger, I'm gonna get close to you.
It's very true. Yeah, that's a very good point. Honestly, I think, you know, Tokido managed to dissect the strategy well, getting past everything that Mochi wanted to do in terms of shutting down his offense. And I would say, like, I think that Tokido didn't need to do much when it came to breaking down YHC-Mochi's defense. He's played this matchup a good amount of times. There's not too much that Dalsum can do outside of universal, in my opinion, right? There's just the limbs he does not have to contest, the frame data he does not have to contest. He doesn't have any invincible reversals. It's a real tough situation. So I don't think he was worried about the defense too much. He was more so worried about what Mochi was going to do on offense. Played it to a T and got himself the W with that adaptation. Very nice work coming in from Tokido. Another victory on the board against YHC-Mochi. For the record, 100%. You could see the fruits of his labor. All the studious work that he's put in has come to fruition. You can see it 100% on both. YHC-Mochi, 1 out of 3 when it comes to anti-airs, but I will say invincible reversals, he doesn't have any other than critical art.
He don't need it, thank God. But then again, it's also hard to stop the aerial approach from Urian, though, when you are Sim. It's been a little bit nerfed, but again, fantastic work out here for Tokido. Both teams tied up, and that means Bonchan comes up as the last person of this first set, because we're gonna have more in store. Bonchan coming up against Fudo. I gotta imagine, even though, you know, Poison does a fantastic job against Karen, I still think, you know, he's still gonna go with that character. Probably doesn't want to go with Sagat because that's an even worse matchup. So it's just gonna about to it'll be difficult for him to maneuver on the whips that could come through. But you know, he's probably the strongest Karen in the world besides Punk. You know, him and Punk are the two strongest Karens, and it's that aggressive ground-based play that he puts on.
I don't know, man. My man Rob TV might have something to say about that. He is definitely up there.
Yeah, you're right.
But we will say the player who has the most accolades, I would say, has to be between Punk and Bonchan in that order. Punk #1, I would think, in the realm of Street Fighter V. Bonchan coming in a very close second. But I will say Bonchan having an EVO win is pretty significant as well. Actually, how many CPT majors has Bonchan won in a year? I feel like Punk has done, like, I don't know, it's very hard to tell. Like, so Bonchan is an EVO champion for sure, but Punk has won so many majors throughout the tour. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to say who technically has the better record. But as it stands right now, Bonchan facing off against one of his demons in the league, facing off against Fudo in a very significant loss that he's faced off against in the first week of meeting, if I'm not mistaken. In that first interaction, I believe the V6 plus FAV Roto Z team fell short to Fudo's Poison, right? Fudo took it down 2-0 against Bonchan. It was very convincing too.
And you know, despite that being the case, the many times that they do fight, Bonchan has said that Fudo, he has beaten him multiple times. So he still feels confident in this match, despite the fact that, you know, the league results may not show that. When they've met elsewhere, he's like, listen, I'm aware. I know how to beat this dude. I know what's going on. But again, Poison is a strong character, especially against a character that needs to get in that mid-range to close range to really deal the damage that is Karen. Like, those long, lanky limbs that come out in terms of the whip situation that comes from Poison just keeps her out, and you're taking all this damage, and then she pops V-trigger. That's another section that you have to worry about. So despite the confidence from Bonchan, I still fear for him in terms of the matchup situation. And Fudo, who has been doing a fantastic job on his side on Milodon Beast, credited by Daigo himself as a pillar of part of the team of why they've gotten this far.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So we're going to see how it plays out between Bonchan and Fudo. Again, you mentioned it earlier, Bonchan has had a pretty solid record overall against Fudo. It just so happens in the moment that he needs it the most, which is in Street Fighter League, he's fallen just a little bit short by the wayside. So we're going to see if there has been significant practice from the side of Bonchan. I know he's a busy man. Papa Bonchan is no joke. It's not just a moniker, it is real life, right? He is a father of two beautiful twins, and also tries to give back as much as he can to the community in throwing in some of these local events, some of these big events as well. So big shout outs to him and the team over at Red Bull Japan. And speaking of, look at this. Already off to a fantastic start, exactly where he wants. Poison in the corner. We're going to see how Fudo fights his way out. Already into a dash. That was so gutsy.
That's how you do it. It checks the dash. You may not pass. Runs the light of the EX. Whip right there with the buffer. Yo, Fudo trying to get real aggressive with it. There's the sweep with the B. The B shift to stay away and play and back to that long range game that she wants to put on. Yeah, looking for that on block situation for the activation. Gets it.
We've talked about it before. We've talked about how much control Fudo has. Even when back in the corner, he still manages to find space enough to swing at Bonchan. Oh, that is really unfortunate. You saw that exchange right there. Bonchan thought he had the hit confirm from the low medium kick. It was actually the interaction that Fudo threw out. He threw out a normal that pushed Poison so far back that the just frame Tenko would whiff, and Fudo knew it. He went exactly for that and got the full-on punch. That was so smart.
Similar situation happened right there, but still getting these EXs off, gets the B skill, back throw. Unfortunate though, you're back at that long range, or that crouch fierce and fierce range. That B skill helped him to get that push in now, in version of the activation of the bar. That also lets you do that sweep, activate up the feet, and if it's on block, you're close. Speaking of activation, Fudo gonna pop his first. You know, it's a lot of damage that she could deal out.
And then Molotov is going to be a hefty amount of damage. But speaking of comeback factors too, a hefty amount of damage, there's an activation there from Bonchan into the Gurenken, but not making any sort of noise with it, right? Still getting silenced by the whip because of Fudo. What an anti-air EX Tanko.
I have not seen that anti-air like that in a long bit. Definitely practicing. Ready, caught him coming in. That's the win with the B skill situation, yo. Bonchan. They're both so aggressive up in this match, though. And this must be the layers, because they've played each other so many times, right? The layers of, oh, normally I wouldn't be this aggressive in this match or whatever, but it's the reads that they have on each other that just makes it so high level, so fantastic to watch. EX whip. That's why the shimmy no go. Bonchan block it.
Ooh. That was an excellent whip punish against the whip there with that V skill too from Bonchan. Just so much pushback from that. So smart. Oh, big conversion, even bigger damage. Fudo now gets to reset the situation with a hefty amount of damage at that. Look at this control now that he gets just about mid-screen. He gets the dash up a little bit afterwards. Up counter hit conversion. That was so slick, but here comes Bonchan. This is so rough. After the forward throw, Bonchan doesn't get anything out of that.
Get that push to the corner, but still, the walk down. It's only a one touch, maybe two touch here for Fudo. Then we'll seal it. Oh, checks it. And again, the crouching medium kick comes through in the clutch. We've seen that so many times from Fudo, not only for the activations typically you would see from Poison, but also to catch Bonchan coming in. The aggression, but he set himself up for success, able to get that super and say, you got to come to me to get that win. And I still have V-trigger if need be. All that fantastic play for Fudo, but this still is just one game. This is just one game. We still have 2, 3 more to go, possibly.
Yeah, again, the final anchor match is always going to be best of 5, but as it stands right now, Poison has been a burden, I would say, for Bonchan. It's been weighing on his mind heavily. You can see the kind of strategies that come into play as Bonchan, being as aggressive as he can be and then trying to maintain pressure in the corner. There's just not enough of a threat to stop Fudo from pressing buttons. I think trying to hover around the normals like medium kick or some of the normals that Fudo presents to trying to fight back and push his way out, I think he should be 2 steps ahead and kind of look for those moments and whiff punish, and then go back and forth between transitioning of like applying pressure with the spacing or going for the whiff punish. I mean, at the higher level, I'm positive that Bonchan is thinking about that as well, but it's just a matter of whether or not Fudo catches on to that quick enough, which I think he has. I think also Fudo, in one instance where I know for sure Bonchan tried to go for the whiff punish scenario in that corner, is when Fudo dashed up in his face and Bonchan didn't have a single answer for it. That caught him by surprise so badly.
That's true. We have seen Fudo also get real aggressive with it. In moments where you think that he would just hang back like that, he'll dash up and get these counter situations. In fact, in one of the previous games, he got a dash up counter hit off the medium. Definitely was not expecting that from someone who would, set the pace with zoning, but that difference is making it even harder for Bonchan to run this matchup. Back at it again. Bonchan trying to walk him down. Too far out. V-Skill gets the knockdown though, and the corner push.
I like that chase down with the anti-air crouching spears into the Sapo just to get the side switch again and maintain that pressure. I like that the Orochi going past whatever normal Fudo tried to present.
So you gotta read the rhythm. The reversal, what a call out right there for Fudo.
The reversal.
Yeah.
So smart from Fudo.
That's gonna be punishable though at that distance. Very minus.
No conversion there for Fudo. The V reversal gets stuffed out again. 2 for 2. Fudo making all the right choices here. Big option selects. Now the back throw. This is gonna be pivotal. Fudo is still trying to maintain this momentum against Bonchan. The jump in is there. Critical art. No. Oh no!
Save it.
He dropped
he's gonna record it.
He's super dead.
Oh yeah, he's more than dead.
Bonchan, he actually had the 2 crouch jabs and he missed the instant Tenko, the just frame Tenko. He actually could have killed Fudo without having the sprint critical. That's so unfortunate. If he had it off of the jabs, he could have done just frame Tenko, EX Tenko, EX Orochi, and he would have had 1 bar to spare into the next round. But Fudo spending all of his, so smart. And speaking of smart maneuvers, look at this from Bonchan, EX Tenko as an option for anti-air.
I love that he's using that as an option right there. Check Fudo's approach. You want to, the EX Rasenha might have a weird kind of distance for him, so maybe you just want to use it like that. Speaking of anti-airs right there. The knockdown V-shift break. Let's put that distance on him, but Bonchan's in. V-skill situation. The throw, but feature is on the line. Careful the crouching kick that could come from Fudo. Dashes up actually. Fudo risking it. This, you could get hit for a lot of damage. I mean, Karen hits like a truck. If he's willing to go for these dash-ins or the activations.
I like that. You could already see Bonchan kind of testing that, right? He went for the sweep initially. Oh, you're dead. You're deader than dead.
Yeah, he's almost spinning it down.
Yeah, that round definitely going to Bonchan. You talked about it, right? He was looking to go for that activation off a trigger. He went for it with the sweeps and actually confirmed. He got the hit. Didn't go into the trigger right away. Instead, nailed that knockdown and managed to get the meaty instead. So that was very smart from Bonchan. And it was a very good call by you, right? Bonchan absolutely was going to go for that trigger activation sooner or later.
So important in Street Fighter 5, just in general, for any level, like how are they going to activate? What's the character's route? How do I stop that? What a stuff right there with the buffer and the EX corner push. Now Fudo, turn up my volume. Making sure not to spend too many the economy of buttons up here. Don't want to get jumped in on. Back it up a bit too. A lot of range to play with.
Testing the space with that medium kick, such a good tool against someone like Karen, but no whip punishment. Big jump in. Oh.
Up to the corner.
And look at
Bonchan.
you see Bonchan is looking for the whiff punish game, but still nothing punishing the stand medium kick from Bonchan.
Where else so many of the normals? That mental stack rising. Wouldn't be surprising right here for Fudo to get that super situation. He's testing. I feel like he's testing. He's looking at the whip punish, the crushing medium punch right there with the fierce.
Oh, he's walking up so far to stand jab and interrupt any sort of longer normal. Bonchan, the anti-air is there. Fudo with the side switch. And the mix up, but still, oh my god, it's so intense. The V-shift out of there, double V-shift. No, he can't. 9 seconds on the clock, another V-shift on the side of Fudo. He's looking to run down the timer. No, instead he lays a trap with the crouching heavy punch. That's another W on the board. That is 2-0 for Fudo's favor. Bonchan cannot resist himself. He's trying to move forward, but still Fudo lays a minefield of normals in his path.
It's getting harder and harder for some of these situations even happen for Bonchan to present themselves. You're talking about how, you know, we want to see like the whiff punishes on the side of Bonchan, but you've also pointed out how difficult it is with the buttons that are coming from Fudo. He's swinging out, okay, medium kick. All right, now I'm gonna swing out fierce. I'm swinging out crouching fierce. I'm gonna swing out the mid whip. Things like that are deterring Bonchan and putting out so much mental stack. It's hard for him to fight back and just find one button to deal with.
Yeah.
And the way that poison works is there's so many buttons that you have to be in the right range, like the crouching fierce, for example, to actually find a punish. That if you're too far out, there's not much you can really do. And the frustration that Bonchan is feeling, I can see it in the play, and already is game point Fudo.
Makes a lot of sense too, because you see the kind of mental rack that Fudo is putting Bonchan in. It's been so difficult for Bonchan to actually get a whiff punish out because sometimes he's looking for the medium kicks and just doesn't register yet. Like Bonchan's like, man, when is he gonna throw out a normal that's whiff punishable for me? Because every time I'm in range to do so, Fudo changes it up. And then towards the end of that match, that's the biggest example. Fudo threw out a bunch of medium kicks right in front of Bonchan's face. And I'm talking about when he was in the corner, where Poison could not have moved anywhere else. Bonchan was in full control of the corner. There were 2 instances where he could have whiff punished a standing medium kick. Fact of the matter is, Fudo actually put so much on the plate mentally that Bonchan wasn't ready for it. There's just so many options that Fudo goes through. You're talking about the economy of buttons. Fudo plays it out so well, utilizing every normal that he has. Let's see if Bonchan can get himself focused to get more of the whiff game punish going. Or whiff punish game going, excuse me.
I like some of the aerial approach though from Bonchan. Every so often, getting some of these jumpers, that jump heavy kick has a lot of range, but you're waiting for Fudo to kind of go for the economy of buttons and put himself in a bad situation. This is a bad situation here on Bonchan. He'll put the finesse of bless on him. EX, Ninja Coup, yes sir. Over that bar. Oh, where you going with that beer? I ain't done talking to you. Ooh, and the stun. Bonchan,
more than enough.
not out just yet.
Sir. I like that aggression. We see a lot more whiff punishes coming from Bonchan as well, and actually utilizing a bit of a throw bait, right? Walking in and out, utilizing that walk speed of Karen, being able to catch Fudo off guard in that first round. He needs to keep that strategy going. I want to see Fudo sweat.
I just want to see more games. I think everybody at home wants to see more games too, you know? See more, but it's difficult again. The way this matchup works out. Trade. Not too bad for Bonchan. Still hasn't caught up in the corner. And now that medium kick coming through from Bonchan, it's just a normal poke through. I like that.
Oh. I like that conversion, but still trying to recreate space. Oh, I like that punish on the V skill. Was that a held down V skill? I feel like that was a little bit further. I couldn't even tell.
Reversal though from Fudo. Great life. Ooh, too far out. But still, again, Bonchan hasn't left him in the corner. I feel like this is the time where Fudo's starting to sweat a little bit. The reset in favor of Fudo. Get that B skill. Good time. Link CP though. He's so tense. V reversal. In the crouching medium kick to do it. Oh, Fudo on set point.
He's been checking the movement so many times against Bonchan. It's so difficult to tell where Bonchan needs to be to whiff punish. Or thrown out. Applying this pressure again, standing medium punch, but still Fudo utilizing his own crouching medium kick. No, nothing after that techno. A slight mishap there from Bonchan, letting a little bit of extra damage off the table.
All right, fierce cancel right there. Yeah, Bonchan's aware, runs the EX V skill. Another part to work with. Walked up after that situation.
Oh my goodness. The match has got too intense to switch stages.
Like the danger room. Like
oh yeah, it was all a simulation? That's actually sick.
It was all a simulation.
That's actually godlike. That was the most Children of the Atom thing I've ever seen in my life. That was sick.
Cerebrus, what are you doing?
That was so tight. I love that transition. Let's go.
Bonchan's doing work though. Definitely sit one hit. Same with Fudo. Anybody's game. But Bonchan needs to sustain it, and he will with that.
As soon as he realized the simulation was over, Bonchan knew exactly what to do. He's like, oh, this is a real life scenario. I got it. It was so sick.
Karin wins.
He died in the game, he died for real. He's like, okay, let me play for real. Let me play for real out here. Oh man.
That was actually the sickest transition. I was low-key like, wait, did my internet just die out? But no, it changed to the training room, and I was like, dude, that was sick.
Oh.
That was pretty high. I don't know about you guys, but I love that. I mean, I know it was you know, obviously a weird transition, but if y'all played Children of the Atom, you know the Danger Room is one of the sickest stages ever.
Switches
If you
back
know
and
what I'm
forth.
talking about, make some noise in the chat because that stuff is so sick. I'm trying my best to keep it PG on this one, but damn, that was so dope.
But you know what also is dope? Bonchan saying, "I'll give us some more games out here." And it seems like he's getting a lot more aggressive. And in that mid-range game, we're on the medium punch range now. It looks like he's doing enough. Maybe not always whip punishing, but now stopping the approach. Stopping the dashes, getting a lot more of the bar usage, and that corner push too. Really making it difficult for Fudo to come through. And now Fudo getting a little bit more nervous in these situations. You don't see the economy of buttons being spent as much.
No, you're absolutely right. You see Fudo kind of take a little bit more of a risk. Checking Bonchan's movement with that low medium kick, we haven't seen that as much in the first two sets, but you see Fudo kind of going for it a little bit more because of the fact that Bonchan has been harassing with normals and then walking back. That's been the answer to Bonchan's whiff punish game, or at least setting up for it, right? He's trying to stop him getting the shacks before he even gets set up for the whiff punish game. I think that's very smart from Fudo, checking the movement. Now it's going to be so cat and mouse. I want to see if, I think Fudo's going to be a little bit more active now. Yeah, you already see him, he walking forward.
I think that makes sense to me. Like the minute you like slow down, that just gives Bonchan that new lease on life to be able to get real aggressive with it. And that's where he wants to play. He's willing to suck it out in the ground game. Look at that. Sweep off the feet, gets a crush. And now you're caught up in the corner. Right back to you. Ooh.
And I love that. Fudo just making the most of that opportunity. He sat there and thought about it. He's like, wait, I could probably just jump.
What if I held up?
Yeah, because think about it, right? Karen doesn't have the best anti-airs at that angle. But it doesn't matter either way. Bonchan off to a great continuation of where he left off.
Easy activation. We're trying to make the most of it. We haven't seen that much come from the V-trigger situation. Just a little bit of a cook, a little bit of sear, just a little bit of the grill lines. But if there's anyone that can make it happen, it's going to be Fudo. Oh, but got him. Your hands are out. Put it back, but just like that, Bonchan. Not the turn.
Please remain seated. With your hands and or like your arms and legs inside the vehicle.
So put the tray.
Big conversion now. I do like this now. Bonchan again in a very similar situation. I think. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's an excellent idea. Just spinning the meter early to get himself out of that corner. Fudo with the heart rate and getting the better exchange. Anti-air again. Side switch. Bonchan swinging away instead. Activating the V trigger off of the sweep he had to.
I get in the reversal up from Fudo. But that's good. That means less trigger to have to deal with. You have to deal with that super that could come through. Not just yet. One more touch. Actually, let's spin the bar for the EX. Puts a +1 on him. Caught in the corner. Bonchan trying to get aggressive with it. See if he'll get that game point along with Fudo.
I think a hit confirmed to do it for Fudo. Even more so now. Yeah, just one more hit. Oh, with a big buffer! He couldn't do it. He couldn't go into critical guard just yet. It wasn't going to kill. But there is an activation off of the V skill. Throwing the V reversal. That's so dangerous. That stand medium punch. And Bonchan taking a huge sigh of relief. The medium punch was in perfect position after the forward throw to catch the normal from Fudo. I think Fudo woke up with a button. Was there a counter hit on that wake up, or I think there was, right? I think there was something from the side of Fudo. Yeah.
Man, I think he's also sighing for relief because he's like, dang, he just died with all that super. He didn't wake up with super. That could have been real bad. That would have been chip, no dip. But Bonchan stays with it, and this is going on the wire. Bonchan has found an answer, maybe not an answer to the matchup, but how Fudo is playing. He's getting risky with the sweeps off the feet, getting the early round starts, making Fudo now the one who is nervous.
We could see the answers he's had against Fudo's offense. right? Bonchan has been able to withstand his ground and not let Fudo carry himself into, or at least force Bonchan into the corner as often as Bonchan has done to him, right? We've seen the kind of early aggression from that round where Fudo wanted to initiate that offense, but it hasn't paid off. I think right now, again, Daigo is talking to his teammates, the rest of the team talking to Fudo as well, trying to, I'd imagine they're like, hey, go back to that original playstyle from set 1 and 2. Let me see you kind of play active defense more so than an aggressive kind of like offensive style. I think that's what stands out from Fudo, being able to play against the character's will that way as a defensive wall with the normals that he's placed, even the heart rates that he plays at certain ranges. I want to see him try to do that again, and then every so often turn on the offense.
I think that is kind of the way, because like that turn on the offense has caught people off guard. Even in the set, it's caught Bonchan off guard. Obviously, you know, you get up close and you do the wrong guess and you might be feeling depressed because Karen be hitting you for half your health. But the fact of the matter is, if you just run the normals like this with the zoning, Bonchan's been willing to take these risks and find a lot of reward, jumpers and things like that. You can't keep him out forever. He's shown continuously, time and time again. Game point, both players. Bonchan already in round start with it.
Already forced the aggression, right? Again, ooh, yeah, I like that crush counter. Gets himself a safe jump situation. Fudo has not been able to utilize that early V-trigger at all. That is huge for Bonchan. Look at that match point pop-up Bonchan. So, this is huge, right? The moment that Fudo put out that trigger, he lost so much health. I feel like there's an opportunity here to use that V-reversal instead, but instead Fudo wanted to go for the offense.
We haven't seen that much from V-trigger, just in terms from Fudo. At this point, it might be better for the V-reversal situation to stay away from Bonchan, because Bonchan's been putting him in the corner and getting better round starts. Here we go, though, from Fudo, and that B-skill, that whip, attack immediately, though, from Bonchan. We'll have to deal with the throw situation. Here's the activation, puts him in the corner. One of the better things, at least, is you get that push to the corner and runs the records raw. Oh! Waits the V-reversal. Oh my God, Jeremy, this is looking fantastic from Bonchan.
Oh! That is a negative situation. It's all Fudo's turn now. If he gets a V-trigger activation, this might be deadly. Bonchan's still moving forward. He doesn't care. He's not giving him space to work with, and I like this. He's standing his ground. That's fine. Okay, now he backs away. A little bit of a threat kind of sense from Fudo. One big hit confirm from Fudo could net himself a critical art. A big confirm could lead to massive damage.
He needs this.
Oh my God. Yeah, Bonchan is coming in and out of ranges, but it's so dangerous, right? With that trigger in full effect, with trigger active, it's so difficult to just sit there. Oh my God, he's burning up now. Fudo gets the life lead. No, the gray life is still there. It's still a problem. Oh.
But the finesse and bless! Bonchan puts Fudo to rest. Are you kidding me? From just the very tip of the shoe to do it. Career Kazuki herself.
And you chose the Payless over the stilettos? Are you kidding me? He went for comfort over style. He made sure that he was ready for the marathon. He walked all the way up to Poison's face and then backed away ever so slightly. He's like, got your toes. That was disgusting. That was actually mad dirty. That was mad dirty. Papa Bonchan. Catch a tiger by the toe. It's exactly what he did.
So there you go, Bonchan taking it back on the brink, and all just reading the rhythm of how Fudo wanted to play, put in bad situations. You don't get to see the strengths of how Poison was playing, because he would break them down individually. You know, obviously the match just doesn't favor Karen, but the way that he played that match, how he played against Fudo and his tendencies is what landed him the victory. That's 3-1. V6 in the lead. You see right here also, in the lead in terms of anti-airs, Bonchan was absolutely sick with it, 100%. And on Fudo's side, 2 out of 6, you know, it's a little bit more difficult to anti-air when it's beyond just the crouching medium punch when it comes from Poison. You know, she's got to put a little bit more of her back into it with the up kick and things like that. But then again, Bonchan getting that win, that was a 6 set.
I don't know, man. That crouching medium punch puts in a lot of work, right? Crouching medium punch, I feel like, is one of the better anti-airs in the game, if not the best, to be honest with you. But overall, you can kind of see the stats there from Bonchan, 100% record when it comes to the anti-airs. Now we get into the nitty-gritty. right? Despite the 3-1 lead from the V6 Plus FAV Roto Z team, it is time to switch. Again, it is a race to the first to pretty much reach 5 points. As it stands right now, with V6 Plus FAV Roto Z, they were on the home squad. Now it's time for that transition to go into the away squad. And as we get into that transition, let's take a look at how things transpired, right? Mildon Beast, Daigo getting the first W in a very, very slick style, very slick manner, barely taking it away from Sakonoko. I mean, the stats may disagree and say it's a 2-0, but the way that it went down to the wire every single time, that's how close it was. So again, Daigo pretty much getting the first W and just relentless. He's just making sure his will be known.
So I'm the beast for a reason, a legend for a reason. And we definitely see him use a different sort of season. He uses a lot more of the EX bar. Instead of just going for the super situation like he usually does, using that EX bar to claim a lot of that space. And like you see right there, caught him dashing. And speaking of bar being used, we gotta talk about Tokido and his V trigger that put YHC-Mochi on his back. EX bar also being spent right there. YHC-Mochi also been using a lot of bar too. The fireball, kind of claim some of that space. That was a fantastic jump back right there. But YHC-Mochi used some of that EX bar to kind of rule the neutral, stop the EX cherry tackle that was slathered and lathered in the armor. But Tokido had other plans.
No, absolutely, right?
You see
these
trades.
You see the adaptation coming in from Tokido, making sure that he's a lot more active on offense and kind of taking up the space a little bit more against YHC-Mochi. That was so smart overall. There just wasn't enough from the side of YHC-Mochi's defense. You talked about it in the first game. The defense was slightly there, but there's also some subtle mistakes in terms of trying to get some escape back in terms of escaping. Tokido 1000% ready for whatever it was YHC-Mochi decided to do on defense to get out of the corner, but still, he also had a fantastic read with that back or that the roundhouse. So smart getting out of that range for the throw. That was a little questionable. I will admit that.
Oh. It's a little bit. In the heat of the moment. The speed of heat. This was absolute fire. This match, the back and forth from Fudo and Bonchan, find these subtle things that make the matchup happen right here for Bonchan. That EX to get through. But Fudo started out well with the aggression. I feel like if he had gone that sort of play all the way through, we might have been saying something different. But it's just Bonchan just getting in close, up and close to personal, running out those sweeps, willing to take those risks and finding a lot of reward. And then you put this character in the corner. This is where she suffers, right? You know, she's got a 3 frame but can't fight back the same way. You don't have an EXDP in play. And Bonchan taking that to full effect all the way through.
That was a counter hit, by the way. You saw the forward throw. There isn't really much that Karen can kind of get off of the forward throw anymore, so he has to kind of walk up. But you see the slight micro step, that standing medium punch, putting in work, a ton of mileage off that. And look at that. You talked about it, the finesse and bless. You see the Mujin Kyaku every single time, getting that extra bit of damage and stun. And of course, the nice and easy, a slight walk up to seal the deal. Bonchan taking down Fudo in the first set. Now, it's still first to 5 points. Again, we got to mention it. And as we mention it, again, the V6 plus FAV Roto Z team will now be on the away side, getting ready to determine who will be in that character or player order, I should say. Before we get into that, we do have our hosts getting that information now, but it is also the fans tweet reading time. We do have the support going out from all the fans tuning in to Street Fighter League all over the world. It's been I love seeing the facial expressions from these guys most of the time. Bonchan is a real goofball, and I love it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we are still determining the order for the away team for the most part. Getting ourselves ready with Mildon Beast as well, and the home team as they get ready to decide who is going to be playing off against the team. It's been really close so far. It's been an absolute close match in terms of the matches themselves. Tokido was the only one, or actually no, Daigo was the only one who's had a sheer dominant win with the games itself. But even then, it still went down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely did. Don't let the score fool you. The way the matches went down is down the wire, and now it's down the wire though. For Mildon Beast, they are down a lot of points. Despite the fact that the matches went down to the wire, the points do not read that sort of way. And now we have the teams in play right here. FAV Roto Z going up with Ryusei. The eyes are open. So I can see everything beyond the simulation. Sako, and then Tokido. A lot of Urien. If y'all are about the Congo, you don't see a lot of the Gorilla.
All types, yeah. We're gonna see all sorts of guerrilla tactics being used in Modern Warfare. It's gonna be really interesting to see. Ryusei, Sako, and Tokido is going to be the order. Now it's just a matter of who Mildon Beast wants to send up. I would love to see a little bit of Moruto because he has not played against his team once. Not once, by the way.
I'd love to see him for a particular reason because I feel like he has had a fantastic loop that he's shown on the stream, but we're not going to see that. It's going to be Daigo up once again to stem the bleeding that has been happening against Ryusei. And this is a fine matchup. I feel like, Guile does pretty well against Urien. The zoning game, Urien's got trouble with that. And Guile, obviously, one of the best in the business. And the way that Daigo operates so confident might stop Ryusei. However, Ryusei is such a confident player himself, too, as well. A younger gun out here, Evo qualifier, top 8 kind of style. And the way that he is with his play, it's been a lot better over the season. And one of the things that they had in terms of an interview, he was talking about how he wants to really commit himself to the Street Fighter V, to the esports side of things. So I'm excited to see how he stacks up against Daigo today.
I'm very interested to see who's gonna face off against Sako Noko, right? Daigo putting himself first is a very interesting predicament. I would have said, like, maybe with his advantage against Urien, I think he would have wanted to go against someone like Tokido instead and maybe net himself the 2 extra points. But I could understand him kind of being antsy about the situation with the current score, right? If V6 plus FAV Roto Z manages to win the first 2 games, then they're done, right? So I think Daigo wants to use this time. He's like, all right, well, Ryusei I can get rid of. I think I'm going to set the pace and try to get ourselves another point. Then it's up to my teammates to put the nail in the coffin. I think this is a big opportunity. If they can manage to get a full sweep, they will move on into the grand finals, right? It's just a matter of whether or not they can solidify this situation. So I would think to myself, Daigo going first is super smart to get the point and stay alive. Sako Noko second, I think you'd want to put someone like YHC-Mochi and try to win with Dawson against Minot, right? Because he didn't have too much luck against Tokido. He might want to try it against Sako.
Yeah.
And then save Fudo for Tokido's Yuri. I think that's a great shot at getting a full 3-0.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. That layout seems fine to me, especially the Seminot pick. Seems fine to me in terms of like the slugger style that YHC-Mochi wants to put on. But back at Daigo being up on the deck first, as you had pointed out, wants to stop the worst. He wants to stop the worst from happening. He's looking at the timelines. He's like, this could be a clean sweep. I don't want that to happen. At least not clean a sweep, but like in this next set, get smoothed over. So having him come up on the deck first to get Ryusei and let the momentum and the morale be carried by the team go through, that could happen. But then again, Sako could be steaming from his last loss and be like, okay, I got to make some adjustments. The fruits of my labor that came from my training need to come out now in the next game. So that could also be on the other side. And then Tokido sitting in the anchor spot in a long set. We've seen him in long sets recently, how well he does. So he might be also hard to deal with, even for someone like Fudo.
No, you're right. And that's exactly what we need to see. We'll see how it plays out, though. Again, it could go the distance. The maximum amount of games we could play is 7 whole sets. And as it stands right now, we are just about to dig into our 4th one of the day for Street Fighter League Pro Japan. It is Ryusei from Team V6 Plus FAV Roto Z playing up for the first time today against Daigo in his 2nd game. Currently coming off of a W is going to be Guile versus Urien. We've talked about this matchup time and time again. In the current standings, the current settings, and the current, I guess, current era Street Fighter V, I feel like Guile still has the upper hand in this matchup. And we'll see exactly why. I think Guile being able to occupy that space with normals that extend further than Urien, if not the same range. But more importantly, the sonic booms, right? There's a lot that can be said from Guile that could keep Urien pretty much away.
That's true, but everyone got a plan to get hit with the mirror over the face. The Aegis is the great equalizer, if you can even get it though. Daigo with the fantastic start, interrupts the Fierce EX knockdown. up heavy kick. Oh, this is looking real bad. Ryusei backed up in the corner. Sun's rising too as well. Ooh, back though, dashed up with it. But Daigo not deterred.
I like this patience coming in from Ryusei. Still picking and choosing his spots of when to try to counter poke. You see it a lot, right? He's trying to bait out whiff punishes from Daigo, from that crouching medium punch you saw. But again, you talk about that mirror. Everybody has a plan until they get exposed.
Up in the corner still. Second mirror in play. Oh, the shimmy off the crouch pierce. The ashes of elbows. No aloe vera. Right out the shower.
He told him, go upstairs and put on some lotion right now. That was actually the ashiest elbow I've ever seen.
Like it's snowing.
Oh
my God. Oh no!
No, I don't know what that was. Obviously an input error, but you don't want that. I mean, like the way that Ryusei just played earlier and getting that round against Daigo, that was immaculate. But a big error could take that all away.
Man, no bar like that. That means less time to have the reversal. And he's got B skill too that can stock up and deal with the fireball. We talk about how fireballs are a difficult thing, but also difficult is coming through on the aerial approach against Daigo. Spin that bar to get that one-touch situation and equalize things.
Oh, you talked about equalizing. Here we go. The mirror, the first one, good amount of damage. Does get a standing medium punch, but still not enough for the second one to do any damage. The fadeaway medium kick, you can see it. Guile was deep in the armpits. He was making sure to catch Urian's jaw to get himself that second round.
Sweet chin music right there.
Yes,
the
sir.
Jump in. I like that Ryusei doing something different with the jump is. The jumping medium kick. Yo, the jump back though, the classico. That's what we doing out here, Daigo.
And I didn't know Daigo was from Chicago. That's crazy.
Yeah, really.
Southside Chicago, Daigo? I didn't know. Oh, yes, flash kick. The beast has been initiated. Execute order, Mildom Beast. My man went full EX flash kick. Now he's going to be way more aggressive. You can see it right now. Daigo in full offensive mode. Oh, that would have been crazy if
it's overhead.
too far out.
Yeah. Still seals it with the forward medium kick to do it. And that's good because you know that he wants a crouching medium kick to catch you to start the second part of the mirror sequence. Didn't happen. Daigo doing a fantastic job of just eliminating all options of Urian. If you want to see how to dismantle Urian, you definitely watch this match from Daigo. The jump backs, the anti-airs, and some a little bit nerves, I'm assuming, or just execution errors from Ryusei also are putting him down in these early rounds, so parts of the round. So like, also Ryusei just having to think about it a little bit. He's like, I gotta calm down. I gotta put some eye drops in my eyes, you know, stop blinking out here, and be able to watch out for what Daigo's doing.
You know, I'm really curious to see what it was that Ryusei was trying to do with that critical art. I mean, like, he wasn't planning to do critical art for sure. I think he was just, he managed to buffer by swinging it down, quarter circle forward, twice over, and probably pressed medium punch. I think medium punch was the way to go. He was trying to counter poke. Majority of the time, he was counter poking a lot with quarrel punches. You saw it in a couple of instances, and he also threw out crouching medium punch to see whether or not Daigo was in a bite into trying to whiff punish just outside of that range. That's something that's a pretty big statement to say, because Ryusei definitely tunes into Daigo's streams. He knows full well that Daigo has been training to whiff punish, so he's trying to use that strength against him with both the quarrel punch and the crouching medium punch.
He actually is whip punch, that quarrel punch right there. You definitely were right. Daigo has been practiced. He's got that ingrained in his brain. All up in the min brain. And even though he is trying to walk him down, he's taking so much damage in these sequences right here. And Daigo's willing to let this happen. He can fight outside the corner. He's an old head. He's willing to fight outside this corner. He's been in multiple games. Knows how to work his way out if need be. Just like that. So he bought the feet after the boom.
I like that. There's a lot more purpose behind Ryusei's hits, right? He's looking to make sure that it actually makes contact instead of whiffing in front of Daigo. He's already paid the price a couple of times. There's the anti-air, playing a lot more solid. Despite the life lead right now, he's still trying to keep Daigo in this corner. Oh, there could have been an activation there, but he doesn't want it yet. He wants to get a little bit more life before he gets into the mirror.
The jump back. You gotta put him in the mirror like real soon here. Daigo working him. And look how comfortable Daigo is in the situation. B shift goes for the break. B shifts again. Oh, outside the situation. One more touch. Toe tap. But fades away in a shimmy situation. How many times do you see Gal players actually pull on a shimmy? That's a Daigo trademark right there.
And it's so
Not too many.
It's so good. It's so good for Guile because he just has to walk out, right? Guile has a pretty decent back walk speed. I think, you know, also having to charge back and then whiff punish with forward and 2 punches is pretty good, right? You get a very fast projectile for decent damage as a whiff punish. That is so slick.
Oh, he's so slick with it and so quick with it. He caught up in the corner as soon as I say the commentator's curse. Double mediums come through and the Batista bomb too. Stagger step, wait for that flash kick, didn't come.
EX flash kick again. Beast.exe has been initiated.
He contained
the V reversal out. Can he contain the Beast? Not gonna be enough. The throw does get broken. Daigo setting the pace again with the sonic booms. Oh my God! The punish and the critical art.
It is super vicious. Hey yo!
He is actually the best. He is actually the best. Can we talk about how often we've seen the chariot, or excuse me, the double knee drop get punished with V shift? Guile and Daigo is a match made in heaven. Daigo 100% knew it was match point too. He was looking at it, he's like, game. Blouses.
Game.
My man had the follow through, he had the gooseneck, he had the 90-degree angle and swish. My man was dropping buckets. He was wet. That was nasty.
Ooh. Dripping out here. I'll tell you one thing that was super sick too. In that sequence, even before he got the super, he was slinging out the booms knowing to get that bar built up and knew what it do. My God, this dude is ridiculous. That is Daigo. That's a legend. Ooh. That's a legend right there. Using the mechanics of the game to full effect. And that's one thing I've been wanting to see from a lot of players is V-shift just in general. Being able to get outside the situation and find a punish. Not only get outside situations, but find a punish. Daigo, fantastic with it. And you can see right here, fantastic arms reversals, as you have pointed out. My man is, as soon as he hits that, it's an activation of his own brain to start, not playing lame. 100% with it in terms of the bust outs, and then anti-airs, almost 100%, just missing one right there. Same on Ryusei's side, but damn, Daigo applying all that knowledge.
He's a mean Guile machine, that's for sure. No keys necessary, push to start. All he needs to do is press those 2 buttons, those 2 kick buttons, and he revs up that engine. EX flash kick 100% on the money, putting himself at another W for Mildom Beast, putting themselves at 2 points. This is gonna be so imperative right now. Sako is ready to play coming up next, but who will Mildom Beast send out? They're about to announce their next player. My money is on YHC-Mochi. What do you think, Sinkola?
I agree. We talked about that before. I think Sim does all right against Banat, and I think someone that is as aggressive, like forward-facing as aggressive as YHC-Mochi, will probably do pretty well in a matchup where you want to brawl with that kind of character right there, right? And I think that brawling style actually might help to fight someone like Sako's Manat. Now, that being said, Sako probably still steaming like a pile out here after he got beat in the previous set. So, this could go either way still, but I do think YHC-Mochi is the right pick. You leave Fudo for the anchor match if it happens like that, but here we go. Sako versus YHC-Mochi on the deck. Damn, these matches are so sick. Y'all are so blessed to get this. Stats coming up soon. Looks like YHC-Mochi has said that he has found something new against Manat, and it's worked pretty well. So he already's got data too. He said, I've got something for you. He's already got something for you in my notebook. He's looking forward to using it today. So I wonder what that could be, Vicious. I wonder what that is. Is it a gun?
You know, no, it's definitely going to be an orb. He sees into the future with a crystal ball, and I think there's going to be a lot more V-trigger usage I would like to see, at least from the side of Sakonoko. He said, you know, he always says that he's found something new, and he kind of utilizes it on his stream. So for those that are devout followers of the Sakonoko stream, first of all, I'm right there with y'all because it's one of the most entertaining streams I could watch. But second, I believe in Sakonoko. I think if whatever he says comes to fruition, I feel like if he says he found something new, a new strategy, he's bound to implement it more often than not because he's practiced that scenario so often and has always found ways to get into the scenarios to execute said situation. So we'll see how it plays out. If any of you guys also happen to see it in the chat, also be sure to clip it, ship it, let us know on social media. But for the most part, you talked about it earlier, right? We are absolutely blessed to get this matchup going. It is a matchup amongst titans in the fighting game community. Not only in Street Fighter V, but just a plethora of fighting games, right? Still being able to do this online is one of the biggest blessings we could ask for in a safe and sound manner. But that's not to take away from the grand finals coming up in just a few weeks live, right? The 29th of January. We want to make sure you guys mark your calendars. It will still be live in Ibisu, Japan. For those that are in Japan that have nailed their tickets, be sure to get a souvenir for your boys. Me, Sankola, Cien, F-Word as well. Let us know, man. If you guys could hook us up with a sweater, we would love that. That would be super sick. But we are getting into our matchups again. Minot versus Dalsim.
Dalsim, Mr. Fantastic. Long fist, made out of plastic. Let's see what it do. YHC-Mochi, one of the more aggressive sims in business, but also has fantastic defense. Minato from Sako, willing to go with that slugger style that we've seen before. We actually need to see V-Trigger from both sides. I feel like V-Trigger has been lacking and slacking in both sides of the players. Maybe more obviously for Sako because that's a big win condition for Minot. Not so much for Sim. Let's see what it do here. Round start.
Yeah,
with long list of Sim to keep her out.
The biggest downfall from Sakonoko's game plan from the previous exchange against Daigo was his reluctancy to utilize V-Trigger and try to keep himself safe with V-Reversal more often than not, right?
In the corner, trade. So it will slide through. Finds a way. Life finds a way. Roasted with a side switch. Tech. He's out of that.
That was an interesting exchange. Do you think it could be the possibility of Sakonoko purposely getting hit while the orb is getting recalled from behind as an active like a hitbox? Probably not. I feel like that's a strategy he's always used, but still, YHC-Mochi completely unfazed, nice and easy, keeping it greasy with the back or the jump back jab.
I like that YHC-Mochi actually is going for the V-Skill too. This might be one of the strategies that he's putting on the deck, using that quote-unquote zoning game with the V-Skill 2 to stock up and lock up for the 5 will make that a lot stronger. The flow in these situations probably won't matter too much because she's got the HP orb to kind of check that. So why not stick to the ground game? We rule the roast anyway.
You see that kind of recall not really playing out too much in Sako's favor, right? Still trying to get himself in motion. But YHC-Mochi not giving him any opportunities, finding his way out as well. Ooh, that's a big trade combo. No, sir. YHC-Mochi goes for, he actually dropped it and just went for a back teleport.
So that's a fat lead right here. Sako trying to walk him down, but look at how difficult it is for him to come through. Even these orb situations, the trades are still in favor of YHC-Mochi. You haven't gained any ground to take him down. He's fireball in play, just waits. Doesn't want to let any activation come from Sako, but the crush! Down from downtown! The end of the cul-de-sac.
And what an opportunity to snipe backwards. You see him locked and loaded. He's like, get down!
Dolphin.
Boom!
Get down!
My man.
Take the shot!
With the shoot the J. Shoot it!
Shoot the J.
YHC-Mochi again with the anti-air perfectly in position, taking down Sakonoko in the first game.
What a smart call to have YHC-Mochi come up with the deck. It looks like Sako a little lost. The slugger style actually not working out too much for Sako. He can't get in that mid-range game, play against his character. As soon as I say that, there's a crush and the knockdown, but YHC-Mochi has proven time and time again, got beside these corner situations. Like he's found ways to get out, to float out.
And now we get to see the offensive onslaught here from Minot, right? Sakonoko has not had many opportunities and actually won't really get that opportunity again. YHC-Mochi's managed to push himself out of the corner so much, so often, and so successfully. And look at that, the side switch. But still, okay, I like that. There was a little bit too much blocks then from the side of YHC-Mochi to actually get that throw, hence why it whiffed.
V-Skill taking care of that fireball like that. Sako forcing his V-shift right back at you. Anything you can do, I can do better. Side switch with it though after the activation. Roast him a bit. Does it roll. Trying to make him fall any sort of way. Come put these orbs in play. So you gotta keep him out.
Not enough of a block string. Sakonoko still isn't much of a threat just yet, but the critical art is on deck. As we talked about earlier, one big confirm and the beat out with the orb. Doesn't even get to spend it, doesn't need to. So smart from Sakonoko. I like that a lot. He waited so patiently and let the orb do the dirty work.
That fight is this matchup. I like this from Sako. Not just yet. B-shift, forcing YHC-Mochi to spin that V-bar. We talked about how important it is, you know, to be able to use that V-bar in the right sort of way. Sako forcing him to use that V-bar, so that's less he has to worry about in terms of V-trigger and the roast. Knockdown off the Gale, knee slide. To block it out. But here's the back throw though. Sako trying to put him in the corner.
Trying to walk out of the corner, but still, yeah, the V-reversal is there. Does have the life lead, and I do like that, utilizing the V-reversal a little bit early. He did not have enough for the V-trigger, so he might as well get himself out of the corner. Critical art conversion. Oh, this is going to be heavy scaling involved, so I do not know if it's going to kill. It is not. Yes, sir. We see one touch away for Sakonoko, but can YHC-Mochi amass a comeback? He goes for the V-trigger. I like this. Cooking him up, and look at the bravery coming in from Sakonoko. No!
Base God Agni. Catch a case from Base God Agni out here. Sako went right into the slide, the scoop step. Cooked.
You saw it coming, Saint. Like we both saw it coming. Like the amount of cook up we saw, one touch would have led to Sako's demise, and it came to fruition. What are the odds?
Right now, Sako undeterred by that. Just like that gets to the stun. Any other person would have broke down, but I feel like Sako said, I ain't hear no bell. Look at the drill, the reset, on the wake up. He's meeting with the attack.
Oh, not again.
The activation though.
He goes for the side switch. He's cooking him up just a little bit, which isn't too bad for Sakonoko. He's willing to take that gray life, but it leads to YHC-Mochi having to go for multiple openings, and he's starting to do so right now. The orb is nowhere in sight, but it doesn't matter what you... Yep, that's gonna be enough. Yes, sir, the critical art. I like that. Very smart.
Oh my God, Sako. So this feels like it's just better bar and meter usage from Sako. And I like the fact just in general that he is not, you know, deterred by any of these things, these situations. Obviously, if you're at top level, you're not gonna be deterred by, oh yeah, I got hit with a super or whatever, that bad situation, I walked into something. You're gonna be like, okay, next game, next round. Let's see what goes down. Like, I'm good. Sako getting a lot more aggressive, sticking to a stronger game plan of getting that mid-range game and using better bar usage, not only for just V-trigger, but also EX. All even.
True. The V-skill too, he still manages to get it off. So YHC-Mochi is able to get a Yoga Fire that bounces back and still pursues the opponent afterwards, which is pretty great if he wants to kind of close the gap and sacrifice a little bit of damage. This is it right here. Oh no, it's not the right version. He got the wrong version.
Take it back to the store, get the receipt. Well, two off the feet. Sako walking him down. Those mediums too, ever so often, with a standing medium punch. But then YHC-Mochi has different ways to enforce how he gets out of the corner. The EX Fireball like that, for the teleport, or a knockdown. EX Fireball again. Damn near better than most V-triggers in the game, I'm gonna be real with you.
No, yeah, you're right. We see the exchanges from YHC-Mochi just being within range of that standing medium punch. We've seen Sakonoko whip punish it a couple of times, but the jump back jab, you had to see it coming, and the orb still coming in to hit YHC-Mochi as well. Actually, there would have been a trade. If Sakonoko had been able to withstand that jump back jab, it would have been so much extra damage.
YHC-Mochi on that set point situation. Watch the jump in. I'm going to try to go for the anti situation. A little bit nerfed this season in ways of trying to come down. So you have to be careful how you try to anti with this character. I know that sounds kind of weird, but the way it happens with Sim, Don't let him come in. Okay, EX. Nice check right there. And the throw. And he made Prince-o. Does it to him again.
That was such a shallow dive.
A little salty.
Just hitting at the end of that work box. YHC-Mochi backing away. Another big, or actually decent whiff punish, I should say, from Takonoko. At least not letting anything slide, really. And speaking of, no movements left unpunished coming from the side of YHC-Mochi. EX Yoga Fire, side switch with the forward throw. Just one more touch to snipe again!
Shoot him!
Jump back jab! YHC-Mochi putting themselves at the perfect opportunity that we just mentioned for Mildon Beast. This is the game plan they needed. Daigo set things off, getting that second point. YHC-Mochi now putting themselves at 3 points. This is where it all comes to fruition. If Tokido manages to falter against Fudo's poison, that's it. Mildon Beast has the big momentum swing and the biggest potential to make it into grand finals to meet up with the Good 8 squad.
This is where I hope your strategies came into play. I hope this was like, you know, one of those things where it wasn't like a last resort. It was just sort of a, you know, this is the plan that we envisioned and this is how it's going to go down. Because now it's going down with Tokido against Fudo. And I honestly can't tell you who's going to take this one, because in a matchup situation, Urien does fine against Poison, you know, especially with that V skill. He can back up, get that V skill. There's not much he can do max range with the round start. If he backs up, gets the V skill, gets slathered and lathered in that arm, and then he can come through against the normals and enact that typical Urien gorilla pressure that we're all fond of seeing. But going back to this match, perfect anti-airs on both sides to Sako and YHC-Mochi. They were on duty when it came to the anti-airs. That's ridiculous. Even if you lose, you still like have 100% on the answers. That is insane. Wild.
Problem is, there can only be one winner, right? We see the outcome here from YHC-Mochi coming in full effect. 2 matches where they needed it the most. That was absolutely pivotal coming in from the side of YHC-Mochi. It was so hard to really follow. I can't even remember when Sakonoko actually got the W because I was so involved with how they were moving in the matchups. But as it stands right now, again, YHC-Mochi getting the big important W. The anchor match is what decides it all. Again, it is a first to 5. It is a race to 5 points between these two teams. And this is where it gets kind of nitty gritty. Fudo's poison has been a dominant factor in the league. But Tokido, again, we talked about this earlier, he's been one of the biggest point earners in Street Fighter League this season. I think if there's anyone who could potentially stop this point earning machine, it is definitely Fudo with that poison.
Yeah, I think some people might think that Fudo maybe like quote unquote weaker because he has a lot of second place, no one would say finishes, but you know, spots, things like that, right? But to me, that speaks to how strong he is as a competitor. Maybe not always won that first place, but he has been pivotal for Mildon Beast. He's been strong in multiple turns, multiple top 8 placings. He has gotten some wins too. Don't get it twisted. He has also gotten some tournament wins too as well. So despite him being, you know, the bridesmaid, never the bride all the time, most of the time at least, he is still a very strong competitor. We've seen it here in Street Fighter League, and we're about to see it go up against Tokido. So curious to see the rhythm that Tokido wants to play, how his medium punch stability gameplay is going to run for Tokido. Will Fudo even let that happen? Will that aggression let that happen? And Fudo's saying that he feels like he's playing in Kimono Michi right here. He's feeling very prepared. He's like, this is like Daigo invited me to another event of his.
Very true. Very, very true. We'll see how it turns out. As it stands right now, I think Poison, so let's talk about Urien first. You talked about the matchups just a little bit earlier. We talked about the point earnings from both sides, right? Tokido being one of the biggest point earners. Fudo also having a little bit better, of a better record. We see 14 points from the side of him. This is the first time we've seen this matchup, Urien versus Poison, for Street Fighter League, but it's not the first time we've seen it in general, right? We talk about Urien having the Unga Bunga style. Sure, he could be an offensive onslaught. Sure, he has the biggest comeback potential, one of the biggest comeback potentials with that V-trigger. But fact of the matter is, he needs to get there first. I think there's certain ways that Poison could deal with that a good amount of the time. So I think if there's any sort of bad matchup for Urien, I think Poison might slightly be it, in my opinion.
Let's see how it goes down. We're going to get that top level action out here to help the tournament. Tokido, Fudo, anchor position. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh man, of course the way that you're phrasing the poison matchup too as well. Like Fudo doesn't play poison like other poison players. Not as like willing to switch it up, turn up like volume, and get aggressive with it.
We talk about some of the instances there where Urien wants to kind of play it off, right? He wants to throw out some of these fireballs. Problem is, heart rate trades off more often than not. So Fudo gets the damage off of that and the meter as well because he's getting hit by fireball and the special move is connecting. So she'll be building meter way more often than Urien will. Not only that, but the damage output from poison is way better. And then if Fudo decides, or excuse me, if Urien decides to play with normals, poison can outrange him there as well.
See the whip right there, and look at that B skill going. And Fudo, he's as you pointed out, looking for these fireballs. Would love to have a trade. The reversal trying to get that distance, but no go. Tokido still in range. V skill gets got. That's exactly what he wanted. All according to plan. You're still in the mirror.
I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's fine. No, he knew definitely what he was doing, right? He knew he was going to sacrifice a little bit of damage, but if he could create that space against Fudo, or excuse me, against Tokido, that would have been key. Now this is great, right? I think he might be able to get, the plus situation off of the heart rate. Look at the great life. He can do it again. He can heart rate again for a plus scenario. Oh my God, that's a big punish. Yeah, Fudo tried to get a whip punish of his own against Tokido's normal. It's just that crouching heavy punch is just too slow.
It's very slow and recovery's on it. And that EX cherry tackle is super fast. 7 frame startup. Ridiculous.
Good situation awareness there from Tokido.
There's that turn up right there. We talked about that before. The dash up.
Nice, another big punish there from Tokido against the crouching heavy punch. It's so important now because he pushes Fudo into the corner yet again. He gets to control all the momentum and decides to back off whenever he feels like it. Now he gets that V-skill locked and loaded and goes right back into swinging.
Medium kick right in the super. Okay, get a little bit of that advantage in terms of health. Reset the positioning. Tokido though, stocked up and locked up on bars, runs the EX, gets a knockdown. B-shift, chase down. Yeah, had to go for the break. Had to take some damage for it. EX again. Same situation, but now you call for against the corner.
Nice work from Tokido. Going right up into the space where he can catch the low medium kick. A little bit of a stutter step, a little bit of a sham god movement, breaking the angles of Fudo. Nice work. And I will say, Tokido kind of teasing the idea of trying to get a trade-off for Fudo. He was just within range of the whip and just sat there and blocked the whole time. That was nice. I do like that idea from Tokido. Nice and patient.
And we talked about that fireball play, you know, being off the table. Tokido's taking it off the table completely. And I think that's really great that he notices that could be a big threat. You don't want to let Fudo get resources and you lose a lot of health in these rounds. Ooh. Yeah, we'll get a punish that's too far out. That's going to be a punish right there from Fudo. B-skill for the Oki. And push that corner. Yeah, I think if you're Fudo, it's time to get aggressive.
No, you're right. I think with that that push towards the corner, it's exactly what he needed. Getting that punish, the damage may not have been there, but still, I think the estate is way more important because even if you don't get that offense going, as you mentioned that you're looking for, he still has so much space to work with to control the pace entirely.
There's a lot of great left to get a take off, a lot of block situations. Now trying to do neutral jump to catch some of the EX cherry tackle. Now you're thinking about all the options that Tokido has put on, and that's great. That's a good tell from Tokido. That Tokido can take as a tell, I should say.
Oh, I think you're right. And now Tokido is still trying to keep his movement a little bit more ambiguous. Like he's slowly walking towards Fudo, taking a couple of these blocks, and even if a crouching heavy punch comes out from poison, Tokido is definitely going to move forward after that. Oh, yes! Oh, the utilization of the armor into the EX, or excuse me, the regular headbutt, absorbing the V reversal. So smart. That was ridiculous.
Man is above when it comes to tech. Still, in the lead in health. All go his way. Fudo, I should say. Command grab, V-trigger. And he had it. It's knocked down though. Tokido not even daring to back down. 5 seconds on the clock. Now backs away. Catch the dash. one touch up kick definitely ain't gonna do it. Tokido. Easy victory after the 5 seconds had went through. Had a fat lead. And even if Fudo had ran super right there and had the bar, wouldn't have mattered. Time would have ran down.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, there's no way that Fudo could have come back with a hefty amount of damage. I mean, Tokido was just going to sit there and block, even if he took the throw, which he did. Would have been just fine. Or not even just the throw, but if he were to take the throw in that instance, I think he would have just been just fine. I like this big opportunity from Tokido. A slight whiff there from the side of Fudo after the high heel. Anti-air, definitely in full effect. Counter hits, counter medium kick to check the Fudo movement.
Now he's putting the fireballs back on the deck. The Millie Rock throw up and down the block though. A lot of range on that throw. Gotta find the finesse. No blast though. Nice heavy kick to catch the dash in. EX situation off the chair tackle. Nice easy with the defense. Walking like a pack of Legos.
Walking like a pack of Legos. My man, if you step on any of those, there's going to be nothing but pain, and he does so. Ooh. He stumps right into the Legos. Again, it's just so much pain and anguish from the side. No, I'm just kidding. Tokido wasn't quite ready for that moment exactly. Fudo taking the opportunity to get that hit confirmed, but now heart rate situation, and the throw bait is there. Tokido fumbling just a little bit.
A little too active. Too antsy out here. Still seeing out the fireballs. Okay, he's putting his options back on the table. Ooh, now trying to find something. Gets to that standing medium kick right there with the crouching medium punch. We talked about how Tokido loves his medium buttons. Loves to cook people with the medium buttons. Chair tackle behind it. That crouching medium kick too as well. We need to be careful. That is one worth punishable this season.
You see the crouching heavy punches in full effect, right? Just occupying that space that Tokido so desperately wants to get involved in. EX Chariot tackle finds the mark now. Perfect opportunity to mirror, actually. Ooh, not quite in range yet.
Or just activation.
Here comes Fudo. This is going to be a lot of damage. And now resets it back to mid-screen, just a little bit further out, actually. Fudo has so much room to work with, but Tokido still has the great equalizer that is Trigger. Fudo doesn't want to get involved with it. Backs away to safety. That crouching medium kick was so close, by the way.
Oh my gosh. One touch.
Are you going to throw out the Molotov? Are you going to throw it out? Are you going to let it cook up?
Oh no!
Stop him. It's Trigger 2. My mistake, it's Trigger 2.
Trying to catch him before he came in. But still got the win, the two-piece situation.
Win.
The bravery. That was a counter hit too. Standing jab. Standing light punch connected into the standing light kick. Fudo with a whip of steel. I'm telling you right now, this man could have got counter hit to oblivion. But Tokido gets halted mentally in game 2.
Yeah. It really felt like the activity to Fudo was a lot more. And even in the situations where, you know, it's like you're so afraid of the exterior tackle. You're so afraid of the knockdown situation that could come from, you know, from Tokido just in general. Fudo's doing a fantastic job of keeping him out, hitting him, getting those whip hits, and making Tokido second guess his defense. We saw the throw tech mid-screen the second time that shimmy situation actually worked out fine. So Fudo getting a lot more active is starting to put Tokido on the back foot.
We very seldom see Tokido ever in that kind of situation outside of this matchup. I feel like Fudo and Poison is the only matchup where Tokido really kind of sweats. There hasn't been too many opportunities for Tokido to get himself going with offense as often. I think Fudo has been so risk averse throughout the entirety of this set. You can kind of see it, right? As much as he has a life lead, he wants to maintain position when it comes to where he's at on the stage. He doesn't want to corner himself. He doesn't want to overextend. He wants to be a nuisance in neutral. That's right, a nuisance in neutral. He wants to make sure that he throws out as many normal and utilizes those economy of buttons and makes sure that he does not let Tokido get past that first phase.
See, it's gonna be a menace here as Fudo starting to turn up a little bit. Just more and more with the aggression, and the economy of buttons, as you've been pointing out, has been being near perfect. How's it gonna be spent this round? Let's see how it goes down. I'm really curious to see if there's gonna be more of that V-skill usage from Tokido. I feel like we get to see it every so often, but there's moments where he could back up a lot more and get that V-skill store. Because at that point, you know, unless she's got EX bar, she's at least close enough to catch him, and he can go for that V-skill free. He's choosing to walk up and get hit with the crouch fierce.
We talk about that neutral phase, right? Fudo has just done such a great job of starting his own strategies by occupying that space so well. And we can see it right now, Tokido paying the toll for it, and as soon as Fudo gets the knockdown, it's been all offense, right? Heart rate coming out, the backdash, but still Tokido falling short, still with that reversal. Fudo making all the right decisions. Tokido with such a deficit, but again, the great equalizer that is the mirror.
You got a plan to get a mirror smash over your head. Light and the whip hit, but still. Tokido with it. Medium kick, footsie battle, V-reversal, offensive style. Fudo putting that great life on him. Well, to finish the job, Tokido got a lot of bar. A lot of bar to cook with. Backs away from the EX in play.
Oh. No big conversion there from Fudo. No confirm. No confirm from Tokido either. He actually missed it.
The crouching button's right here.
EX chariot tackle. Oh. Whoa! Tokido actually landed the hit. He got a stand jab, but he didn't believe in it. It wasn't a counter hit. Fudo immediately held north and went for the jump light kick.
He said, I believe he will drop this. But I've seen Tokido run that target combo perfectly. It sounded wild to see him drop that. Fudo taking advantage. One thing to see somebody drop something, but it's another to see somebody else pick it up. Oh no, Tokido picking up Fudo. Puts a shimmy on him. Double crouch fierce. Knees if you please. EX chariot tackle for some damage. One more touch. The tech to stay alive. God. Stave off that stun.
Fudo, he is playing immaculate defense. Despite the life deficit, right? He was so close to stun, but now he's fighting for his life out of the corner. No, he barely whiffs. Oh, that was actually disgusting. Tokido looking like third strike. The multiple chariot tackles in the corner. I'm loving it, Tokido.
One interaction right there for Tokido to also be aware you'll get that hit to do it. Back to though from Fudo. Game to game, round and round. This is pivotal. Who's gonna go up two? That momentum. Be a larger hill to climb for the other person. Crouch fierce again. Don't get that distance though. And now to Fudo with the dash-ins. Like you don't expect him. You expect him to do, you know, mid-witch, crouch, fierce, things like that. Getting aggressive with it. It's catching Tokido off his guard.
You can see Fudo again establishing that pace, full critical art on deck. Any sort of, okay, heart rate is definitely the way to go. Apply that, all that extra pressure. Checking the movement against Tokido as well. Tokido fully loaded, but it's still not going to be enough. Fudo just needs one more touch, and it's the roundhouse that stuffs him out. You thought you could dash up on me, the stilettos say no, and that's going to be 2 rounds with just one more to go. Fudo on a rampage against Tokido.
Eating him up like Thanksgiving turkey. He was doing a fantastic job of routing situations and also, again, setting himself up for success. The viewers that we were seeing early in that match was like getting the gray life on Tokido. And I feel like even if you're not winning some of these rounds, you're putting the mental stack on Tokido. He's like, dang, I'm losing a lot of health here. That means one hit is going to hurt even more. And you know what's a sore for Poison. It's a ton of damage. He's toxic with it. So now, Fudo, on game point, Tokido having to think about it. He does have other characters, right? He's got a ball rock, which may not be as strong as, you know, someone like Pugera, but he's got a raw. Kuma ain't gonna come back. We just gonna say that. But I do think it's also just how he's playing Urien right now. I feel like the tools are with Urien. More the V-skill situation would be fantastic. But then again, it's easy to say that, but Fudo just dashes in, gets him. Like, he's like, okay, cool, you trying to go for the V-skill? I'm gonna catch you for doing that.
I do like the idea of wall roll coming into play. I think having the dash punches against something like the crouching heavy punch that Fudo likes to throw out would be pretty good. Also being able to dash punch your way through if Poison doesn't manage to throw out any sort of heart rates. It is a gamble, it is a risk, but I think it's a little bit more effective than possibly throwing out a fireball, possibly throwing out a regular tackle.
Right.
Despite it being -4 all across the board, it is punishable. It's not a risk that he's going to be willing to take. So here he is. Yeah, with Urien, he's going to be trying to seal the deal. He's trying to get this W, but he is locked into this character going forward.
Got that target combo that time. He's skilled to stay fine. Gets outside that situation, outside the corner. Once again, Fudo, active defense, always finds his way out of bad situations and putting himself in better ones. Ooh, and the whip punch against the fierce. I like where Tokido's standing. We're outside the standing fierce range.
Oh, that's a big counter conversion. I like that. From the crouching jab, Fudo with the confirms. A backdash still not going to keep you out of safe or out of danger. I like that. Still trying to steal some turns. Tokido getting that dash up earlier. Does apply that V skill. I like the EX cherry attack. And now it's going to be all the defense from Fudo, but not for long. The mirror finally cracks down the defense. Well, it's actually the throw that did it, I should say. The throw is what broke the camera's back. It's the straw that broke the camera's back, I should say.
Beat the ball. Oh, you thought? Stay sucker free on a Sunday. Big punish right here for Fudo. Get that B skill, that corner push too, and the momentum. These are the moments right here where Fudo definitely turns up in a similar sort of way to Daigo. The throw. One more touch though. EX V reversal immediately from Tokido. And making them spin V-bar like that means you don't have to deal with trigger until way later on in the round. You might even go down before that happens.
Yeah, I mean, he just might have enough to build himself another V-gauge to get himself a mirror. But it's just such a dire straits, right? You have such a hefty hill to climb against Fudo. Look at that life lead too. Heart rate, plus frames, you have to guess. Excellent throw escape. But again, this right here does get the side switch into the reset, but isn't going to be enough. Fudo is willing to spend that V-shift, and this is going to be so hard for Tokido. That's the second mirror whip. Another V-shift, as we all thought was going to happen. But Fudo, just one touch away. The dash up throw. No, it's negated. And of course, the slight hezzy. Crouching medium kick catches the toes of Tokido.
Set point Fudo. Looking to seal it. -2 situation here. Takes back the turn immediately. No anti right there from Fudo. Willing to block it out. Tokido getting a lot more active in these mid-range areas. And again, I'd like to see him deal with the standing fierce. We saw that in the corner. Didn't really deal with it too well in terms of the whip punish. But even though he tries to get in that range to run the EX cherry tackle, yeah, like that, against some situations against the crouch fierce, Fudo stops that and now starts up the super, giving himself a sizable lead. Ooh, that porch is big.
Escape, right?
Most of
Even past mid-screen, he gets to control so much of the space here again. Right? The heart rate, still trying to occupy a little bit of damage, a little bit of space, I should say, against Tokido. And look at that, just chipping away. This is going to be so hard for Tokido. Watch out for the high heel. Reflector punish. That counts as an anti-air.
Not a lot of damage though. Yeah. Put that on the deck. Actually, I'll put that on the scoreboard. Uh-oh. Tokido or Fudo about to be on the scoreboard in a second. He's got V-trigger locked right on low. We saw how that, you know, when he puts it in, it's hard for Tokido to read those situations. A fadeaway! Oh my God! Against the EX cherry tackle, and that actually should do it. Yes, sir. Fudo eating them up.
Mildom Beast pulling out the stops in that final strategic pick with Daigo going first, knowing full well that if he starts off with a W, his team will come to fruition. If you build it, they will come. This man is playing Field of Dreams with Mildom Beast. They advance to the grand finals, joining Good 8 squad and seeing who else will join them in the rest of the playoffs. Again, that strategy we talked about, it's exactly what we mentioned earlier. If Daigo happens to pull the W, they're going to send out YHC-Mochi next. And of course, Fudo is going to be the anchor. And that is the most optimal play they could ask for to get all 5 points before the V6 team manages to get theirs. So well played. The long con was well in the favor of Mildom Beast. That was an excellent display of strategy and Street Fighter V gameplay.
Oh my, that was Fudo especially. Definitely so far my MVP on how he dealt with that matchup, and especially EX cherry tackles. No anti-airs, come on, that definitely counted, but there was one EX baited on the side of Tokido. None in terms of super situations, you know, no EX DPs on the side of Fudo. The character doesn't have those, but a lot of anti-airs though for Fudo, 75%. Very well, but I gotta talk about how he dealt with Tokido just in general. Very well in terms of reading the room and the rhythm of how the character wanted to play. The jump back against the EX cherry tackle, that's a classic right there, but you gotta put it in the right sort of way because that character has mirrors and things like that for medium punches. So the fadeaway comes into play. Fudo again sealing it, doing a fantastic job against that Urian matchup, and even taking down someone like Tokido who was prepared, who was ready, who was staying steady. Man, Fudo just disrupted everything.
I want to say that I think one of the pivotal pieces in here has to be YHC-Mochi's Dawson. And again, I'll get into that a little bit later. But what's super important was the fact that, Ryusei actually had the upper hand in the first round of game 1. As you can see right here, boom, the stun. In between that second round, he actually spent the critical art in an error, just randomly, because of buffering. That one instance pretty much took it away mentally. Daigo absolutely demolished Ryusei afterwards. That's what set the pace. But what was super important after this match, which we'll get into, is YHC-Mochi's performance against Sako Noko's Mennat. And look at that. Prime and practice. I'm telling you, Daigo knows a situation for everything. But this right here, I want to talk about how important this matchup is. He decimated Sako Noko's strategy to a T. He guaranteed the W to set himself up for Fudo's poison. I think this right here, getting the W, was the biggest, most pivotal match, I think, for Mildon Beast, because it set him up for that situation for Fudo, right? I think being at 3 points at the very finale with a winning streak was what they needed. Absolutely what they needed.
You look at I agree. You were able to look at the finish line, and this ridiculous confirm right here into the super was great. Awareness again to get the pickup situation. YHC-Mochi staying solid in the face of just, B trigger, which could definitely seal it in many situations. He stopped a lot of the B triggers from happening. He's doing a fantastic job of his meter usage. I felt like a lot better than what we had saw previously, and those jump backs. And then the finale, this match right here, where Fudo's aggression was put to the test as he put Tokido to rest. A lot of that forward momentum was fantastic. To fight a character where they would like to be, even with things like that that were sick with Tokido, the fantastic effect that Tokido put on, Fudo was undeterred. And with that B trigger, also able to put ever so often into his button presses, right? Like his rhythm. Made it hard for Tokido to find these reads. Still, that went down to the wire, but Fudo though, man, insane.
You can see the kind of pressure that Tokido was trying to lay on pretty much early on. But I gotta say, shout out to Fudo's defense, man. He's gone through so many different situations and has always made the right call defensively. He is one of the toughest players to crack mentally when it comes to Street Fighter. Not even just Street Fighter 5, but just overall presence in Street Fighter. He has been one of the toughest characters to adapt against, or at least pretty much the hardest player to break, just like in terms of their will.
Right. I mean, we saw right there, didn't break in the face of it. The will to not get hit with a cherry tackle in the end. The will to cage up the gorillas that came through. And now, that means Mildon is settled for success. Going to be moving on in a couple weeks to fight in the finals. That is great. However, that means V6 has one more shot. And we talked about this before at the beginning of the stream. Like, now you got to think about, dang, I wanted to beat this team, so I have to worry about fighting again. And now you're in another stressful situation. You get one more shot, but were you ready for that shot? That's more stress that you have to deal with. Are you ready? You might be warmed up, prepared, but so are the other teams that are coming through in match 3, which we'll see them a little bit later. But we're still going to get the interviews from both sides starting on, or at least, I'm sorry, the winning side at least, starting with Mildon Beast. The interview come up real quick, and I can't wait to see what they're saying, how their strategy was, especially Fudo, what his strategy was against Uraid, what he brought different to the table, how YHC-Mochi felt about his match, his pivotal match right here, and also Daigo's going up first in the end. Like, was he how much faith did he have in his team? They're asking them how they feel about moving on to the grand final, so they're just sticking with, hey, you guys. You kick up your shoes and relax your feet. Y'all get to watch from the spectator stance in the right sort of way. You get to watch everyone else play and have to sweat it out. You guys are good to go. And I look at Daigo's face. I mean, ever unchanging with it. A little bit of emotion here and there, but you definitely know that they are sighing big breath release out here. Just being like, dang, I'm gonna have to fight the rest of the ridiculous matches out here. Fudo says he enjoyed the whole league and felt it was great to make it in the finals. Wouldn't everyone feel like that, Vicious?
I think it's a huge statement to be said, right? The fruition of all their hard work throughout the league. Daigo had mentioned it in the beginning in their opening interview, saying they weren't in the best rank going into it, but it's not how you start, it's about how you finish, right? Daigo was saying that he's just purely happy about winning, as he should be. I mean, it's just a testament to their hard work. You get to see all of this effort put into the lab, playing against your fellow competitors and countrymen that have been fighting alongside you and against you for how many years. I think this is a huge testament to all of their practice. They should be very proud, very happy, because this is something that is the most like meaningful to them and for us as viewers, right? Being able to see how much of the grind actually pays off. These guys are the epitome of hard work. I will say that throughout every single player here. Even Moto, we haven't seen him play too much yet, but I think, you know, the practice still goes on off stream, on stream, and they show it off pretty well. But going into it, Daigo also said that they spent quite a lot of time preparing during the year end and the New Year period, of course, which is expected, and would have been surprised if they didn't make it, right? That's just the kind of confidence they have with each other. That's the kind of confidence you should have going into it. But I will say, overall, with Mildom Beast, I think with the amount of practice they have, once they hone in, I said this earlier, right before the matchup started, once they hone in on an opponent, there's very little that can stop it. It's like prep time Batman. We've talked about that so many times. Prep time Batman can take down any person in the Justice League, right? That's just how it goes. Daigo is definitely that sort of cat. Fudo can definitely do the same. And whether or not YHC-Mochi can do it, he has the technology and fundamentals down so well that anything that Fudo or Daigo says to him, he'll absorb it like a sponge and implement it instantaneously.
Right. You know, having that that ability is definitely what they need to make it through. And now they only got to worry about 2 teams coming up later on. And also, YHC-Mochi himself says it just felt great to win 4-0 going into the grand final. So all that momentum carrying them, this win not only, you know, letting them get to the grand finals, but also that, hey, we can do this. We can, if we got the game plan, we can make the magic happen. We saw it here, and we're going to see them coming through. We might see the run back with V6. We might see, as they are not out, they have one more shot, one more opportunity at the finale. They have to fight in match 3 against the winner of match 2. We'll get to that real soon. Morito, though, says he's really enjoyed watching the matches and felt relief. I would enjoy watching you, Morito. I'm gonna be honest. I would enjoy watching you play. I would love to see what's gonna happen with you. Maybe Morito will be able to play in the finale later on. But next up, we're gonna have the FAV Roto Z team come up with their interview. You know, they shouldn't feel too down. I mean, obviously we talked about how important it is to get this victory in this early match right here, but they still have one more chance at victory. They have one more chance at a shot at the grand finals. And if I'm then, it's like, okay, now we gotta shift that focus immediately. Look at how close things were, the 3-5 right there. It's not like they went down the clean sweep. They had the opportunities. Sako saying that they're already prepared for match 3. So their mindset has already been switched. The flip has been switched out here. Like that, the flip mode.
I was so confused. It's like, wait a minute, the flip has been switched? Ah, I see what you meant. But I did that earlier. I did that earlier too. It's been a long day already. I mean, it was a 2-hour bout, which is great because we got to see as much Street Fighter V as possible. We're seeing this new kind of format come to fruition. We did have the home and away setup, right? But we're making sure that it's evened out. That they do get the switch because it is the first to 5 points. But as it stands right now, Mildom Beast takes the W 5-3 over one of the more favored teams, V6 plus FAV Roto Z. I mean, look at that lineup, right? Unfortunately, they're going to be going down into the match 3 spot. What we can expect next is Shinobiism Gaming going up against Gyogun down below. And that's going to be the next match to look forward to. It's going to be so close, as it usually is between these 2 teams. But we will throw it down to a commercial. Of course, before we get to the matchups, we want to remind you folks at home that the tickets are still available. We do have a bunch of promos going on with the Capcom eSports book. I know Fugu Tabate has been trying to translate this for some of the English fans, some of the North American fans as well. He's been doing a great job. Check him out on Twitter. He's doing a full transcript in English for you guys. So be sure to tune into whatever he has to say on Twitter. I'm positive you'll find an amazing insight to the world of Capcom esports and what they're doing for their team in both the North American scene, the Japanese scene, and scenes from around the world, right? Being able to put on shows like Street Fighter League that gives us such amazing products from Amazon, getting ourselves the crew neck, the long sleeve, the hoodie, all with the SFL logo, brand new, including the playoff swag. I do like that. The playoffs, the grand final stuff, everything that you've seen on deck from both the commentators, the hosts. We don't get to wear that, but I'll tell you what, we're going to get our hands on it eventually. As it stands right now, we're getting ourselves ready with Shinobiism Gaming and Gyogun. What are your expectations, St. Cola, before we get into this break?
But I ain't gonna call it. I'm gonna tell you right now, I've been trying to call it throughout this entire season, and I feel like I haven't got anything right because it's down to the neck, down to the wire. I'm gonna call one thing though, we're gonna get some hot Street Fighter V action, and you are not gonna be disappointed in the least.
Without a doubt. That is definitely for certain. If there's anything you can put your money on, it's the definite fact that you will see the best of the best in Street Fighter V for Street Fighter League Pro Japan. It's been an absolute honor calling each and every one of these matches, but I'll tell you what, we still have so many more to go. Again, we're going to see who takes advantage of the home and away positions. We're going to see who's going to win that race in the first of 5 points, and of course, we're going to see where the counter picks happen. We're going to see where the punches fly and how much of the practice really comes to fruition. So again, we do have the grand finals coming up in January, 2 weeks on the 29th. Be sure to lock in your tickets now, especially if you're in Japan. It will be happening in Ibisu. So as it stands right now, we're still going to be doing it offline in the safest and secure standards that we possibly can in Japan. And of course, we will be bringing you the English broadcast shortly after that. So again, make sure to mark your calendars if you're able to in Japan, but of course, hang tight if you're anywhere else around the world to tune into the English restream. As it stands right now, again, the grand finals happening in just about 2 weeks on the 29th. Make sure to reserve those tickets now as we get ourselves ready for Shinobiism Gaming and Gyogun after this break.
All right, looks like we're starting it off with Mago, the 2D god himself, in the side of Gyogun. Then up next, we got Mr. Optimal, Machabo, who loves to find those jump-ins to get those wins. Next up after that, the hero of Sunrise himself, Moke. Last but not least, it is Suzaku Mizuha, who is one of my picks, the best in Street Fighter League. Welcome back, Street Fighter League playoffs, people. We're with it. Now we're gonna see the second team. It's your boy Sako, joined with Vicious. Dog, how you doing? And how you feeling about this next team up on the deck?
I am absolutely ecstatic because it has been down to the wire for both of these teams. We're going to get into the stats in just a bit. First, let me introduce the other team going up against Gyogun. It is Shinobiism Gaming, led by the head ninja, that is Momochi. A man has been showing off with that Akira, and for a very good reason. The master of lethal, Fujimura, one of the more aggressive camis, and also one of the biggest pointers in the league, alongside the experienced youth that is Higuchi, rocking with that guile, making his way. His statement is here into Capcom Cup, but here is Toyama's talent, Otani, coming in and showing some of his talents towards the end of his season run. He's actually done a great job with both Ryu and Akuma, and is looking to step up yet again in the biggest moment in his life with his team, Shinobiism Gaming. Now, you asked me how I felt about this matchup. This is one I've been looking forward to the whole day, the whole month, really, the season, because of the fact that it's been dead even. Shinobiism Gaming versus Gyogun, the first time they encountered each other, they actually took it down 3-1 pretty convincingly and delivered one of the heaviest blows to Gyogun that we could possibly imagine. But it was a big turnaround with Gyogun afterwards, taking it 3-1 over Shinobiism. So that was the biggest turnaround that we could possibly ask for. Before we get into it, we do have a couple of words from Gyogun's owner, Mr. Fusuke Toyota from Topanga.
からのスタートということで、プレーオフはかなり厳しい戦いが予想されるんですが、魚群のメンバー、去年の年末からタフな試合もこなしたりと、体が温まっている状態ですので、魚群ファンの皆様、ぜひご期待いただければと思います。よろしくお願いします。
And as you can see, he's made a very solid statement saying that he's very happy that Gyogun made it to the playoffs, and he's kind of a realist too. He's saying that he's a little bit worried about the 5th place start, but without a doubt in his mind, he still has the utmost confidence in his team to make it. Again, 5th place may not be the best place to start, but the members have been working real hard since the end of the year, and he wishes the best for the team.
Yeah, you know, being 5th place, maybe not the best place, but it is placed in the area we need to be now. Let's look at Team Shinobiism led by Momochi as he gets, you know, all comfortable, all suited up. He is the owner of the team, so he's going to be speaking for the team. You know, again, we love to see the owners come out and, you know, show a little bit of love to the teams that they are representing. You know, he's got to wear a suit because he is, you know, the leader, the captain. We'll see what he's going to be saying up in a second here.
It's actually godlike, by the way.
It actually is. That's really... I think we had to buy him the whole time. He was like, okay, let me put this on real quick. Hopefully he leaves it on while he plays, too. All right, looks like he's happy at the fact that they are here in the playoffs. You know, as one would be, you know, excited and elated at the fact that they've made the playoffs against such strong competitors and teams out here and having a chance to battle and have a shot at being the strongest team in Street Fighter League Japan. But he's still confident in his team and still confident in contention to win Street Fighter League, as you should be. I feel like if you're leading a team out here, not only as the owner of the team, but also the team leader themselves on the ground, you should definitely be confident that you can do it. I think he takes off.
Without a doubt. I mean, you're obviously in it to win it, right? That's got to be the mentality. But of course, we do have someone who's been in the game for quite some time, for decades even. That is the 2D god Mago, with a couple of choice words of his own as he gets himself ready for the matchups with the pregame interview. For the most part, there's a lot of confidence that exudes from someone like Mago. You can see it in his kind of personality, but you could still see the nerves kind of get to him. There was an instance where we saw his matchup. It was a concept matchup against Nemo, where he looked like he was super confident, but as he took a sip from his drink, his hand was shaking like crazy. But overall, I mean, he's also a realist, right? He's one to acknowledge his faults and make sure to improve the most that they can. So going into it, he's saying that their results against Shinobiism weren't too well during the league, but they have everything figured out, and today is the day to prove themselves. Now we're seeing the records so far. Shinobiism Gaming actually took the W first against Gyogun, 3-1. But this is a surprise. I didn't know there was a draw. I thought it was a 1-3 deficit in favor of Gyogun. My mistake.
Range.
Yeah, I might have written the score wrong, but either way, as it stands right now, again, it may have been a draw. I might be incorrect. I mean, Machibo securing that W. But either way, that's going to be great for Gyogun. That's been a lot of data. They're slowly starting to make that happen. They're slowly starting to make the strategies come to fruition. But I will say, being at the away side is at a slight disadvantage because, again, you get counterpicked.
On the other hand, though, it's hard to counterpick those characters. In terms of the characters, at least, Rashid, Cammy, very strong characters. So now you're counterpicking, but the counterpicking still does happen when it comes to the players and how they are. You know, like for example, Machibo is one to jump, known to jump and have some of the best jumps in the business. So that's something you can think about too, like who is able to deal with that and who's got their anti-air on the deck. So we're gonna see who Shinobiism sends up in rebuttal. I mean, Shinobiism is great because they have a lot of characters that can deal with those, with Rashid and Cammy. Maybe not beat those characters, but definitely fight them. Higuchi, for one thing, has a fantastic guy that can hang with Cammy and Rashid. And as a player, can hang with those players as well. We, as you pointed out, CPT qualified, the young gun out here. I think also Otani, personally, if he gets going with that Akuma back to basically the Akuma, could also be a threat. But I already prophesized the Higuchi pick going up against Moke.
I do like this pick.
Otani on the bench, actually.
Yeah, that's actually one of the bigger surprises because I think Otani has been on a very solid rampage towards the end of the season, I think. I'll take a look at his record later on, but Otani on the bench means that there's going to be the rest of the players to play, right? We're going to have Mochi up on deck as well. We're going to have Fujimura coming to play. Now it's going to be the biggest concern for Moke being backed up by Mago and Machibo, double Cammy, right? That's a pretty hefty lineup. You were talking about it earlier. It's a very hard lineup to counterpick.
Let's see what he does, though. I'm really curious to see how Moke-san will fight against Higuchi. At least now, Higuchi, more and more riskier dials, I would definitely say, has got a lot of points for his Team 7 on the side. And on Moke's side, not slouching either. 4 or 8 other times that he's played, he's gotten 4 points. So half his games, he has done work. So, again, I'm very curious to see how Higuchi is going to fight Moke and vice versa. Again, Higuchi more aggressive, more willing to take these risks, get up all in front of your face. He's willing to slug it out. And really get that walk forward pressure. Moke, I feel like he's such a mix of so many Rashids that is not just one style, but he's so fluid depending on the situation. That hasn't always came to be like the case for victory. Like he's definitely faltered the matches where he maybe should win, like against G. But when he does find that flow, it's hard to stop him. It's hard to definitely stop that approach.
No, I agree. I think one of the biggest things that needs to happen is Higuchi kind of stopping the flow from even getting started, right? You talk about Rashid being such a heavy momentum character that it's just quite oppressing, really. Like, we talk about how fast Rashid can put somebody in the corner and how often Rashid gets to maintain his pressure. But it's a good thing,
Right.
Guile being so well-rounded, he does have the wake-up opportunities with the EX Flash Kick. He does have the right normals to keep Rashid in place and the damage output on top of that. So he's a pretty big threat, and he's also a pretty solid matchup against someone like Rashid. So we'll see how it plays out overall. But as it stands right now, we're getting ourselves ready between Higuchi and Moke. We are getting the fan tweets coming in full support for Street Fighter League and their favorite teams / players. But overall, again, for those that have been a fan of the show and a fan of the season, make your voices heard. Be sure to follow Capcom Esports as well as Capcom Fighters for those in the other scenes of like Europe, Africa, North America, South America, etc. to make sure to follow in with Capcom Fighters and your respective regions as well. FGC is universal. We want to make sure our voices are heard. When it comes to this matchup, Moke versus Higuchi is going to be quite the banger. Rashid versus Guile. We've talked about your expectations, St. Cola, when it comes to player-to-player matchup character-to-character matchup on paper. But what are your expectations between Higuchi, the player, and Moke, the player?
Ah, man, Higuchi's been on such a hot streak lately. Not only obviously in Street Fighter League, but also just CPT. That's gonna be hard to stop. However, Moke's not one I get to watch too consistently. I'm not even sure if they stream that much. I see them, other people stream training a lot. But that being the case, I see them in a lot of people's battle lounges, always training, things like that. Maybe not able to see them outside in other tournaments, but that, you know, when I do see them, I do see that ridiculous Rashid play. You almost qualified when we had the last CPT qualifiers out here. Let's see if they can help their team qualify for that Street Fighter League position. Because remember, this is match 2. The one that loses here, they're going home.
Yeah, man, this is actually a tough spot for 5th place because, again, whoever wins here has to face off against the V6 plus FAV Roto Z team. And I can tell you what, both these teams have had a very shaky record against those against that team, but we'll see what happens. This is the matchup to behold right now. Higuchi versus Moke, game 1.
Like the passer of the question, like it's a really good button to close a gap with, non-committal, and deals well with interrupting the moves before they come into play. And someone like Higuchi wants to advance and dash up, fantastic way to stop them from coming through.
Situation off of the roundhouse. He's gonna slight punish. Higuchi doing a great job of maintaining his position here in the mid screen, not letting Moke get started with the crouching heavy punches. He's not getting counterpoked by any of these medium kicks, and he's teching at the right time. This has been all Higuchi thus far. With 50 seconds left on the clock, look at how much he is breaking down Moke.
Up on the activation though, sweep off the feet. Higuchi finds a boom and a sweep. Still in the lead, but there's the crush. We were talking about this before. That corner push. This is where Rashid really makes his money. He's up in this corner position right here. EX, fireball, heavy kick activation with the plus range. Ooh, finds the hit, caught him doing something. Oh. But it don't matter though. Higuchi fights back. The baby boomers.
And what a time to counter for him. Honestly, that crouching jab was so well timed. Higuchi knew the risk reward behind it too. It was pretty low risk, and it actually came out to be high reward. That was ridiculous. Is Guile that kind of character? How often does he get those kind of situations?
Is he that character?
He definitely is that character.
Higuchi making it happen. He's in the top spot of a lot of tier lists. But it takes a lot of work to run this character at the top level though. He's got, you know, the normal things like that, be able to synergize those with the boom. Takes a lot of work with someone like Higuchi with the slight finesse and bless right there with the shimmy. That was super sick. Hard combo with it and the charge behind it. Amazing play by Higuchi so far.
Oh yeah, big crush counter now. And it's so big because it has a critical art behind it. Enough of a confirm, but still, although Higuchi didn't get the kill, look at how much space he has along with the life. It's gonna be such a daunting task. Moke, although fully loaded, he needs to get so many hits in multiple successions. It's gonna be so tough. The invincibility past the projectile, my man. Higuchi, you talked about it, finesse and bless. The roundhouse flash kick coming in, sneaking past the gap. And I'm not talking about no super maul. He was talking about going through and optimizing and punishing thoroughly. He wasn't talking about, you know, the gap clothing store. My man is here. My man is here to play.
Higuchi just
He's not a
won
winner.
this matchup fantastically. Oh no, he's in there. He's in there buying everything. Doesn't even go to the clearance. Remove the price tag. Higuchi, though, doing a fantastic job of dealing with this matchup. The neutral jumps, I like that. Introducing that because as soon as he saw the crouch fierce, the jump heavy kick has so much range in a neutral situation, can delete that off the table. And can land some big boy damage. There's a crush though. Here, Moke, you're trying to push him in the corner and pin him there and get your magic going. Because that's where she's going to get the damage. It's V-trigger 2 and the corner play too to get damage going with this character. Mid-range, not so bad. But here in the corner, this is where I win.
And here we go. It's going to be pretty huge. No, he's still trying to get a situation off of a back throw, but Moke was not giving it to him. I like that full conversion, standing light kick ender into the flash kick. So tough to do, but now Higuchi no longer with that threat of V-trigger. Moke is slowly playing it out till he gets the V-trigger activation. He needs to find it off of a hit, but no, forces it off of a blocked sweep. Higuchi still maintaining his pressure. The big whip punish into critical art. Moke firing right back in game 2.
Oh, okay, I see. You got that flow going though. You know? Got that flow. One of the better things I like that he went for the sweep instead of the heavy kick activation, because Higuchi again was doing the neutral jump to delete that off the table. Again, playing around V-trigger. But then Moke is like, I'll go for the sweep activation, get the hit, right the super, expensive win. But in the end, it's perfectly fine. You get that bar back in round 2 or 3 if need be. And there's that corner push we were talking about. Push him closer and closer to the corner, make the damage happen. Whoa, with the quickness! Off the EX support medium punch in the heavy mixer. Oh my god.
You talked about how much meter he used with that critical art going into the next round. He's been such a battery too with Rashid. Even when he gets himself into the corner against Higuchi, whether or not he has meter, he's still going to be dishing out the damage and building it up. It's been so difficult for Higuchi to stop this kind of momentum from Moke. With or without the bar, it's been pretty sick. I do like the fact that Moke, again, being able to spend it where it counts to get the W, and him being confident in building it back up immediately.
Less gaps too from Moke. Eagle spike and play for the Oki. Dash up throw. Strike throw game also been real good for Moke in these corner situations. A lot better than what we saw in the first round. Higuchi just took him down with just the quickness.
And you see the booms occupying that space yet again, coming in from Higuchi. I do like the V-skill past it. Moke now, this is exactly what we talked about, wherever she wants to play. And look at the mental stress right now Higuchi's going through. He has not been able to counter anything that Moke's got. He goes for the rock activation, actually do the activation off of the boom. Blocks on him with that. He's got an Oki situation. Moke is still opting to block and waiting. The big roundhouse coming in. EX spinning mixer after the EX Eagle Spike, all from the called out Sonic Boom. The jump in. That was so pivotal for Moke in that round.
It's that rhythm of the room. Runs the crush right into super though. Higuchi with just an early spin. This is kind of difficult because you're gonna get that bar back, of course, but you got the lead, but you might need that in round 3. Then again, Higuchi with that aggression might be also a battery on his own side. So you got the Sonic Booms to get that bar built up. Higuchi trying to push him to the corner. Also trying to find an activation. Crouch Fierce comes through. No cancel the V-skill though.
Again, opting out the V-trigger. Ooh. Yes, sir. Found the gap again. Forward strong does get interrupted into the whirlwind shot. There, Higuchi getting himself out of the corner successfully with that EX flash kick, but still Moke finds the hit. Crouching heavy punch to start the onslaught. A little bit of a stop there from the spinning mixer. Does get the throw, and now it's going to be all Moke. The instant EX, or excuse me, instant Eagle Spike. Oh my god! That was the JB!
Burglar!
Rashid wins.
The burglar! He's a hamburglar out here.
That was sick. That was actually a very meaty crouching medium punch, and then using that time to slightly walk back and get a throw bait. That was so smart from Moke. I like that a lot.
There's also his decision on wake up with the crouching medium kick. Man, I want to go back. I'm about to look at that frame data. That's the great thing about CFN, that them having these online battles, we can look back a little bit at how plus it is in the replays later on. But for right now, I do like the fact that Moke did something different on his wake up. He had the crouch immunity kick that put him in position for the mixer and continued that pressure into the corner. So these wake up situations have to be called out better by Higuchi. Higuchi's like, okay, man, damn, you know how to play this character. Moke, all about that flow, just taking different pieces and parts of how Rashid's like his best moments. Like, all right, cool, I know I can push you to the corner, bar usage and things like that, tight pressure, great wake up situations, just pulling the best out of the character.
I agree. You know, it's an absolute W. I feel like Guile does a pretty decent job against Rashid, so Moke getting past this obstacle initially. We've seen how much of a momentum it brings to your team getting that first W. You can see it's all smiles right now, just as it is 100% EX invincible wake up options landing for Moke. Excuse me, that was a little bit of a fluster, but either way, wake up invincible DPs, that's just fine for Moke, getting himself that EX spinning mixer. But as it stands right now, it's gonna be Machibo's turn coming up for Team Gyogun, and that can be who is going to come up to bat next. Is it going to be the team, or excuse me, the head ninja from Team Shinobiism, or will it be Fujimura?
Cammy on Cammy violence might be in play, but also, you know, have that team, you know, someone like that can play that fantastic footsie game, hit confirm game, like Momochi might be good. Better have the great anti-airs on the deck, but Fujimura actually is the one coming up, and he said, you know what, I don't like the mirror match like that. I'll pick something different. Guess what he's going for? The Chun-Li! Oh my God, we see this character in a second from Fujimura.
Yeah, it's been a while. I think, let me see if there has been any instances where he's picked Chun-Li. The only players that I've seen so far has been Tachikawa and MOV, but I haven't seen any instance of Chun-Li thus far in the league from Fujimura. I mean, he's made him or made her before, but he knows exactly what he's doing. In fact, he's saying he's here to destroy Gyogun, and it's exactly what he said. He used the word destroy specifically.
Destroy.
So this is a very much so an intentional pick. He's here with his Chun-Li, and he's here to take down either Cammy that shows up to his doorstep.
That's kind of wild. I feel like she could play the footsie game with Cammy for a bit. The dive kick situation, the jump ins, which Machibo has proven time and time again across games, across, you know, tournaments and things like that, and he has some of the best jumpers in the business, is going to be even harder. You're so conditioned to standing light kick to anti-air. It doesn't happen like that this season. It's been nerfed. So you have to do back heavy kick, you know, jump back jabs, jump back fierce and things like that. Hopefully a V-skill might land, something like that. You don't have the easy anti-air with the light to stay all right. So I'm really curious to see what his strategy is in this matchup. Then again, this dude's a robot. My man probably downloaded the program before he came in of Chun-Li.exe or something like that. He's so confident.
I think light kick does a fantastic job of anti-airing from ranges that are further out. I don't think it's great for dive kicks that land directly above Chun-Li's head. So for the most part, I think Fujimura's plan is to be within that range at all times. And what's good about that is, with that strategy, Chun-Li has the right normals to force Cammy within that range for majority of the matches. You're looking at Roundhouse, you're looking at Fierce Punch, you're looking at Mago Smile. Jesus, this man is all smiles. But all jokes aside, Chun-Li does have the normals to keep Cammy in that certain position where if she opts to jump, Chun-Li is ready with a stand light kick. But knowing Machibo, he's not as aggressive, so that strategy actually might work out for Fujimura. He might be able to execute his plan. We'll see how it plays out. I want to know what kind of pace Fujimura is willing to set in the first instances of the set. Wow, set and set, huh? Is willing to implement in the first instances of the set, I should say.
Yeah, I'm always curious to see. Well, I'm more curious about what we're going to see is like that optimality that he's got with every character, especially Chun-Li. You've seen him do some sick things off of fireballs I ain't ever seen in this game. Always got something new to the table with this character, or any character that he touches. We also saw how he used Cammy, where he had buffers behind every damn button he had. Like, someone actually went back in the CFN and he buffered after every jab. That's ridiculous. So you see that same level of optimality with Chun-Li. He's played this character before. Let's see what's in store. Cammy versus Chun-Li. Fujimura up on the deck. He says he's going to destroy. Let's see if he gonna eat those words or if he's on a diet.
Yeah, we're going to see the optimality here coming from Mr. Lethal himself. We're going to see how optimal exactly Fujimura can be and his ability to adapt to pretty much anything that is thrown in his way. We'll see how it plays out. Here we go, Chun-Li versus Cammy. Again, throwing up the normals, exactly what I mentioned, right? He wants to keep Cammy within that range of roundhouses and standing fierces. But problem is, Cammy has such great normals to get past all of that. It doesn't even matter. Oh yeah, the anti-air, excuse me, the air-to-air coming in for Fujimura.
Meet him in the skies. No surprise he was ready for him, but still caught up in the corner. Uh-oh. Would love to have a crush off the heavy kick, I should say. Activation, of course. Opening is the jump in, no anti-air there. At that distance.
Oh yes, EX spinning bird kick on wake up, yes sir. A perfect time to do so, and getting off of him, yes, the back-to-back spiral arrows, excuse me, dive kicks, block and V-trigger. Again, using so much of that V-reversal.
That one-touch crouching kick into EX legs will definitely seal the deal. Fujimura makes it fall. The fireball could have been it right there. Oh, cleans it up.
Yeah, again, back to that strategy, right? Fujimura playing it out very well, utilizing the hard punch and hard kick majority of the time. Yes, sir, big conversion now. And again, coming in from Fujimura, we got the hot stepper.
I like the fireballs every so often from Fujimura too as well, because the activation of the medium kick, side switch with it, try to get the shimmy, back throw though. Right in the corner you go.
Speaking of back throws now, trying to get the momentum in his favor. He's not going to spend the critical art. It's not going to kill, but still gets the EX uppercut. And speaking of EX spinning bird kick, another wake-up situation. Fujimura now just one situation away, back-to-back counter hit crouching jabs. Machimo was trying to get to the skies 2 times over, and you can see the disdain on his face. He looked up and he was like, I can't believe you were still going to press buttons on that. All right, I deserve that. I was pressing buttons too.
It's every Cammy player feels uncomfortable if they're not in the skies. The floor is lava with this character, and it definitely comes from the fact that she's got a mix-up, damn near a mix-up when she jumps. If you jump heavy kick, jump dive kick, jump fierce, anything, or just an empty jump. You gotta worry about a lot of stuff, and ground game, not lane 2. Fujimura doing a fantastic job of controlling this character.
Ooh, yeah, does get the throw bait, but in the ways of a crush counter, doing a normal that is slightly longer on startup to catch any sort of delay tech. Something we love to see. The jump in uncontested. This time tries to be contested. Fujimura does get clapped for it.
Fujimura trying to find that activation. That fierce would love to have it, or a crush. Either those buttons. Don't let it linger though.
But will it lead to a
the
death situation? I don't know, man. I think he just needs a little bit more. He needs like at least 2 more fierces first before he goes into any sort of combo. And the Grid Life might actually help that out, but still, Machimo, yeah, Machimo just hanging outside of that range and finding the right punish with the crouching medium.
Stop kick deletes it off the table. Speeding bird kick. That's so sick. What a reaction. Look off in the corner. SD combo to the super. That's gonna seal it right there. Machimo with the grounded game.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Cammy being able to suppress Chun-Li in such a quick manner. A little bit unprecedented, all sarcasm. But no, honestly, I think Machimo slowly finding his ground in terms of how he wants to utilize his pressure, figuring out how Fujimura wants to start the rounds off, right? Starting to get within those ranges. Yes, he was actually buffering those crouching medium kicks way early just in case Fujimura wanted to overextend. He manages to clip one of the buttons that Fujimura wanted. I like that V-skill too. Catching Fujimura pressing more buttons in between.
Get that crush. Back throw though, Fujimura. Heavy kick, a little damage on the deck. The challenge right here with the heavy sub buttons, gets that walk in, and then so you see Macho reel back like that, he said, oh, it's done. Okay, I get you, I feel you. I understand, all right, I was walking into too many buttons and everyone then landed. Fujimura on set point now.
Very sharp angle. Actually, no, very far angle, I should say. Does get the conversion out the V-skill too, does get the throw bait to follow up afterwards. A slight headsy getting the counter in as well. Back throw, and he's taking it all the way back. He doesn't even need to spend the bar yet, but he will anyway. He spends it twice over for the perfect to ensure the kill. I feel like with the life lead he had, I thought he was going to go to distance without the meter, but I was wrong. He was willing to spend it and get the W certified. But now it's gone down to Fujimura. He has full critical art on deck and is hit first blood. That's actually huge for Fujimura. Is he going to spend it early? At least one. Oh, you're actually going to be dead very soon.
Meaty. EX, one more touch. Back throw though, this is good. Just got him caught up in the corner. B-trick on the line. Put that plus frame situation on. Positivity. B-reversal. Right back at him. This is good right here. Until he got hit, and that'll do it. Not able to walk in and start that aggression. Fujimura. The man, the machine. All mean.
What? Wait, what? He's
Listen,
a man
I don't know.
and he's a machine?
All I know is he got me. Yeah, he's a machine. He's all three things.
You mean to tell me he's a man and a machine? That's crazy.
Oh, that was a fantastic match. It was so fast, too, with the quickness. And so that's just their play, the grounded play from Machibo and Fujimura back at him. But it's just how Fujimura was reading Machibo's tendencies. The air-to-airs, the anti-airs, the bust-outs were fantastic. And now we see, Fujimura moving on. He knew what to do in that match. He said, I was going to destroy you. And he definitely did the duty. It was on job.
I will say it's not for nothing, though. I think Machibo did a fantastic job in game number 2, very convincing, and I think towards that last end of the set, he ended up getting a perfect. Despite being at the deficit with meter, as we take a look at the stats, I think Fujimura just happened to get the right amount of sequences offensively and took it down over Machibo. A little bit too predictable on defense, right? We've seen pretty much 2 identical sequences back-to-back in that third round from Fujimura, showing full well that he was willing to bet it all, that he had the proper read on Machibo, which he did. You could see it right then and there. He had 100% rate on invincible reversals, right? With the spinning bird kick, his anti-airs were pretty much on point, which is very difficult to do against someone like Kami. So you already know, Fujimura, he made a statement earlier. He was saying he's looking to destroy Gyogun, and he's doing so. He's picking them apart piece by piece, taking down Machibo first, netting the first W for Shinobiism.
Now all even out. But here's the anchor match. Just like that, you got the big boss coming through. Mochi, I'm so curious because Mochi is a man of many characters. We've seen the Akira through the majority of Street Fighter League. I don't think he's played many other characters, but outside of Street Fighter League, he's played, you've known him for half the roster. Ken, we know him for also, Colleen, Zeku sometimes. Let's see, it's gonna be Luke! It's, Vicious!
Yes!
We get Luke! Yes, sir!
Yes! This is what I'm talking about. This has been the most anticipated character to see in Street Fighter League since his debut. Because since his debut, it's been nothing but positivity and some debauchery, to be quite honest with you. We've seen a lot of Luke being showcased on social media, making his rounds of some of the most damaging outputs we've seen in a character and some of the most versatile plays they could possibly ask for from a character. This man is the full deal. He's the real deal, actually. I should say real deal Holyfield in full effect, right? He's got everything. He's got one of the best fireballs. He has an invincible reversal. He has an uppercut. His frame data isn't the best, but man, it could lead to a lot of damage. I will say though, him having a 3-framer crouching jab is imperative, right? One of the biggest interruption tools you could possibly have is a 3-framer, and you know what? He has that in his arsenal as well. He's got the full package.
It's kind of wild to see a character come out so strong, but even more so to have top players pick him up and use him in a in an anchor match. You know what I'm saying? This is where things are determined where somebody's going to go home in this match too. So for him to play this character means that he's got a lot of faith, and we've seen it work in his stream before. We've seen him, play this character in stream, practice and stuff like that. For this character to come out so early means that he's definitely a threat. So let's see what it do though against somebody who's been practicing character for years upon years. Probably already has a gameplay because he probably fought a million loops in ranked. Mago, let's see what it do.
Oh my god. Already off to a fantastic start. And you can see just how much of the range that Luke likes to occupy. It is so impactful. No pun intended to any sort of the heavy impact. I don't mean about that. Yeah, absolutely.
That fireball. Talked about how quick it is.
Just
Sand Blaster
is just so quick. Occupies that space so well. I think, oh boy, big risk taken, big damage taken as well. Here comes Mago now. A giant opening, but there is a trigger on deck. It is trigger 1 from the side of Luke. There's the activation. He's got the guns. He's got the guns, and look at the amount of damage you get from the Sand Blaster.
Reload. Got the me. Got the blicky with them, always wrapped up with the super on the negative. You so smart, Mago. You so smart. Oki situation right here. Do that pressure. Gets the meaty. No vegan. Ooh, all season.
He's locked still. He's fully armed. That trigger could lead to a lot of damage. I feel like 2 sequences could still kill, by the way, with full critical art. We've seen the Javits combos before. Oh!
You know my man, like Mochi gonna find something like that. That's it. We're gonna steal it. Yeah, that pops up B skill. Makes so you can't punish. Popeye arms.
Oh boy.
And the great thing about that trigger is it doesn't wind down once you get hit.
He's chilling too. He's playing the long range game as much as he can because look at how much life he has left. He does not want to let Mago get full critical art though. That could be a huge problem. Sunblast!
Let's see, 2 supers in a round. 2 supers in a round to take him down. Mago debating if he's gonna spin it now. I would. If this character we seen the Javits combos, I would do it immediately. Get it over. Don't get got. He's confident.
Oh boy. Okay, not too bad. Mago already maintaining his position, does have full critical art. Shinobiism's own. Mochi also fully locked in with critical art as Luke. You already know how much damage that could possibly lead to if he gets any sort of flash knuckle and he charges it correctly. It's going to lead to a ton of damage as well as corner carry. This is going to be huge. We just talked about it right now. A bunch of them. And I like that. Usually, yeah, he uses the chase down for the Oki instead. I like that. Instead of getting the damage, he gets the pushback. Or at least the corner carry, I should say.
Like that, finds the fade away. Oh my god, the stun. Oh! Thought impressive is done. Big jump in, that's the win this character. But more importantly, Mochi and his footsies. It's the fact that his footsies are mad sick, right? Like you can fight a million loops in ranked and it's whatever, right? But for him to be on point with the damage differential, the chase down, and having Oki situations to continue the pressure is what makes him so deadly. And you also see the fact that he took off the fireball from the table. He saw that being punished. He saw the CA had done the duty in terms of running the Oki. He said, I don't want that to happen to me anymore. No, sir, not me. And these adjustments are what make him so powerful. You put a powerful character in the hands of a powerful man, it's over.
And I like the spacing that Momochi's been playing, right? Sometimes he'll throw in the standing medium punch, sometimes a forward heavy punch, sometimes even like a couple of brutal spikes, right? Just walking up with that medium punch. But still, more often than not, he'll back away and throw in a couple of these sand blasters. This is going to be huge counter hit damage. No, actually, not too bad. He actually ends up going for a reset and still gets a counter hit against Mago. Big whiff punch. The back throw instead now. Activation time. Does get the forward throw.
Rocky the dash up though. Immediate EX cancel. Stay solid with it. That's actually a pretty big buffer this season to be able to cancel the EX, keep the plus range. The throw though, one touch. And could run the super, the chip no dip to seal it. Mochi getting that bar up.
No anti-air. A little bit too scary of a situation to try it, but either way, Mago is in dire straits. Just one touch away. Critical art, you already know. Coming in from Mochi, willing to spend it all.
Round 2. Fight.
Just the way he's playing this matchup. He's also not letting me like linger. Wow, what a cross. He was already walking, still got the cross cut DP right there. Spiral arrow though. Oki time. Just in the corner, make it not fine. Interruption from Mago.
Oh, there's a slight mishap. Does get the target combo now. A bunch of space taken up by Momochi. And still trying to catch the movement against Mago, but still not framing it at all. The counter hit is there off the medium kick. There was no confirm into the trigger. Oh, but there is one from the side of Mago.
There it is.
Does continue it, spent it early.
Immediate EX, TK dive kick. Fierce, fist to face. More touch of place, and there it is off the shimmy situation. Mago's starting to read how to deal with this character. A lot more of aggression and a lot more of the mishaps that we've seen before. The missed DPs and things like that have gotten because Momochi has not let that go for free. And the damage the character puts out, as you were pointing out, is ridiculous. Ooh, it's the high kick again.
And you see the Sandblasters coming in. It hasn't been a real big deterrent as much, right? You can see how good of a projectile it really is, but at the same time, if Mago's willing to walk and block, how good is it? Or even utilize maybe like EX Spiral Arrow at times. I feel like, yeah, Momochi hasn't really been able to maximize the potential or maximize the damage. Yeah, look at that, Mago. Maybe it's just that Mago gets so many more options of offense than Luke does. I don't know. I can't tell at this point. But right now, Mago sitting on the life lead. Although he's at the game deficit, he's looking to take it right now. Any mistake from Momochi will lead to his death. And of course, actually, chip damage is very much still coming in.
Oh,
yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, he can definitely chip him up. Yeah, he can just get a solid hit into Spiral Arrow, Critical Art, whatever.
Do it.
Don't get sandblasted. He's not. I think it's gonna be Mago. Yep. Fierce uppercut.
Yeah.
Told you, Critical Art. That's gonna be it. He just walked right into the right space. A standing heavy punch. Perfectly done. In the right space too. Again, we called it out. We talked about that chip damage being an important factor.
I like that strategy from Mago overall, just to save that bar for the super situation. Also, release the fireballs off the table a little bit too, because you'll find that CA punish over and over again. Mago doing a fantastic job of getting the battery going, and again, not letting these whips happen. We saw what happens if you whip with DP, or you're open, you're looking free. Mago with the damage. Haven't seen too much of the character in terms of like these fantastic super combos though. Oh my God, crush. No big follow-up though, but still, look at how much damage was done from that one sequence.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, but then he left it in a spot where he was at a disadvantage. Well, actually, not a disadvantage, but he wasn't gonna frame trap Mago. Up until this point, oh, a big conversion missed out. He had the crouching medium punch. You could have gotten a lot more out of that. Crouching medium punch leads to pretty good damage on, or excuse me, pretty good conversions if it's counter hit.
True. Pops it out, nice and easy. Yeah, Sandblast, feature of flavor to make that safe. Crushing kick right back at him with the super situation. About to accelerate this real quick. And that's enough to do it. Mago, how many CA finishes are we going to see today? So smart with it with the meter usage.
A big jump in from the side of Mago. No uppercut from the side of Momochi. Again, the counter hit now. Opening off with a frame trap. And he's going to get the stun as well. Building a little bit of meter for himself. Helen. And a small man. There's just small gaps. Untouchable. Mago right
like
now.
That.
Just
oh my God.
Destroying and dismantling the defense that Momochi hasn't shown. Honestly, he has just been dismantling him. There was a multitude of frame traps. Sure, he got a couple of throws in, but then he got it stuck in his brain. He's like, all right, well, I'm going to get you with this throw bait next time. This has been all Mago. This has been all day Mago.
All year Mago. 24/7. But one of the things I'm also seeing is Mago, when you have a character, he said all year. New year, new me. But the thing about Mago is I feel like he's doing a fantastic job of exemplifying what's going on with the character when you've played it for years upon years, right? You know, there's a lot of things that you have to sniff out if you are playing Luke and you don't have the time. It's only recently came out. Whip punch from Mago against that crouching medium punch was actually kind of fierce. That's ridiculous.
The cross cut DP from the side of Momochi does get the EX Sandblaster for a good amount of pressure, actually good amount of space out of the corners. Excuse me. The carry is so good. Oh, he was looking for the activation, but still nice work. Does get the opening. Momochi staying alive. Does get the first round of game number 4. But we'll see. Again, we haven't seen anything super crazy from the side of Luke. Been pretty solid, or at least pretty steady. Nothing too wild at all.
It's such a short character you can play him that way, but you want more in terms of the damage output in some of these situations that we've been seeing. You want more from Luke. Those 40-50% combos that we've been seeing, especially when they're stocked up and locked up. Mochi's been playing a real easy pace, real footsie-based pace. Not a lot. But here's the activation, though, from Mago. Let's swing this right back.
You see Mago slowly trying to dissect and figure out the puzzle that is Momochi. Right, he's presented him with a bunch of options in the mid-range game as well as the Sandblaster. He's been one of the biggest threats so far, but Mago, again, still catching Momochi pressing buttons. Any sequence now can actually be a kill. No, he did not confirm it, but still gets a target combo into trigger activation. Momochi does have a chance to fight back, but it's going to be a slow grind. This is another death situation, possibly, for Momochi. Mago has the same setup for...
In featured.
Oh, even more so now than ever.
Yes, one touch. You can save that bar too, and he does as he goes into set point, fully stocked, locked, and ready to unload that super at any point. And that could be to put himself in Oki or seal it. Either way, set point Mago.
Yeah, this is pivotal. This is absolutely pivotal for Mago. Having so much meter. Oh, that was just a little bit too high off the mark, but still waking up with buttons to counter hit. Back throw now. Mago gets to reset the situation. A big whiff punish, man. He is absolutely ready for it. Another counter hit. Looking for a bait from Momochi, but no, the target combo finds the mark. Opts not to go into trigger. He just wants to get the knockdown in the Oki.
Talk about how good that 3-frame is. The fact that you can link into the target combo and get the Oki going is fantastic. But still caught in the corner once again. Jalen, activation. Pressing on the plus frames. Oh, Mago!
Oh, he's dead!
To seal it.
Oh, he's dead, for sure.
Oh.
Nice work.
Yeah.
Very nice work from Mago. Again, it could have been a little scary, right? He did a crouch medium punch, let it go, and then immediately went for the jump in. Still managed to catch the mark. I do like that. That is a 3-1 victory in this first half of the set. Again, it is a race to 5, so they will be switching out seats, right? That was the away team, and man, when you think about that, having that kind of advantage and being able to switch to the home position, that means the world to someone like Gyogun. Again, the best they've done against Shinobiism Gaming was catch a draw in their matchups against each other in the league. But right now, it's looking very dominant for Gyogun. And I will say, I think I like Akira from Momochi more so than the Luke, because I think it was more refined, if you will. I think there was much more of a threat with this Akira than it is with the Luke. As good and as much potential Luke has right now in the current meta, I just don't think it was enough to deter somebody like a seasoned vet of Mago and his camp.
Hey, Mago not even have to go for the anti-airs. No jumps. Zero on his side, so got the victory. There were some anti-airs on the side of Mochi, but again, not having the time with the character that you usually would. One of the DPs baited right there, EX Edition got baited, now all the anti-airs were working. You're not having the time, the comfortability with the character, especially when it comes down to closing time. We're trying to find those last hits to do it. That's always the worst. Like, finding the offense is great, all these combos are sick and stuff, but if you're not able to land those, make the magic happen, then it doesn't really matter. And someone like Mago's been playing Cammy for years upon years, months upon months, has that comfortability, feels fantastic in the neutral, things like that, has him in the corner, able to finesse him. So Mago, just 3-1ing over a strong Luke, that may be stronger months to come, but not right now. And speaking of strong right here, we can see that strong start that Higuchi had taken away from Moke, who was just too fluid with it. You know, this is a fantastic interruption right here from Higuchi, but as things were going down, Moke started accessing the best things of the character, the corner carry, nasty reversal off the crouch fierce that he had set up shop with. Look at that light buffer right there. I didn't even notice that he dealt with the knuckle duster like that. Off the light. Sheesh.
Yeah, you were talking about the most potential unlocked with Machine. That's pretty much everything. Right, that's his entire toolkit. When you see it initiate on offense, it's like, all right, well, now we understand exactly why this character is such a nuisance, right? This character has been dominating this team for so long, season after season, and he was so like stepped on in season 1. It's actually kind of wild. And you can't say, I will tell you guys right now in chat, y'all slept on this character in season 1. I definitely slept on this character in season 1 as well. But to be fair, Chun-Li and Ryu were running rampant. All right, jumping short, jumping light kick, that was the thing with Ryu. But anyways, I digress. Going into the matchups themselves, I think Fujimura did an excellent job dismantling Machibo and making all the right calls. I think even though his Chun-Li may have been on the back burner, it feels like it hasn't been. He has purposely matched up this Chun-Li against either of the Camis, right? He was bound to run into one sooner or later because of the fact that there's 2 on deck with Mago and Machibo. So very well placed, or sorry, very well done from the side of Fujimura. I think, you know, he knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he came and pretty much accomplished his mission. And as you can see here, the final match between these two teams, or at least for the first set, right? Luke coming in hot. We saw a little bit of the Sandblaster doing in some work, right? Momochi getting into the swing of things, at least treating Luke like a Shoto for the most part. But look at the damage output without too much meter involved. I do like that, but still, is it enough for the queen of damage and Oki? I will say Cammy does do it a little bit better than Luke, despite not having the fireball. Like, why have a fireball when you could have a dive kick, right? And as you can see here, and you see the activation right from the trigger. I don't see it being that big of a threat right now. I think the other V trigger, where it allows you to use all of your flash knuckles in quick succession, that leads to so much damage in Oki. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Going on into it again, we did see Shinobiism Gaming falter just short. We do have a slight hiccup production-wise. We will get Senkola back on track, but I will tell you right now, again, we are switching things up and getting ourselves ready for the second part in this race to 5. As you can see, Gyogun pretty much gaining the advantage coming in from the away side, again, being susceptible to the counter pick choices, being able to switch it around, going into the home team position with 3 points. All they need now is to net themselves 2 points, but that is a heavy hill to climb because you have to do it via your first 2 matches rather than the anchor match. We've seen how that went in the first match. If you happen to falter short, you could fall by the wayside. You saw it between Nodon Beast and V6 plus FAV Roto Z. But we'll see if my man St. Cola is back for the second half. As you can see, the action is just a little bit too much for some of us. It happened to be earlier, I will say that. But I'll tell you what, right now, we are gearing ourselves and getting ready for the second half. as you can see, Mago's team with Machabo, Moke, and Mizuha, they're getting ready to get the counter picks going. I want to see what's going to happen next. I did not get to see who was up on the away side from Shinobiism Gaming. I would love to see the order, but we'll get into that momentarily. From what it says initially, right, from what we talked about earlier, Shinobiism Gaming looked like they had the upper hand going into the matchup just based on their results alone, right? They went 3-1, and then their second instance, they went 2-2. As it stands right now, it's been a complete shutout, or at least a huge turnaround, I should say, for Gyogun, getting 3-1. So now I want to know, okay, we did not get the established order yet, so that's going to be very imperative right now. Shinobiism Gaming is still trying to figure out who they want to send up next. For those of you that are just tuning in, we are getting the switch around. Again, we do have the home and away team set up, the home and away team ruling. But to keep it fair, it is a race to 5, so they do have to switch sides once they hit their first 3 players, once they get their games going. But it is going to be Higuchi going up first and Machabo getting the counter. Okay, I do like that a lot. Let's see if my man St. Cola has anything to say about that yet. But as we can see, or before we get into that and figuring that out, let's take a look-see at what we have for the stats, right? We see the amount of points accumulated from Machabo. It was 6 points. It has not been the best record. He was a little shaky up until the point where he got his first win with the Kali in the league, and that's where he started to get his confidence. He went back to Kami, slowly started to get points, but it was just in the later half of the season where it didn't really get to shine as often. And Higuchi, also being one of the promising young guns, made it into Capcom Cup this year, only managed to get himself 7 points, which is a pretty huge statement, I think, in my opinion. I think, you know, as strong of a run he had this year, I think once some of the players around his area had studied him, they had broken him down pretty efficiently. And you kind of saw that in the matchup today as well. Moke took down Higuchi in the first set 2-1, despite Moke taking the L pretty convincingly in the first round, or the first part of the set. Moke completely changed its sides. But as it stands right now, this is going to be the matchup we are going to expect. Machabo with that Kami, Higuchi with that Guile. Normally I would ask St. Cola his opinions on the matchup, but this is how I'd like to see it, really. I think Kami does a pretty fantastic job against Guile. I think there's plenty of ways around Boom with meter. Also, being able to predict something like Sonic Boom with a jump in is pretty imperative. And even if you don't, you could also have dive kick prepped just in case, right? If you see Guile not maintaining the charge, if you think they're quick enough or not, you can kind of tempt them with a dive kick and see if they're ready to intercept. But for the most part, we're not going to see that in this level play. I think what's going to happen is Machabo's going to do his best to get as many trade-offs as possible within Sonic Boom range. And what I mean by that is Higuchi is going to try to establish the pace with Sonic Booms. And Machabo's going to try to use something like a stand medium kick to get these trades off, to kind of stop Higuchi from using that boom and force him to start using normals. That's when Machabo's going to start realizing, all right, well, if he's not going to throw out these booms anymore, I'm going to try to get these whiff punishes going. And that's going to be the kind of game that Machabo wants to set. Higuchi, however, needs to keep his offenses, or excuse me, keep his game plan as ambiguous as possible. I think he's done a great job of mixing up between normals and sonic booms to the extent of getting these Ws, but against a seasoned vet like Machabo, who could pick up on certain tendencies so quickly and offensive patterns so quickly, I think he's going to be more than equipped to handle anything that Higuchi throws at him. So we'll see how that plays out. But as it stands right now, again, we're trying our best to get my man St. Cola. He got a little bit too hyped for that last match, as he usually does, but we will get him back shortly. I'm not purposely trying to take the mic away from him. I am not just talking just to talk. I am just making sure that you guys know that St. Cola will be coming back to us very, very shortly. In the meantime, we will get our match going in the second half in the race to 5. As it stands right now, Shinobiism Gaming is at the deficit against Team Gyogun. 1-3. Machabo is here to start things off and keep the momentum going, but can he do it against the experienced youth that is Higuchi's Guile? see the Sonic Booms already. We already saw Higuchi actually walk forward with the crouching light kick. And I like this back and forth, yeah. Machimo still trying to figure out when to initiate offense. I'm liking this from Higuchi. Back and forth momentum between the normals and the Sonic Booms. You see the medium kicks coming out from Machimo, right? He's trying to stuff out some of these Sonic Booms. Welcome back, St. Cola.
Yes, sir. I came back at the right time. Higuchi going up. Oh my God. Let's see what to do out here. Higuchi working with a two-piece. The counter hit. I like that. Try to get that range from the Fierce. Try to get that interruption against the Sonic Booms. The dash up throw though. Here we go. Scammy, cammy, pressure time. The down kick is fine. The four piece of the flash kick for the distance. My man got the hit and got the walk up throw too. Just always staying with it.
Again, we talked about that initial strategy. I was expressing earlier how Machimo wants to use normal to kind of trade off against the Sonic Boom, and Higuchi has done a great job of covering that up. He wants to make sure that he doesn't involve himself in any of these trades, right? He does a great job of mixing between normals and Sonic Booms.
Absolutely the case. So she's all playing your face. What are you gonna do? EX V reversal, trying to get the distance. Like that. Machimo's ready for it.
That's such a valid point, right? When it comes to Cammy, if she is up in your face like that with a plethora of different frame shots that she can utilize, as well as a throw game that leads to repeated Oki in the corner, what do you actually do about that? Are you going to spend it? Yeah, you have to. There's going to be a good amount of damage on the board, and it leads to Oki. Double dash forward, or maybe a jumping safe jump. Double dash forward is the case.
Jumped away though. Want to stay away from that flash kick situation. The medium punch comes through. The interruption. You know what to do. Higuchi though stocked with a lot of bar, and this could let him set up shop for like an early lead, which just wins against bar first bar of the round.
Oh, upside down kick. Finding the mark as well. I love it when I see that. Oh, but here we go. A big giant jump in just up the. I feel like a read for Machimo. Back to at least the corner. Or at least close to a big conversion, and I say it's big because now he gets the side switch and the Oki back throw now. Resetting the situation entirely. Anti-air flash kick, you already know.
The screen. Dash up with a baby boomer. Trying to open him up with a medium. So that's a lot of trigger to stay solid out here. But Machimo is on the verge of super. Even if it won't kill, it will put him in prime position to take that game. Looking for that one hit to do it. Build that bar every hit. You can block these booms out, it's fine. You're gonna build that bar. Oh, but it don't matter. Higuchi shoots first.
It could have been, I think that was a one-hit scenario for either player. I think Machimo did a fantastic job, by the way, that led up to that point, but he got a little bit overzealous walking up where he shouldn't have. He was looking so desperately for a throw, but instead Higuchi managed to seal it out with that crouching medium. It was very smart decision-making there from Higuchi. A little bit of an overextension from Machimo. He was in a one-hit position for sure. I think, setting heavy punch into uppercut, into critical art would have definitely sealed the case.
True. Now, Higuchi's still up in the game though. Machimo trying to walk him now has been difficult because if you don't have the EX bar to come through the fireballs, you're relying upon like going to the sky with a dive kick or just walking down with the ground game. Machimo's proven that he's pretty good at it. There's the fears, the throw too. Yeah. Conversion though, off the sledgehammer.
Right? I think Machimo's done a fantastic job of nullifying the Sonic Boom threats, and again, still being within range to anti-air with the uppercut. So smart. But now, this is where the tide turns, right? Higuchi has done a fantastic job of converting off of trigger and also regaining the momentum. Again, so pivotal in getting out of the corner.
Not spend those baby boomers just yet. Every so often, play up the Sonic Boom, but knows not to be whipping out here. Lockdown, I like that. Just use it as a lockdown sort of tool. Walk into the corner, take him into the crush, into the super.
Yeah, you love to see that. Got Fierce into a critical art, the 5-knuckle shuffle into destruction. One of my favorite crush counter conversions is that one right there. Man, and speaking of conversions, look at the charge time on that. My man Higuchi held down south, still managed to get the standing short. This guy is an execution beast.
So go upside down, but the EX that can come into play, which is what he does. EX right back at him. Higuchi with the flash kick. Another EX bar used to get against the fireball. Call with the meter kick. Like that activation was too far out to do much. The walk up though from Higuchi. Dive kick again, almost close to that win. touch. Ignorant light puts him to the night.
Immediately dashing up, and you see the counter hit, and Higuchi did not believe. That standing short, we saw the light kick counter hit actually from Macho Ball. He was 100% confident in his pressure. I mean, like, as you should be as Cammy. That's exactly what you need to go for. It's like, you know, you cannot let go of the gas pedal once you're in the corner of his hand. That's just not the Cammy way.
No. Playing lame is not the Cammy way, unless you're just someone. But that's a different story. That's years and years of being lame. Ooh, nice dive kick right there through the fireballs. Just gotta watch this guy a bit more. Oh, but speaking of more, that's a lot of damage. And a fat lead right here for Higuchi. Uh-oh.
It's pretty pivotal, actually.
Walk up throw.
Look at that match point for Higuchi. Trigger is still on deck for Macho Ball. He needs at least a touch and a half. And that's not going to be the way to open it up. He does have a little bit of trigger on deck, but Higuchi knows it as well. He's going to sit and block and wait for it to dissipate. No longer in threat of the trigger, but I think, again, still in one-touch scenario. Oh my god, that could have been a big counter hit for Higuchi. He can't, Macho Ball can't find the hit. He just needs one. Yeah, he's given up on the hopes and dreams of Critical Art. And the big error indeed from Macho Ball. He went for a dive kick and he messed it up. And Higuchi just clapping his victory. He's like, yes, I'm so grateful that you messed that up. Thank you, Lord. With a T at the end.
Thank you.
Period. Thank you, Lord.
That is definitely wild because we haven't seen that many misses from Macho in terms of dive kicks, especially in the latter half of the Street Fighter League. So the one time that it comes through is the one time things get done for Higuchi. He's definitely thinking whatever he believes in at the top. So Higuchi taking out Macho, he's scratching his head. He's like, dang, because that could have led to so much. A nice clean dive kick that kept in the round, but that's how it goes down. 3 points on the side still. But Shinobiism Gaming is not done yet. Higuchi bringing up more points for the team. Let's see if they can even out. The next match will determine if they can even things out. Be even more pivotal out here. But that momentum from Higuchi has got to be a lot for the team. And we can do it.
No, I agree. I think this is the exact same kind of match we saw with Mildon Beast setting things up, right? They were at a deficit 1-3 and they managed to get a 3-0 sweep. I'm wondering if Shinobiism can execute the same kind of strategy, but that's just so much to ask for right now because they are on the away side. They do not really have the option to choose who goes up next, right? They are susceptible to the counter pick considering that Gyogun is now in the home team position after the switch and having the point value in their favor going in 3-2. So as it stands right now, Higuchi keeping the dream alive. He does have 2 points for their team. But up next, I believe that is Fujimura waiting in the rafters with Cammy.
Ooh.
Who would you send out against Fujimura?
I need to go back to my... Man, against Fujimura? This is difficult. I feel like you need somebody that's able to deal with the buffer situation. You know what? Tell Mizuha. This person has been a prime pick against a lot of players that I didn't expect because I feel like the way he's fought against people like Bonchan, he's fought against other players, he's been a huge surprise this entire league. He's been one of my top spots in terms of people who have like been a lot stronger than you might think. And guess what? Going up against Fujimura on the deck. Also, I think his character pick's fine. You know, you have Colleen that can deal with the dive kicks with the parry. Her ground game's pretty good too. Just you know, and the damage that comes from the V-trigger activations, even after it's all drained away, she puts you in the corner, she can still play. So that's those fantastic normals to jail you in and get that win. However, Fujimura is beyond man. That is more machine than man now. You open that man up, it's 75% parts.
He's not half and half anymore. Now he's gone full cyborg, I feel. Or at least like, you know, majority cyborg than he is like a human. So I see it. So looking at Mizuha's previous record against Shinobiism Gaming, I think Mizuha's done a fantastic job. I think he's taken down Momochi before. He's taken out Higuchi. The only person he has left to play is Fujimura. I think this is the first time they are facing off against each other from what it says. That is confirmed. Mizuha has not yet played off against Fujimura's Cammy. However, I want to take a look at Mizuha's record against Cammy overall. He's played a good amount of the cast. I mean, he was bound to play at least one Kami, right? Let me take a look. Let me take a look real quick. Let me put my investigative eyeballs in real quick. You know, I take it back. He actually hasn't played a single Kami. That is actually crazy to hear. Mizuha has not played a single Kami in the league.
Wow.
Not one
You
time.
are a lucky person. Yeah, a lot of you take it for that one. You are a lucky person.
He's faced off against like Karen, Rashid, Guile, but no Kami. Dictator, Chun-Li, Chun-Li's, you know, Akira.
Yeah.
He lost against Zangief also, like one of his first matches.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But overall, he's fought most of the roster, and now to come through against Kami. But then again, even if you haven't fought Kami in Street Fighter League, you probably fought him. And you're everywhere. You know, this character is a big threat, especially in Japan, where a lot of the best Kami players reside. So you probably have something for him. But then again, we've seen how strong Fujimura is with this character. The buffers behind every single button. We've seen off of jabs, making even the crouching light jab a strong threat that leads into Oki is just wild to me. So we're gonna see how Mizuha deals with that and how he is able to find an approach and not open himself up.
There was a valid point to be made. You know, most of the Kamis, quote unquote, were on his team. I mean, he has Mago and Machibo, and so I guess that counts. But I mean, you still have Fujimura. I mean, you do have Akira as well, right? He was the more offensive Kami, I feel like. So there was at least two other Kamis in play. That's just my 2 cents on it. But either way, the point still stands. Mizuha has not played against a Kami yet in the league, so very curious to see how this matchup goes. You talked about the versatility of Colleen, the damage output she has, and how she has one of the biggest comeback factors with V-Trigger as well.
Yeah, she's got. It's different though this season, right? Because it drains a little bit faster. It's more about putting you in the corner and then sapping away most of your health, and then finishing the job with their own footsie game. So there's an onus on the Colleen players a little bit more this season to get that final hit to do it. But it's still ridiculous. And if you're a good Colleen player like Mizuha, as we've seen time and time again, you can get multiple V triggers in the end. Like you can get 2 in a round. You know, sometimes it happens like that if you're able to land the crush counters and the V skills. Let's see what lands in this match: Fujimura versus Mizuha.
I'd like to see it. Here we go, the first game between these two. Fujimura, we've seen how much of a robot he really is. Being able to counter hit 2 times over with medium kick already in Mizuha's head. We'll see though, Mizuha still slowly trying to push Kami to the corner. The back roundhouse is keeping his normals, or keeping her normals in check, excuse me.
Shinobi kick coming through though, as opposed to that walk-up approach. Shinobi kick and then sets up shot for the mediums. Standing addition, the back heavy kick and the fierce as well from Mizuha.
And you talk about that crouch medium kick just occupying a good amount of space too. With that back roundhouse combined, I think, you know, Mizuha has a firm understanding of how he wants to play against Fujimura. However, Fujimura is showing that patience. He's like, you know, I'm willing to play that game as well. I'm down to play footsies.
There we go. EX side switch with it. Inside the corner, a lot of room to breathe. Use that medium kick too. Now coming through from Fujimura. Another one.
Boy.
It's a 3-piece, the DP.
You can see, sense a little bit of the desperation, the back throw, but there's about 28 seconds left. He's gonna need a hefty amount of throws if Fujimura sits still. But as it stands right now, Fujimura is gonna be using that space behind him to get out of there. Another throw. Don't even quick rise. Oh, he does quick rise. 15 seconds left on the clock. No conversion off that low medium kick. Fujimura is still swinging. He might get the time over. We talked about this before. How often do you get a time over with Kami? Not too often, but we might see it here. 3, he's hanging out.
Time over.
Yeah, he's just boxing
And
him
it's
out
0 right there.
now.
Fujimura.
Fight.
It's around the ring. Tire him out. I'll start though. Mizuha. If we get a conversion, the quarter carry up the parabellum ender. Anti-rotate out the jab. Missed the dive kick.
Ah, 2 times over. He whipped that throw. Fujimura actually wasn't even ready for his own confirm. Excellent opportunity for Mizuha though. Oh. Background house finding the mark. Such a snap. And speaking of snaps, that standing heavy punch
It's a
still
fierce
catching
throw.
people off guard and counter hit as well. Forward throw. Now he's going to be in chip territory. At this point,
Can't activate here.
Koei is not allowed. Yeah, she's not allowed to play at this point. And Fujimura knew it. Does get to confirm either way. Mizuha was stuck on a bunch of meter. That actually sucks to see. That's actually pretty rough to see. You have so much meter down below and you don't even get to spend it.
Yeah. Like that's such a strong point of this character. Like if she's got a bar, she can take it far. You get a lot of corner carry up this character, plus damage too. But those openings weren't there. Fujimura was aware, and we got to give Fujimura a lot of credit. I, as you have pointed out, have never seen like Cammy's play that lane like that, and especially when the time is going down, being able to just stay active and stay outside the distance and get the time over. A lot of these things are wearing down Mizuha.
Puts Shinobiism in a prime position to take themselves to the next level, right? I think the pace that Fujimura is playing at, I wouldn't really doubt him scoring this next point. But as it stands right now, Mizuha is trying to do his best. Man, that was such an awkward situation, but Fujimura getting the better. Here's the activation after the crouch. Heavy punch is blocked.
Back heavy kick again, just too far out the distance. We're just so active with the buttons, the lights, things like that, just buffering.
Back throw now. Mizuha is in a safe distance to actually get the trigger activation going because of that back throw. Fujimura is not allowed to pursue an offense. But that stand is short. Man, it didn't amount to much, but still the activation is perfect for Mizuha, and now the onslaught is here. Ice javelin 2 times over, just one more touch. And the touch is there from the crouching medium kick, setting up good tool to outpull Cammy.
Able to catch that walk back, especially as a closer right there. Fantastic play from Mizuha. Again, able to spin that bar. When he's able to spin the bar, look at how much damage is being done in the corner carry situation, and this is good. Have these better round starts that forces Fujimura to come to him and get that win. No more lane play, no more, waiting outside the distance, circling him around the ring. You gotta come to him to get that win. That's where you can enact those better normals in some situations. I shouldn't say better normals, but good normals off the fierce in the back heavy kick.
Mizuha has done such a good job too of dashing up and sneaking in some of these back throws to maintain pressure. I do love that about him, being able to get his offense, but still, how impressive is your offense compared to someone like the Machine? Okay, well, doing pretty good. Oh, that's so dangerous. Mizuha taking full advantage of Fujimura's human side. Human error is what allowed Mizuha to get that victory. Fujimura guessing where he should.
You gotta discard the
Got
human
ice in his
self.
veins.
You gotta discard it. You gotta put it to the side. Ain't no reason to have it. The EXTP sealed it, and now we're even right here. Ah, man, Mizuha starting to get the better reads, and again, the better bar usage. This is what we want to see before. You can't be down with all that bar, and being able to access that and get the damage on the deck is making Fujimura break down, and the gameplay that he's got doesn't seem like it doesn't work when you don't have that lead. You can kind of outbox them and use that movement and smoothness to stay away, to frustrate them and play. There we go, Fierce. It's the spiral arrow for the Oki, but Mizuha still fighting back. Like that, you're in the corner.
Big counter hit conversion off of that crouching jab. It leads to so much, right? Now we're supposed to stun. Mizuha is in dire straits. Just one touch with all that gray life is going to be enough for Fujimura to take down the round. Oh my God, in the stun, yes sir. That's it. Fujimura again looking at match point. But I will say, Mizuha does have a little bit more of the meter advantage down below. We'll see how he utilizes that in an opening.
Maybe something up that same light kick. Slam shot with the crouching medium kick as well. Back, had to starting to get whip punched. Using the fear. That distance. Oh, this is real good. Get that corner carry. Yeah, put that parabellum on him. With fire. Throw two as well, put him in a coffin. Challenges the dash up. Gets the activation, spinning all that bar for the side switch too. And have super on the deck. Yo, EX connects the parry. On your knees.
So imperative, right? Fujimura needs to break down the defense, but now it's going to be Mizuha finding the gap, threading the needle, getting himself the trigger activation, which is way more imperative now in the swing of things. We see Mizuha trying to keep Fujimura locked in, and that's going to be it. Yes, sir. It's all tied up here, but here's the biggest threat. Cammy with full critical art going into the final round. Mizuha with just a bar and a half, a little bit over a bar and a half. We'll see who is going to take advantage of this, of the meter.
Here's trying to find a crush. Would love to have one of those to get that corner push. On the other side, as you pointed out, he's while being used Emilio from Fujimura. That's not bad. You're definitely gonna get it back in a super situation if need be. Get that confidence though from Mizuha. The walk up.
I think it's just the placement of normals right now, deterring Fujimura for even trying to outpace him with normals. I think it's because Mizuha pretty much set the pace very well with that back roundhouse, exactly like that. Catching a couple of crush counters against Fujimura, that he's allowed to walk in that space that is closer for the stand medium punches too, and now he's buffering away. This is exactly what Mizuha wants really to get himself going. And he has trigger on deck. I think he could probably close it out in a touch and a half. Oh, that's one.
Count him out. And with another one. Javelin. The throw. Definitely one more touch if you can seal it. Find a good conversion. Chase down. Side switch with the jab.
Mizuha still
trades.
pressing button by
Still in
that
favor.
duration. Oh, that's gonna be it! The stand short bumper! R-bar! That's what I'm talking about. Mizuha! He broke down Fujimura so well in that instance. That was the most impressive play I've seen thus far today.
Incredible. Man over machine. Man over machine. Using that light, that was insane. And again, when he was able to use bar like that, the access to better tools of Colleen, he found the damage. And additionally, as you were pointing out, we saw a whip punish that happened against the back heavy kick, right? But Mizuha did not take that off the table. And as you had pointed out, allowed him to walk in to get these wins, allowed him to walk in against Cammy, allowed him to take that space. To put Fujimura in his place. That's 2-1 right there. 4 points on the side. That's not looking so good for Shinobiism Gaming.
Right. You know, we're still in the potential to see the most matches played out, right? If it's pretty much up to Momochi now. If Momochi manages to snag this victory, we will get another reset and we will switch sides yet again. But that's if he gets this W, and that's whether or not he uses Akuda or Luke.
That's true. That's true right here. You see the anti-airs 3-5 right on the side of Mizuha. One of those being the on your knees with the parry and the whiff DP from Fujimura. That was punished in kind. And I'm really curious. You brought up the Luke. I think honestly, it's time to go back to Akira. We see Luke on the deck.
Yeah,
He's gonna run first. He's stuck there. But man, the Akira might have been a better pick. Going up against Mago again.
Well, so he's not entirely stuck, right? It is a best of 5, so if he does happen to lose the first game, he does get to switch off, but so that was my bad, my mistake. Luke is going to be the first choice up for Momochi, but right now, Mago, I think he could stand both characters because he does play Akira himself. Even if the switch up happens, I think Cammy is more than suitable. Jesus, that close up, I love it. I wish I knew what he was saying. The fact that Cammy is more than suitable for both Luke and Akira should be just fine for Mago. But as it stands right now, Mago's comment as they zoomed in, he said he hasn't fought Momochi's Luke before today, but after playing him once just now, he feels it was too easy. Damn.
Oh my God. Do it to him like that?
I like that.
That is the nastiest. That is nasty, bro. That Mago has always been a troll. Mago always be talking some mess out here. We even saw him have his down button little stuck when he was in the concept match against Nemo. So him saying it was too easy. You know, watching that match as things went on, I don't, you know, I trust him. I don't, you know, not believe him. So the way that he broke down Momochi's, just his footsie, with his, you know, years and years of experience with this character, you can definitely see the gap. But let's see if Momochi has something different, or if, you know, one of the rounds, or I'm sorry, matches goes astray and he says, you know what, now it's time to go for the Akira pick. Now it's time to go for something, a different character to fight this Cammy, if it doesn't happen like that. But has to start off with the Luke first. Let's see what to do. Let's see if he has something different. If he's with the lab a bit and said, I gotta do something different. I gotta maybe DP a little bit better or have some better combos. Because that's one thing we didn't see are those sick Javits combos you see all on Twitter that make this character so strong. We didn't see those in the match.
Yeah, I agree. I think there hasn't been enough of a threat. I think most of the time we've seen the damage output come from V-Trigger 2, but Mochi is sticking to his guns quite literally with the Sandblaster in V-Trigger 1. I don't know if that's like the optimal choice, in my opinion, because like he's gonna be slugging it out mostly up close and getting some of these damages with frame traps, right? I feel like Luke does a pretty good job of opening people up and dealing hefty damage on punishes, right? But as it stands right now, Mochi wants to play it out with Trigger 1. I might be wrong, but I don't know. I've seen a lot of Twitter clips with Trigger 2 being pretty damn damaging.
Oh yeah. That with a V skill locked up. Who was locked up is a big jumping right here up the Fierce. That slide walk up throw. Puts him in the corner. That bar being built up. Runs in the medium kick activation. We see some damage. Chasing for the Oki. Gets the back throw. One more touch will do it. Oh, the challenge on the shimmy. Yo, Mago, 2D God. Not called that for no reason.
Oh, he needs one more hit. He needs one more hit, Sam. Is he gonna get it? Forward throw now. Oh, this is tough. Is he gonna be in that situation again? The jump jab. So smart from Mochi, because if Mago had landed into a block string, that would have been enough Grey Life taken down to chip into critical hit. So smart. Good reaction from Mochi.
Good point. We're going for that option. I was definitely not looking out for that. Now he's looking a lot more solid. Oh, he's like, oh, this is too easy. Let me turn up the difficulty. Let me turn it up just a little bit. How about normal mode? How about normal mode? Check the damage. The red, you're almost dead. Finish the job, though. Well, can't we stay alive?
Oh, no.
We have the cheat codes.
Oh, no, not like this.
No, please don't. Please don't. Okay,
Nice shot. Yes, sir.
Oh.
No medium kick, staying alive. I do like that from Mochi, man. No fear. That's what I'm talking about. He had the life lead. You can't let someone like Mago get away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. Not as Cammy.
He keep getting away with it. No, stop her. Come the new threat, the new people that have their Twitter fingers going. But you see on Twitter some of the more intricate combos coming from Mochi, a lot more stability. Sometimes all it takes is a little bit more with the character to get a little bit warmed up. And right here, he's super warm. Mago, if you look at the top right of the screen, looking a little lost, he's like, dang, I gotta concentrate really for this? Mochi putting him on notice.
It's going to be pretty huge, right, for Shinobiism Gaming. It's all about them trying to get this reset for the final counter pick, right? This will put them at 4 points if they manage to get the W, but it's a pretty tall order considering the matchup at hand. I think Luke does a pretty good job overall, but still falters just a little bit short against someone like Cammy, in my opinion.
You might be right. What's the game looking actually in her element? But Mochi right now just outplaying Mago. And then should not walk up throw with the confidence though. See, I'm still in normal mode. If you want me to turn this on at any time, I'll do so. And anytime you want me to do that, Mago gonna show something different.
Oh boy. Does get the target combo. Off of the mediums. The snapback combo, I guess you should say.
Medium jump in.
There's present.
That medium punch is such a... that medium punch is so good as a neutral tool. You set up shop with that, but man, that DP, no sympathy for that DP. You're gonna find that punish. Ugh.
Trigger is on deck for Mago. He does need a solid hit confirmed, and he does so off of the medium kick, converted into the uppercut whilst in V-Trigger. Again, that is an absolute staple. You already know Mago was going to keep it nice and simple. He was looking for any small whiff punish that he could find, and he found it with that medium kick. Again, Cammy being such a threat in that trigger, being able to damage, or should we deal out that damage output in an instant.
I like that Mago's ducking a lot more, avoiding the back heavy kick like that. Stay away from the crush counter or on hit situation. Forcing different buttons and options from Mochi, but here's the throw. What position? Can he keep him there though? Will confidently just walk in.
By little, yeah.
You can see why.
Forward throw. At the Oki. Snap back into the trigger, though. Does leave him plus. Empty jump in, uppercut,
Jump
critical
in,
out.
that's
There's
the
going to
win.
be a pretty good amount of damage. I don't know, there's a lot of damage involved, a lot of scaling involved, I should say. Dash it 2 times over. Ugh, I wanted to see the helicopter air throw. I wanted to see it.
Yeah.
Mago still
Style with him a little
blocking.
bit.
The EX uppercut, full patience and full on read from Mago, knowing that Momochi was slightly desperate, tying it all up 1-1. What does Momochi have in store? Is he ever gonna go into the character select? Now, I will say he got the first W, not bad. Maybe he can slowly acclimate himself as to how Mago wants to play, but we'll see. No,
I was gonna some
uppercut
cheat codes. I don't
again.
know if it's Game Shark or man. You're not denying the aerial
Again.
push, so you jump in it for free. Free clearance.
It hurts. It hurts me. He has one of the good uppercuts.
He's such a good uppercut. Exactly. It's so fast with
Hey.
it too. Nice cross cut. Puts him in the corner this time. Yeah. Solidify a little bit.
Is that what he was looking for the whole time? He was waiting to use the Rising Rocket for a side switch? I can't tell. Oh my god. Eh, the damage is alright. Not gonna lie, the damage is alright for a V-trigger.
Yeah.
Spinning
Could be
the
better.
bar.
Should we stun?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It's a stun. The done deal after that.
Round 2.
Getting the first round of game 3.
I think I like the V-trigger pick, at least in some of these situations where he just maybe doesn't have the most optimal, gameplay, but he's like, oh, I can get these extensions enough to get the stun and done. And it's starting to work out there. But now Mago, the fantastic round start, building up that stun on his side this time. EX dive kick coming through. You thought you could start your target combo into a V-trigger? No go. One more touchdown. Many ways to close it out.
Nice and easy again.
That win.
Final round.
Oh.
Fight.
Been pretty back and forth, I will say. No conversions off of that from Mago. I don't believe that was a counter hit into standing heavy punch, but either way, does get the full conversion off of the jump in this time. Does get the corner carry as well for a throw. Allows him to get an Oki situation. Crouching medium punch is the solution, but no no jumping in against Mago.
Machimo finds the activation. I'm Machimo. Mochi finds the activation. A lot of M's. Right now, look at some W's. Yeah, I'll let it loose.
Oh no, you're dead.
No, the DP though. Oh my God. It's one thing to
I
whip.
do not
It's a,
I do not know what that was. Mago doesn't even know what that was either. He's looking right into the camera and he's trying to figure it out. He's like, are you all right there? Are you I'm gonna take this
good?
W if you want to give it
Good?
to me.
hey, thanks. It's cool. Try to get some points and now be up on game point of all things. But even if you're a top level player, again, you have to have the time with the character, and situations like that may happen more as you have less time with the character. From someone like Mago, on the other hand, he will pick that up and punish that in kind. And man, I wonder what that was. I honestly, Fireball, maybe not though. I don't know what
I
that
can't
was
tell.
though. But Mago, he'll take it. He'll take it.
I don't even think Fireball would have been necessary in that situation, to be honest with you. I don't even understand what it could have been. It could have been him walking forward and then trying to go for a Sand Blaster, which makes sense, right? Because it is a little bit overlapping into Rising Rocket. But either way, that is a mistake that is not affordable in this circumstance. This is literally your tournament life on the line, your league life on the line in this very moment. So
Yeah. This means
going into it,
that, at this point, I like Momochi, like, what do? Do you switch to, I think it's time to switch to a character that you have a little more stability with. It may be late in the game to do so, but my personal opinion is it's time to switch to a character that you might have more stability with, whether it be Ken or Kira, something different. Luke just not working out in every single, aspect. Maybe something you've had more time with. He's taking some time to kind of get some his complexion back. But what do you think, Vicious? What do you think he should do?
considering how much time he's taken to reassess, I would imagine he's going to be stubborn and stick with Luke. He would really want to make this matchup work out for him in the longevity of his plans. But I wouldn't be surprised if he picked Akira for the W for Seanerds. Yeah, I'm.
Oh,
yeah,
it's Fudo.
he's looking to better himself. He's picking the path of the ninja. He wants to make sure that he gets
Okay.
he gets the growing pains out now. But at the same time, it's tough to see when it's in a group setting and you have your teammates relying on you in this scenario. I think using Akira might have been the better choice considering their previous record. But as it stands right now, you know, Mochi, maybe he can make it work. Who knows?
Possible. Stranger things have happened. Mochi is a champion himself.
Oh,
But Mago,
That
no
flash
slouch out
up.
here, fierce.
let's get the VCL 1 charged up as well. With the hard shot. Oh, you're actually going to be pretty close to dead, actually. Throw will do it. And Mago knows it. Yeah, he was going for the light pressure, but instead, the stand medium kick, one touch.
I like that button against Luke. It looks like it's a fantastic button to challenge before even the buttons come out. But this one does land. Gets the corner carry off that DP situation. Right back at him, Mago with the side switch too. But the back throw on wake up though, you do not want to be called for the corner. And I could definitely understand why. Luke has some of the best combos in the business if you're able to land them. But we're out of there. Mago once again with his high kick situation, V-trigger flavored.
Snap back into the V-trigger. That's going to be a lot of plus frames after that, to be honest with you. Actually, not so much, right? Snap back. If you do the triple, if you do 3 mediums into V-trigger on block, it is +1, so it still leaves you at a pretty significant advantage. +1 is a pretty good deal.
Yeah, you take that. With a 3 frame, definitely take that. Just like that, you see Mochi swinging it back, stave off that set point for a little bit longer. The aggression on Mago's side, turning up. Oof.
Let's get the triple impact.
Yoki knockdown.
Target combo.
Scoop. It's a space.
The Sandblaster's keeping him away, but Mago for how long? Right, if anything, it's just giving him a little bit more resources. There's the activation here from Mochi. Doesn't really get anything out of it, right? It's just off of a block, but now it's gonna be more than enough. Mago eliminates Shinobiism Gaming with the tried and true Kami. 2 Kamis, I should say, from both Machabo and Mago. That is absolutely pivotal for Gyogun taking this W with all the momentum behind him. They're going to be moving on to face off against V6 plus FAV Roto Z.
Congratulations to them to secure another chance at a win, another chance at least at being in the grand finals. Crushing defeat for Shinobiism. Unfortunately, the loop pick just did not work once again. Mago just so prepared and ready. He said, you know, he hadn't played that character. He hadn't played Mochi with that character, but he was ready prepared for Momochi's ready prepared against Luke. We saw it in the gameplay, the medium kick coming through in the clutch. Fantastic play from Mago. Both times that he came up on the deck.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess technically Mago wasn't really prepared for it because he never really played against Momochi's Luke before. But he made that statement saying, you know, where the camera zoomed in on him, he was saying, you know, it wasn't really that difficult. He literally said, it feels like it was too easy. So, prepared or not, I think Mago's confidence is what really carried him. I think him being as familiar with Kami as possible, he didn't really need to understand the matchup in full depth. He just needed to understand the situation ahead of him, which was fine because I think Momochi was not equipped well enough to face off against someone like Kami, especially in the hands of somebody like Mago. You can see it right there. In terms of preparation, Momochi should have been the one that should have been more prepared. That wasn't the case because Mago, again, Capcom Cup qualifier, right? Tried and true Kami, one of the most aggressive Kamis we've seen. He just didn't have enough of it. I think the damage output is what really set them both apart with the amount of openings that Luke had in comparison to Kami. I think he could have done a lot more with a change of V-skill, or sorry, V-Trigger, but either way, that could have been a different story. As it stands right now, we're seeing the replays. Higuchi did a pretty solid job overall, especially in the run back as well. I think when it comes to facing down Machable, he actually took him down 2-0.
Yeah. Very strong in this gameplay right here. Disallowing what Cammy wants to do. Name of the game, he did that very well. V-reversal right there, get that gray life on him. That one touch and that missed input. We saw Machable reeling back from that. And now reeling into the next match. Fujimura versus Mizuha, who slowly dismantled the machine. First, it was looking like Fujimura had it in the bag. But then you start seeing more of that bar uses, the light buffers into the EX for the corner carry and things like that. The damage, the output from the character. Like, look at how fantastic that buffer is. However, when the tools that come through from this character that land, like the back heavy kick and the fierce and things like that, that damage output is what seals it. Also with the parry denied that aerial approach that came. Mizuha just had all the right options against this character, breaking down the machine itself. I don't know if he poured water on him or what, but he did the duty. And I really love the fact that he has been a star all throughout Street Fighter League, saying, you know, I'm doing it for my team. And then back to this match. Again, Mago just had his number. So I don't have to turn this difficulty up to anything past normal.
Oh, he is the phone service provider. He had more than just his number. He had his entire estate. He's got him paying the phone bill. The whole nine, man. This guy is just in his head rent free. This man, Mago, was so confident, the utmost confidence in his Cammy, and for a very good reason, right? I mean, this is the character he's used to win a handful of tournaments. It's either Cammy or Karen, either or. It didn't matter to him because he was testing out the grounds of what Mochi was capable of with Luke. And as it stands right now, there's a handful of errors that just went fully punished, and Mago, he was okay with that. He made a bold statement earlier saying it felt too easy, and he proved it in the second run back.
Fantastic play. I like that medium kick also. Just preemptively stuff a lot of what Luke wanted to do, have that max range. Didn't get gotten. We see, you know, that that confidence not only through Mago's play, but the rest of the play, from the players. Take that spot, you know, be able to have that chance at, you know, landing at least another spot at Grand Finals. Unfortunately, Shinobiism just not able to make it, you know, but I got to give them a lot of credit to their team. They did a fantastic job throughout the entire season, a lot of young players. And if we have the Street Fighter League, I would love to see the same players, you know, come back even stronger after like a time skip or something like that. But we're going to get some of the interview highlights from Gyogun here in a second. You know, shout out to all of them, their team members and things like that. You know, Mago especially, just so animated, just so much of a troll in his gameplay, outside of his gameplay. I would love to have some just anything like captions or anything just to see what he's saying and what smack he's talking to the other side of the team. We're gonna have some comments coming up from him soon, and probably about, you know, his play and then how he felt about his opponents and then his team. Come up on the screen here soon. Machabo still reeling, look like he's still reeling from that one input. That shows you the amount of heart they put into this. Like that one input, even though his team won, he doesn't want to have those moments happen, right?
Yeah, no, without a doubt. Machabo is definitely one of those players that kind of takes a lot to heart, especially if he's not pulling his weight. If there's certain things that bother him in his matchup, even if he wins, he'll still have a kind of attitude about him. Not necessarily an attitude, more so, but it's like his demeanor. Like you'll see his personality kind of change. He's deep in thought about how he could have done better in the matchup. He's definitely that kind of cat to always look to improve himself. And I'm sure the interviewer had kind of asked him that, or maybe like how he's feeling knowing that he's in the grand finals. I'm pretty sure he's saying something like, I'm dissatisfied, but I'm also kind of happy. So as it stands right now, we do have the comments rolling in from the interview. We'll get into Machabo's comment first, actually, because as we were on it, he says his teammates are strong and he didn't do much. So you can see, like, he is happy that he made it into the finals. Or not the finals, excuse me. He made it into the second part of the match, but it's dwelling on his mind. You know that it's creeping up on his mental that he didn't get to do as much as he wanted to, right? But overall, the comments from the interview, Mago before the match, he was quite uneasy about facing off against Momochi's Luke. he did prepare a lot for it. That is the fact of the matter, despite what he said earlier. And truth is, it was quite a tough battle. Moke came out with his statement saying Shinobiism was quite a tough opponent to prepare for. Maybe they got lucky for winning, is how he feels about it. Mizuha himself says he's happy about this win and hoping to win the next. There's a lot of confidence actually from that statement alone, I think, from Mizuha. I mean, he dominated one of the biggest threats, which was Fujimura, and with that under his belt, I think they are well on their way to taking on the next best team, which is the V6 squad, going into match 3.
That's what's going to be coming up soon. So, again, shout out to Mizuha and his entire team. Mizuha, back to him being a standout competitor throughout the entire Street Fighter League. But Gyogun overall has done a fantastic job, and they have one more shot. They only need one more win to solidify their spot as a final team in the finals, in the grand finals coming up in a couple weeks. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. We'll have to wait long. It's literally coming up in a few minutes. Now we see what's on the deck. It's going to be V6 plus FAV Roto Z going up against Gyogun. We saw how things broke down as Milodon Beast was able to move on in the bracket, already awaiting their opponent. And then the winner of that, obviously, in the finals will go up against Good 8 Squad.
Yeah, so we do have a bunch going down for the grand finals, right? Happening January 29th. For those of you that are in Japan, tickets are available now. Be sure to check it out. Happening in Ibisu, Japan. It is going to be an offline grand finals for the finale of Street Fighter League Pro Japan. Again, we're doing it the safest and most secure way that we possibly can over in Japan. But as it stands right now, it is available to pretty much Japan only. There's no way we can sneak in there unless, Capcom makes it happen. But no, all jokes aside, it is going to be in Ibisu, Japan. If you can get your chances to get a ticket to the event, I would highly recommend it because this is one for the books. And I do mean that with the utmost emphasis on how great these matches have been throughout the entirety of the league. It is a great opportunity to meet all of your favorite Street Fighter players. In fact, you get the full-on depth of the Capcom esports programs that have been going on throughout the last couple of years, right? The Capcom esports team has done a fantastic job of putting together Street Fighter League, a couple of hiccups here and there, but at the same time, they're slowly figuring it out with the circumstances that have come about from these past couple of years, right? With COVID, these guys have done such a great job of still bringing the content to every single fan out there around the world with both the North American Street Fighter League as well as Japan, which resulted in some of the coolest collabs we've seen, as well as some of the coolest merch available currently on Amazon with the sweatshirt, the long sleeve tee, as well as the hoodie. We have so many cool things that have come out of Street Fighter League on top of the content, but some of the cool swag that you guys get to purchase on your own on Amazon and get to rock out with. I mean, to be honest with you, we don't even get this kind of stuff. So if you're out in Japan, be sure to hook us up with some of the swagger. Let us know if you're able to throw down some yen for us. But all jokes aside, St. Cola has been an absolute pleasure getting through match number 2. Who do we have for match number 3 coming up?
It's going to be Gyogun going up against V6 FAV Roto Z as the final match of the day to see who's going moving on. People, do not go anywhere, because after this break, we're going to have the final match, get the last team, this last slot on the dot. Don't move a muscle.
That's right. Again, as we were waiting for the matchup, is going to be the finale to see who will make it to the grand finals. When we come back after this break, is going to be FAV V6 plus FAV Roto Z versus Gyogun a little bit after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Street Fighter League Pro Japan.
地を踏みしめ歩みはやむことなく雲を分け月は姿を現し歓喜の方向に真なる姿をさらけ出す。任せてもらおう。お前たちは仲間を。間もなく到着するぞ。私たちの拠点エルガトだ。
Coming in with the next set of matches, we will see who will make it into the grand finals to join Build-On Beast as well as the Good 8 squad. This is the match we are looking forward to the most. My name is Vicious here with St. Cola to round out match number 3. This is exactly what we came to see. FAV Rotozi versus Team Gyogun. We saw an impressive bout from Gyogun, taking it away from Shinobiism, and we saw V6 plus FAV Rotozi fall just a little bit short to Build-On Beast, but this is what it's all about. Now it's time for the pressure cooker to arise. We'll see who will make it into the grand final. St. Cola, how are you feeling about this matchup coming up?
I'm a little sad because we've had fantastic action all the way through, but as all good things must come to an end, that's okay because we're about to see who's going to get that win. The last match of the day, starting off with the 2D god himself, Mago, who has proven that name over and over again all dang day. That's the team leader, but behind him is Mr. Optimal himself, Machabo, with that Kami, Nikali, and Dean here, any pick that he wants. Thirdly, it's going to be Hero Sunrise, Moke with that flow and that perfect Rashid. Last but not least, Suzaku, Mizuha, who has been fantastic on the Colleen. Strong team. out here, looking to see if they could get that final spot on the away side.
Very important that you mentioned that, right? FAV plus Roto Z, V6 plus FAV Roto Z has been such a dominant force, but there's been one speed bump in their way, and it's been Gyogun. But with a team like this, led by the strongest halberd, Sako Noko, no doubt in my mind they could overcome any sort of obstacle, especially when backed by the eyes of desperation on the lookout, Ryusei, and that ever-impressive Urien coming into play. We saw a little bit of a shaky start, but of course, the genius pro gamer always has his back as a fellow Urien player to make sure that no mistakes get uncorrected. But here we go. Executioner of Justice with Papa Bonchan being the final member of the V6 squad. Again, no mistakes go unpunished, I feel like, with this squad. These guys know exactly what they're doing, what their mission is going to be. You could see the headband back on Tokido's head. The I will conquer Mago headband. Calling him out. I do like that. But as it stands right now, the overall record, we've talked about how much of a favorite V6 plus FAV Roto Z has been throughout the entirety of the league. They had a very favorable position going into their matchup against Mildon Beast, being in the home position, and in fact, had the lead up until that second set. As it stands right now, the only team that has given them a problem in the league has been Gyogun. Their first interaction was a tie 2-2. Their second interaction, they fell short 1-3. That is actually a pretty significant deal considering what's about to unfold.
It's almost like they're evolving as they play, coming through with something new every day. Mago coming up with the first comment. He says they have to beat Shinobiism. They'll have to beat FAV 2 as well, especially that guy with the headband. I wonder who that could be. I wonder who he could be referring to. Look at that, Mago, not even fazed by the trolling. You know, we're gonna get a point at the screen and say, I'm coming for you. Sako gonna come up real soon. Hopefully it's just as spicy as Mago's comment. I love the banter back and forth. That's one of the better things, you know, even though we're in an online situation, we still have the banter back and forth between the two teams. And as you have pointed out, here's how things have been broken down. The draw and then the win on the side of Gyogun. But you gotta wonder, like, those are like, you know, the league games where obviously things do matter in terms of points. But now here's a nitty gritty. This is where it really, really counts, because you're trying to get that last spot on the dot in terms of qualifying to be in the grand final. So even have a shot to go up against Good 8 Squad.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem, right? I want to know what it's going to be like for the V6 team going into it. They're in the home position squad, and we've seen what kind of outcome they've had. They've had a pretty strong start in the beginning, but there's something they got to do about Mago. It's the question now whether or not Gyogun will put Mago as the anchor again.
This is all so difficult. All this matters. Everything that you do right here where you position your players, it's all matter, right? It's always matter, but it matters even more so. And now Moke up on the deck first, Machibo, and then Mago.
Very similar. You can see it right there on the top of your screen. It's the exact same order they faced off against when they first met. I think they're trying to set themselves up for the second set. That's where they're looking for their victory, really. As it stands right now, it's the exact same order. You see Moke, Machibo, Mago, Triple M. That's a pretty good roster. If you ask anybody, really, any sort of Street Fighter fan will tell you the same thing. One Rashid and 2 Camis, not a problem, I feel like.
I bet on them, for sure. Especially against a team that has a lot of Urians, which will definitely be deleted by those 2 characters. But that's what's on paper. What happens in the match has been different, as we've seen over and over again, not just with these teams, but throughout Street Fighter League Japan. So it's actually going to be Sako up first, Ryusei on the bench, and guess what? If you want to see more of that Luke play, you're going to see more today. Sako going up with his Luke. If we talk about optimal and, you know, land these sick combos, someone who's going to be doing it is definitely Sako. He's a man of execution. And have his comment coming up soon with this character against Moke. This is a different character, though. It's not about the Kami play. It's going to be about that grounded game that Rashid does to put you in the corner and pressure you over and over again. This is going to be wild.
Man, the look of confidence on Sako Noko's face never ceases to impress me. I think he's always been the kind of cat that is a believer of his own training. Like, he has the utmost faith in his training because he's put in. I think he's one of the best lab monsters we have. And it's weird that I want to say current generation because he's been around for so long. I think he's one of the older, one of the oldest guards in the FGC. But as it stands, like to this day, he's still one of the best lab monsters out there. He knows how to dissect characters. He knows exactly what to look for and what's cheap, as well as what stands out in the long run. Right? He's laid out the blueprint. Laid out the blueprints for so many of the characters that he's played throughout the years that it's been like, it's kind of hard to even create your own style, especially after Sako Noko's already established how the character should be played. And I do say that, but you know, there are a handful of players that kind of fine-tune the progress, but I will say Sako Noko has always been the blueprint for whatever character he touches.
I mean, if we look at Manat, Kage, it's all been how Sako has situated those characters. And he just said he was ready. He's ready for Luke. He has this Luke ready for the Rashid. So in terms of like character game plans, they already have something for the Rashid pick, and that's a Luke. I'm curious, so in this kind of matchup, I'm guessing the fireballs might be a problem for Rashid. You can't really deal with that and roll underneath of it as reactively because they're so fast. They're like bullets, and using that V skill to get through is going to be real difficult that you typically see. However, I still think that the normals might be better slightly on the side of Rashid, but can you even get in to get that win? It might be difficult though. And if someone like him is saying, I'm ready for this, I am prepared, I'm expecting to see some anti-Rashid tech off the Luke, and probably maybe a stronger Luke than we saw thus far. If you watch this stream at all, if anybody's watched the stream, he definitely has the optimal ability now with the character. But in Street Fighter League, when you know there's real prize and pride in the line, it's gonna be something different though.
I'm kind of curious to see what the V set is gonna be specifically for someone like Rashid. I'm so reluctant to see the V Trigger 1. I want to see more of Trigger 2 just because of the sheer damage output and the Oki you could get afterwards, and the corner killing for that matter.
Yeah.
Being able to go into Flash Knuckle into Flash Knuckle into Flash Knuckle is a pretty damn good deal. And I know for sure Sako Noko has the just frame timing down to be able to carry over the extra Flash Knuckle. So I'm curious to see what it's going to be like. Is he going to go for the damage output, or is he going to go for something like the fireballs, right? Does he want more of like the confirms from long range canceling into the thermobaric? I don't know.
I mean, I personally think you're right. Someone like him with the execution can definitely land the damage, and I feel like he can go with that. But there's like this element of comfortability that people have with V-Trigger 1. Even if it doesn't work all the time, they know they can pop it. They know it's an easy confirm off a medium kick. It makes all the confirms a lot better. And the fact that you can kind of play that lane game a little bit more with the character, it helps out. But then again, as you said, the damage that comes in from someone like Sako who's going to optimize the character, I agree. I kind of would like to see that V-Trigger too. On the side of Moke though, I'm curious to see how much he's played against that character, especially at a high level. You've probably played a lot of Lukes as everybody has in ranked. Have you played one at Sako's caliber? Have you played one that's optimal, that you know is able to find the confirms and things like that? That's going to be real difficult.
Yeah, we're going to see the kind of layers that Sako Noko is going to apply. When it comes to frame trap game, there's no other that does it like Sako Noko. And I think, you know, there's only like a handful of layers that Luke can put you in. But I do like the Oki situations that he has. There's so many different kind of options that he has to layer on the, or pepper on the offense to force you to press a button where you think you're able to. So we'll see what happens. Here we go. The first of many games to see who will decide, or sorry, to see who will get into Grand Finals in 2 weeks. Yes,
easy
sir.
anti right there. Love to see those. Already talking about how good his DP is. Man, the whip punish gets the target combo in the Oki. Okay, backed up in the corner.
And it is V-Trigger 2, by the way. We finally get to see it in full effect. Oh yeah, backdashing out of the way. Flash Knuckle into the Rising Rocket. Yes, sir. He got the chaser afterwards. Off of the Avenger. Oh my God, get out of here. This is the kind of pursuit we wanted to see. Exactly what we wanted to see.
Aggression. And that forward move, a lot of forward movement from the normals definitely helps out the whip punch. We saw that with the medium. And that is a big staple of the character's toolkit. Back switch from the fireballs at play. In the zoning situation, probably better for Luke. Hard to just be still right through, has the bumper right to the crush media kick, finds the EX, the knockdown situation. Look at that, Moke back in the corner. You don't typically see that for Rashid. It's the other way around.
I don't like the activation, does get the Eagle Spike out of the corner, spinning mixer to extend the combo. Looking for a little bit more. Yeah, the V reversal out. Nice work from Sakonoko. Willing to use that V gauge early because of the life that he has left. Just about even. EX rising rocket. I do love that. But still, Moke all over it. Big tech. Here comes the activation. What was that? Off of the forward medium punch? Or that was just regular medium punch? Yes, sir. Or sorry. That wasn't back medium punch at all. That was actually just standing medium punch.
Wins.
Talking about how good that button is, and he's been using it to full effect, finds a finish. I do like the fact that Moke does have a plan against the charge. The Fierce into the charge Fierce right there, I've seen people let that go for free. He had a punish ready, and that's cool for Moke. He just has to put it more into play in terms of the entire matchup. The normals have been running rough over here from Sako. That standing medium punch doing a lot of work. The distance that it puts you at, the -2 situation, and the pushback, means it's hard to be finding whip punishes and setting up shot for other buttons. That's how you should be playing Luke right here.
Medium punch, actually a medium kick. Now Moke does get the first blow into the corner now. Closest stun, any sort of light will do it, and he's looking for it, but instead goes for the tick throw. That's going to be more than enough damage here for Moke. The jump in afterwards. Build some meter on top of the spinning mixer. A superb start for Moke. That is definitely a Rashid round, right? Getting the first opener and getting into the corner as close as possible. Flash knuckle out the gate. I like that. Coming in from Sakonoko.
Okay, now you see more of these Fierces. I like that from Moke. You see more of the Fierces. But as you pointed out, more of that corner play. That's where Rashid really shines. Puts you in the corner. That's where he's going to do a lot of the damage. That V-trigger too. That's what he needs to get going. Sako's got to deter that. He does have the buttons to do so, and the fireballs. I'd like to see more of that. The fireballs is kind of deterring not only the walk forward, but also anything else. The heavy kick comes through with a crush.
Checking with the sandblast shot. Low medium kick follow up, but here it comes. Moke does get an activation yet again. Spinning mixer. Forward throw still in trigger. Yeah, you're going to have to hold that. Enhanced whirlwind. Now it's going to be the full shebang. Critical art, more than enough. Moke striking first blood against Sakonoko's Luke. Or excuse me, second game against Sakonoko's Luke.
Rashid wins.
That was so quick, it kind of felt like it was the first game, like everything got resetted. And it was just because of Moke's fluidity with this character. And being able to really get a maximized amount of damage from the character. We talked about how, listen, push him in the corner, get that V-trigger 2 going. That's how you get the most amount of damage from Rashid. He's not a big high damaging character mid-screen. Put him in the corner, it's a different sort of work. That is wild. Sako, show me something different. That neutral play ain't working out too much for Moke, or against Moke. Game to game though.
There we go, a lot more sandblasters from further out where Moke wants to try to press a button.
Right in the eyes.
Pocket sand.
Sand.
Oh, I love how the animation just slugs him in the face. That's so sick.
Yeah. Definitely a MMA fighter, you can tell.
Attitude. I feel like he could have done a little bit more, but
okay, look for that activation off the heavy kick. Just do it off the medium. It's that walk-up throw though. We're talking about the animations. That throw does looks like it does a lot of damage. Sako has done a lot this round. Takes him down with the DP.
man, Moke is still trying to figure out the match right now. Yes, sir. View versus past the enhanced whirlwind. No -4 situation. Sakonoko wasn't ready for it. Launching heavy punch. Yes, sir. In pursuit now. Moke in an optimal position, but no, the view reversal backs him away. It's going to be such a tough hill to climb, but Rashid can definitely do it, especially right now. After that forward throw, and now in the corner, critical art is on deck for Sakonoko. He's not going to spend it. He doesn't even want to try to go for the chip damage. Rising Rocket, you already know. Moke still trying to take to the skies and test Sakonoko. A slight head nod from Sakonoko. He's like, I can't believe you tried that.
Why would you jump? Have I not DP'd you multiple times this round?
Hey, I'll take it. That's exactly what his demeanor felt like. He's like, you know, if you're going to give it to me, sure.
All right. On a platter. At 4 Fierce. EX. Uses the EX bar to get that push back to the mid-screen. Go coast to coast with it.
I love him using that forward heavy punch too. Just kind of occupying that space. It's not bad, right? On hit, it's +5. If it's blocked, he's still safe with a heavy impact. Not bad. Oh boy, Captain Alone. This is the kind of damage we wanted to see. Spending 2 bars. All right. Oh, I thought that was going to be more than enough. It's going to be fine. The throw. Sakonoko is going to take it over Moke 2-1. In what seemed to be a match of unfamiliarity, more so from the side of Moke, right? You can obviously see the pace of the match was definitely in Sakonoko's favor. It was a lot slower paced, right? Moke didn't even know what to do with it in neutral, I feel like. There was just a lot of instances where he allowed Sakonoko to get started more often than not, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, you're definitely right. No bust outs too. And none of that more confident side of Moke, we really get to see that in his play. I did like him using some of the V-shift. I think V-shift is going to be really important against this kind of character, but didn't get to see much in terms of staving off these situations. And we talked about how optimal and how damaging this character can be. You put him in the hands of someone like Sako, and he showed us, we didn't get to see V-Trigger 2. We didn't get to see V-Trigger 2 come into play. That could have been a whole nother echelon of damage being done. But as it stands, 100% on both areas of not only anti-airs, but also bust outs from Sako. None on the side of Moke, because there was no jumps though from Sako. He kept it nice and grounded, nice and easy with it. And able to stay solid. Dang, fantastic from Sako.
So now we're looking at it. We have up next, I feel like, in comparison, or taking the stats in comparison already, Machibo is going to be up on deck next. That has been established with the Kami. Who would you throw out there against Machibo? Now, Tokido has had a fantastic record against Machibo thus far. He went 2-0. I don't know if Bonchan had faced off against Machibo yet. I know he's faced off against Moke before, but I will take a look. But who do you think should be going up next?
Yeah, this is difficult. There's 2 Kamis. You have a Urian. I think with the record that they've had before, and the way that Tokido plays, like he definitely goes for these jump back fierce, jump back medium kicks and things like that against some of the Kami players. I think it might be a better decision to send him out now and then put up Bonchan for the anchor pick. So it looks like it is going to be Tokido going up with the Urian.
Nice.
The name had changed from Mago to Machibo on Tokido's headband. You just have headbands laying around people's names? The Chrissy CH special?
That's pretty hype, actually. Slain.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Apprehended. Washed. That was a classic. Man, shout outs to Filipino Man and Chrissy CH for one of the most epic entrances, I should say, at an event. I feel like Tokido is going to be doing that. He's going to take a page out of that notebook very soon for the grand finals, if he can make it there. Right now, as it stands, he is currently facing against one of the stronger Kamis in the league. But currently, again, as you mentioned earlier, Tokido is going to be sticking to the original strategy of going in against Machibo, right? He does have a winning record 2-0 and has proven to fight quite well against Kami, right? You talked about some of the strategies that he's implemented, taking it air to air instead of trying to anti-air someone like Kami, which has always been a smart choice. I think that's been an optimal decision since, I guess, Kami's had the dive kick, in my opinion. So we'll see if he has to stick to that strategy or not.
Yeah, I mean, he said he was here just to defeat Machibo. Like, he's came here today, he clocked in today just with one thing on his mind: take Machibo down. One objective in his mind: take Machibo down. And you have to think, if you're Machibo right here, someone like as with the pedigree of Machibo, he's definitely going to be revved up from his mistake. Even though his team had won previously, he's revved up for his mistake. So I expect all the dive kicks to be coming through and coming through correct. But this is a matchup on paper that Kami definitely wins. Just fantastic against. She deletes a lot of the 4-frame characters. Slow DP from Urian definitely doesn't help, but there's always the equalizer. That is Aegis. If he can let that sucker rip, that could be it. We could see Tokido take it, and he already has against Machibo. But Macho probably has labbed that. He's probably going to the lab and like, okay, I know I did wrong. I gotta anti-air him. Don't air to air him. Don't let him air to air me if I anti-air him. Maybe that's the way. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. I think it makes sense. I mean, this is prime time for Macho Ball, right? We've talked about how he was going into from match 2 into match 3, how much it weighs on him when it comes to him underperforming and his expectations, right? I think this is the prime opportunity for him to learn from his mistake. Again, he fell significantly short in Tokido. If I have the right understanding and read on how Machibo is as a person and a player, I think he's gone to the lab and has figured out the proper strategy he needs against someone like Tokido. I think this will be a significant turnaround for him, but that's just me making predictions. We'll see how it plays out. Again, this is not a match that's foreign to us. This is a matchup that we've seen so many times over in the span of Street Fighter V, but it's also not the first time we've seen these two go at it in the league.
It's true. Might see something different. Might see an alternate ending or the same situation that we saw before when Tokido went against Machibo. And again, you know, Tokido, as you pointed out, and as we've seen continuously over the past couple of months, is no stranger to the Cammy matchup, even as a Urian player. You know, has fought them in Intel Open, CPT, things like that. Maybe not always get the victory, but even out here in Street Fighter League as well, you know, having to sometimes suffer. But this could be success right here. Will Machibo bring him something different? I would like to see Machibo. I think the matchup when we last watched it, if my recollection is correct, did not have a lot of what made Cammy strong. We saw the air-to-airs happen a lot, but there didn't feel like there was much of that jumping nature that makes Cammy so strong, the jumping mix-ups that make her so strong and that are weak, that Urian is kind of weak against. He's got to connect with the crouching fears and it doesn't always work out. See, it works out here. Tokido, Machibo, first game.
And we'll see how that plays out, right? You have a very valid point. Machibo does love to play the grounded game as much as possible, but he does need to take advantage of the airborne approach. But only if he needs to, right? As of right now, that standing roundhouse was great in counter poking against Tokido. But now he has to turn it down just a little bit, right? The counter hit was there from Tokido, swinging away and countering, finding the right spots to implement some of these standing medium punches and even the crouching medium punches. But now he's slowly fighting his way out of the corner. Big conversion out of the counter hit because now it puts him in mid-screen.
Activation on the deck for Machibo. Could put us in a seriously bad situation for Tokido. Runs the EX cherry tackle, hits a knockdown, in full lead until, here's the epilogue. Activation spinning both the bar and the back throw. Oh no, Machibo in the lead.
Here comes the Aegis. That's going to be more than enough. Yes, sir. You already know. Tokido, again, finding the great equalizer. And I love the way you phrase that, right? The great equalizer. When it comes to the man in the mirror, having the Aegis reflector, it absolutely is a way to take it all back from the opponent.
Tokido's been so good about strategizing around that. You know, not even having the fancy setups, but having that in the back pocket when need be to be at the right time. Look at the sprint bar right here. Machibo doing a fantastic job of getting the bar and almost got the stun, but Tokido backed away. And going back to that poking game, which honestly just benefits Machibo in this matchup. But the equalizer, here it comes.
I like that, Jack, combating it pretty well. I think Machibo saved off the first one, but here comes the second one eventually. You might see it via EX Chariot tackle, maintaining the charge a little bit. He's masking the charge pretty well, but Tokido, we'll see if he gets it off of like a punish off of movement, or if he's willing to spin that bar. Just a little bit left to get that second activation. Yes, sir, it is going to be via Chariot tackle. You cannot punish a target combo that way because of the fact that the mirror is still in play. What was that earlier?
Did not work.
He ran into the mirror the first time. He tried to do something with that V trigger and lost the first half of his bar. Did he try to spiral arrow past the mirror initially?
I think he tried to. I think he tried to V trigger spiral arrow with that. Does not work. And Tokido taking it back with a B skill, popped up with that Ignite Thunder. EX addition finds the finish after the medium. Tokido, some of this starting to feel a little bit like, you know, Machibo not taking the best tools out of Cammy's page. And Tokido just finding the right times to find the finishes at the end. Again, the equalizer, sealing things. as well as Tokido getting these pokes enough to whittle down the health and not taking the skies enough to make, him feel uncomfortable. And Tokido's one of those players that we mentioned before is about the stability of the Urien play. It's not always about the wild, not mild. He likes to be stable. You got to get him off his game.
And I completely agree. I think there's been enough situations that Tokido's been in to, I guess, calmly play the ground game, right? There hasn't been any sort of desperation in his movement. There hasn't been any sort of fishing for normals as much, right? There's been a lot of confidence in his game. And I think Machibo could maybe try to disrupt that via the airborne approach. We've seen it happen a couple of times, but it's been mostly because of punishes against fireballs. So I think there is that kind of reluctancy for Machibo to not take it to the skies because of the fact that Tokido is so fundamentally sound that he might have the answer to it. I think Machibo still needs to test the waters out just a little bit to see what the answers, or at least to see if Tokido is willing to throw out those answers in the first place.
Definitely got to put the fear of God into him, and that Kami can do that. We've seen it come through with a lot of other characters, or other players that have fought Tokido, but it's that grounded game that Machibo wants to do isn't working out. And too far out for the dive kick, punish from the deck from Tokido. That may actually put it in Machibo's mind to not do it again.
Or at least not a shallow one, right? But here comes Machibo in a favorable position, right? Does have a little bit of trigger left. Yes, sir. Does get the forward throw, the tick throw, I should say. Still within range for the Oki. The roundhouse anti-air back throw now from Tokido. Aegis Reflector up close and personal. EX dive kick to get out of the corner. Very smart from Machibo. Another V reversal, escaping the mirror threat.
I jump in, but still, corner carry, trade. We have a lot of bar on both sides. Runs the EX. Let's look up in the corner. This is where Kami can make money. Gotta be careful about the anti-air at that range. That's the second time he's done so.
The confidence. That was a very confident stand roundhouse from Tokido. I gotta say, Machibo presented multiple options, right? He's done a regular jump in before. He's done hooligan EX hooligan into dive kick. He's done a regular EX dive kick. That pretty good reactions from Tokido. He definitely has the answer. So now we understand Machibo's reluctancy to even take to the sky. It's perfectly reasonable.
Definitely get it now. Even though he's down on health, it could all go away with one good play off that Aegis. He wants to have an on-hit situation right here. Machibo needs to play this nice and lane. Dash up, back though, but keeps the bomb addition. Here's the activation off the overhead. Ooh, nice jump back heavy kick. But yeah, you don't want to press the issue too much with that mirror right in front of your face.
Multiple throws back to back here from Tokido. Does have full critical art as well. If he just get like a sequence and a half, I think he can go for a full critical art kill. But it's whether or not Machibo doesn't have the answer first. Full critical art on deck, no longer in trigger state. He did get a little bit of a hit, but it was a little bit of an awkward exchange, allowing Tokido to survive the damage.
And possibly take this round. All that bar at the bottom. Blocks the EX, takes back his turn with a quickness. Again, trying to find that opening. Oh, not sure what he was trying to go for with that normal cherry tackle, but Machibo stubborn.
He was buffering something out. I think he got the crouching jab and was trying to get like a conversion off of it, maybe like a counter hit conversion off of it. But the fact that it traded off still allowed him to get the chariot tackle, so there was a slight error off of that.
Ah, makes sense, makes sense. Machibo riding that momentum. Here's the back though. Switching position. That knockdown with the chariot tackle. Tokido, I feel like he gets so aggressive when he has people caught in the corner, and Urien helps enable that. The bar at the bottom for that one touch finish ain't gonna happen. The side
no, he's walking back.
Up super. I think that's blocked. Who's that?
Yeah, he was definitely walking back. Oh, but he's not enough for a kill position. There's no EX on the side of Tokido. There is a trigger though. He could activate it raw if he wanted to.
Raw.
Oh, you can't do that.
Cooked.
Oh my.
I'm gonna find a finish off these mediums.
It's so close. You can't throw a fireball. You can't even throw out a long normal. Can Tokido bait out an EX spiral arrow, or will he allow Machibo to walk up into his face for a possible counter poke? I think Machibo might get the counter poke here. EX tackle might not be the issue.
Like that?
I think so. Machibo is already weary of the EX chariot tackle. He might get a counter poke instead.
Goes in first, but the big drop! No! Oh my God, Vicious!
Oh.
Oh my God.
It's like watching a horror movie, Saint. It's like watching a horror movie.
I wanted to look away so bad. Oh my God.
No.
He a victim.
No.
Ooh.
Even his conditioning has been conditioned. No, I can't believe it.
No.
Oh man, that is heartbreaking. That is actually pretty heartbreaking. You know, as commentators, sometimes you feel like you've seen it all, but even so, you are still surprised by some of the plays that happen. I will say, very lucky for Tokido, and very fortunate for V6 Plus FAV Roto Z, having a 2-point lead going into the anchor position match is going to be pretty significant. If they can take down Mago as the anchor, who's been a problem a good amount of the times in their matchups, I think them going into the reset will be absolutely pivotal. I think it might force Mago to be the front man instead in the next set, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
Oh man, Tokido able to show some of those anti-airs, 25% with it. Machibo having 100% with the anti-airs, just did not have 100% with those confirms. Tokido though showing the strength of just having confidence in his play, and man, oh man, did it work out for him. But as you said before, this next match determined quite a bit. They get that anchor positioning point. They only need one more in store to get that final spot in the next reset of the set. So all this momentum, though, I feel like there's a lot of weight on Mago's shoulders, who's been playing hot, right? But now there's a lot of weight. It's like, dang, I really got to come correct in this next match just to try to tie things up, you know, and then try to make that climb up the mountain. Someone who is, you know, is a veteran of the game, obviously can do so, but that's a lot of stress. You have not only yourself, you know, that is relying upon, not relying upon yourself, but like your team is relying upon you. Your team is like relying upon you to get this momentum back as the captain too. So that's an added amount of stress that, you know, a lot of fighting game players who play in that, you know, 1v1 kind of state, they don't understand that. That's something new to them, or, you know, something they haven't really felt before. And I'm sure they felt it throughout the league, but even more so here at the finals.
That makes sense. That does make sense. I think this is going to be pivotal for the match here. I mean, obviously it is, but what's a significant deal is the fact that Mago and Bonchan haven't played each other in the league just yet. I don't know what Bonchan has in mind for this caliber of Kami. He's used Karen a good amount of times. He's used Karen against Fujimura's Kami before and has fallen short. He's used Karen, however, against Akira's Kami and has taken a full-on victory. So he's gonna use it again, right? That's pretty much what's been told, and that's actually what's been selected. I would have been surprised if he went for the Sagat pick, but not by too much. I feel like Sagat kind of gets mauled for sure, but I think there's a lot that Bonchan can do to stop Kami from getting in initially.
Yeah. Yeah, that first round around. Yeah, that's what I was to say. Like, you're actually right. I mean, that's how the matchup goes. Before she gets meter, like, Sagat can do a favorable job to keeping her out. We talk about how the jump ups are so dangerous from the character. Any heavy kick, DP, things like that, keep her out for free until she gets bar. Then she gets in, and then she gets that when she gets real nasty with it. So, Karen might be the way.
Yeah, that's, man, everything goes right up until she has meter, huh? So I think, you know, Karen is definitely the better choice. I think if you're gonna go tit for tat against someone like Kami, it has to be an offensive monster like Karen, who has very similar kind of play styles. She may not have the air approach, but I think her ground game is just as effective.
Right. Walk, speed, crouch, kick, whip, punish game, fantastic. Both characters have been debated on Twitter for who's the strongest, but it takes a strong player to, you know, wield them the right sort of way. Corner carry right there.
Now, are you
pump that walk back.
not going for the side switch? He went for the Orochi for the damage and stun instead, but I think he wanted to reset it more towards the mid-screen instead of spinning the meter. EX for Senha. What a call out against Mago. Nice work from Bonchan with the appropriate read. He still has trigger on deck, so if he could land it, no sir. Mago is 100% ready for it, but one more touch. Orochi, okay situation. Forward throw, this is all dire now. Bonchan can make this work.
Yeah, we can. The damage up for this character, and the way she can access it, it's all in his hands. Yeah, that just went for the EX% right there for the anti-air.
That could have been pivotal too. If he had landed that knockdown, he would have been in a good position to get a trigger activation. No, he caught him flinching.
2 on the arm. Mago dancing. And that walks through the crouch kick to great effect. Ooh, that was a missed dive kick, but still. Came down the right time. Yeah. Enough of those.
Not too bad. I mean, like, Mago, again, just getting away pretty lucky. There's the side switch we were looking for. EX Tenko afterwards. Getting the side switch and a continuation of the onslaught. We talked about it earlier. Back throw was stun. And Mago knew it. He still was going to block. I can't believe it.
Wow. 2D God, when you play somebody for so long, you know their tendencies and habits. That's back in the middle of the screen. That's a big buffer.
That's a big uppercut. Oh my God.
They gave it. Playing the EX.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was standing light kick into the EX Tenko and still being able to connect it. 2 hits. Not bad. Worth every penny.
Not bad, you know, Evo champion.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Pretty good. Let's fire for the corner carry. You fall off the back brainless. Mago still has a carve in the corner. Starting with that medium kick and then getting these dash-ins too. Name of the game. But the Bonchan's out of there. Look at that defense, bro. Nice and easy.
Ooh. You know what's better than good defense? Some amazing offense. Mago is exemplifying that right now, but again, the defense is still intact from Bonchan. Opting to use the EX % this time to gain a little bit of a state back into the mid-screen, but still the whiff punishes are so on point for Mago. He's playing as sharp as ever.
And just to understand that he knows that Bonchan wants that activation, has the range to whip punish it when it comes out. That understanding. As soon as I say that, got swept off the feet, the DP.
No, not like this. For the damage, a little bit of the carry, a slight hezzy, but it's going to be more than enough. Mago gets a conversion off of the crouching medium punch. That's all she wrote. Game 1 for Mago, one of the biggest threats in the league, continuing to place a burden and a bunch of obstacles via normals against someone like Bonchan from the V6 team.
Able to stay solid. You know, easier said than done. A lot of people are like, just whip punish Karen or Candy. This whip punch standing medium kick, it's not so easy. Even if it was consistently possible to do so, you still have to worry about all the other buttons that Mago is threatening. Crouching medium kick, dash up throw and things like that. Standing fierce. He's using that standing medium kick to kind of set up shop for the other buttons, and it's catching Bonchan off guard and pushing him to the corner. Bonchan up and up, no. One like that was free, and already round start with it. Oh my God, Bonchan, relax. Just like that, fun to answer.
Yes, sir. Does get the check afterwards.
Get the lights
so
right there.
You see how much more? You see how much more of a risk Bonchan has to take, right? All the while maintaining this lead. Even getting reads off of like EX %, man. Mago is still able to push with this offense despite being at a life deficit, but that's what I wanted to see. That's exactly what should have been happening earlier. Bonchan spending the bar now for the EX % and in the perfect time to netting this damage.
Why put it in Mago's mind? Can't go to the air for free, especially when I got bar to spin. Shoulders on. Challenge though with the medium. Side switch with it, but no big deal. Mago's still in with the Oki situation. And Mago's been doing a fantastic job of dealing with that medium kick. Now finds a fierce sledgehammer. Forcing Bonchan to use some of that bar in a different sort of way, but that's fine. She does not need bar for the comeback factor. She can use that bar for V-ship or V-break. V-reversal. Waiting for the trigger.
Blocking the Rasenha follow-up, or at least, the up punch follow-up from the Budokan. Big counter hit opportunity now for Bonchan, because it puts Cammy into this corner, and it leads him into the one-hit scenario. If he gets this confirmed, he gets to spend the bar. Into the critical art, yes,
and
sir.
And he gets that W.
Talk
You know what's
about
great
how
about
important
that
big
sequence?
counter hit. Tell me.
Cutting wins.
You know, it's you think they back off a little bit, get their bearings, they're low on health, right? Even if you got the bar to make the finish, it's something that you may not expect from somebody. Like, they're going to back away, even they got me pushed against the corner. They're not going to take the offense because they've seen what happens if they get caught by a crouch mini kick into VP. That's going to be the end of the game. Bonchan going for the aggression, going for the push, and just catching Mago off guard. Finds a finish, 1-1.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah, we're slowly starting to see the adaptation, right? What felt like a smothering from Mago in the first game was a just slight mishap for Bonchan, is what it feels like. But going off into game 3, Mago off to a fantastic start offensively. That is insane!
What?
Oh my god!
That
Anti-air EX spiral arrow? That is so sick.
Yo, clip that. Send that to me so I can send it to all the Cammy players.
Oh my god! Mago has thought of it all. You would think Cammy has been fully figured out, but Mago is actually ridiculous for opting to go for EX Spiral Arrow because he gets the side switch on top of that. That is disgustingly intelligent. That is some mad scientist stuff.
I'm appalled and astounded at what Mago just did right there.
Indubitably.
Delicious. Bonchan not deterred by that though. They can pull all the tricks.
Not one bit.
But I got a lot more. I'm not done just yet. Activation though. Blocks it out. There's with the plus frames. The fierce one in the face. Side switch with it too. With that trigger.
And he'll take this throw. But now he's in the corner. There is an open situation here for Mago, and Bonchan finds the opening. Spend it. You have to. I don't know if there's any other sequence where he could have spent 2 EX bars. Because of the amount of scaling involved. So this was an excellent decision from Bonchan. And to be honest with you, despite Mago having full critical art, I think Karen, again, builds the meter. She's such a battery, just as much as Cammy is.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be just fine for Bonchan.
Oh, for sure. The momentum with it too. And that's such that a trademark aggression where he's willing to press in some of these situations right against the dive kick. B reversal gets the distance. Great life built on the side of Mago. That's going to hurt even more when he finds that fist to face, just like that with the fierce. Lay it on him.
And that was
Back throw, stuns rising.
counter hit conversion too. That was so sick. Forward throw now. Not really quite at the corner necessarily for him to get the Oki. Hence why Mago backed off in that situation. And that's going to be great for Bonchan. That was actually very fortunate. Now sitting on V trigger, this could lead to a gang of damage if he gets to confirm off of the roundhouse, maybe even the fierce. But we'll see. I'm hoping he's looking for the sweep instead. Yeah, he has to.
Gets that throw. Touch on both sides.
See, I like this. The presence of mind to go into the trigger activation makes Mago kind of pump up the brakes just a little bit. And I think that's exactly what Bonchan needs as time winds down. Now Bonchan is in a one-hit kill scenario also. That's the kill!
Oh, like that?
That's exactly it. See how clever that is from Bonchan going into the sweep activation, because it just halts all offense from Mago. He understands that having Karen in this trigger situation puts you in a kill position. And that was so smart from Bonchan. He was thinking to himself, all right, do I need to land a hit to get the kill? No, I don't think so. I think I'm more of a threat while in V-trigger instead. And it played out perfectly.
It feels like when Bonchan's he's in his prime, when he's able to get that aggression all the time, when he's able to get that walk forward, medium and things like that, be just, dangerous with it. That's when he feels like he's at his best play. And in moments like that, you just pointed out, there's when he gets routed back to that. And then the other person is pulled, to play that game. Like you were forced to do so. You don't have a choice. You gotta wait till that V-bar runs down, and it don't always happen like that. So now I'm assuming we're going back just for the battle launch, just to like catch a break, because Mago, again, they need this game. They need this, not only just for momentum's sake, but morale's sake. They got to have some points on the deck, and for your team captain to go down and have only one more game after this would not be looking good.
I think this is a high pressure situation for both teams. We've seen the kind of lead that the V6 plus FAV Roto Z team had against Mildom Beast and how much it was taken away from them in the second set. I think having this advantage of 4-0 means the world to them, right? They can't slack one bit, and I feel like there's even more pressure on Mago, obviously, because they are at the deficit. He is the captain for a reason, and he's the only one who's been significantly stopping this Wonder team, really. If they happen to fall short now with 4-0, I wouldn't be surprised if Mago goes up again. We'll see what happens. We'll see if it plays out that way.
Mago with a fantastic round start, but then the answer right back from Bonchan. Guess right there, -2. Yeah, let's go for the throw. Mago, back in his realm. Oh my God, Bonchan with the light. Perfect confirming now the activation.
Oh my
He's
God,
in his
who goes for
element.
that? That was actually sick. And the EX uppercut right after from Mago. Back-to-back disrespect. Man, I love the spiral anti-air from Mago. He's so cool. He's so cool, man.
He's so cool. He's so cool.
I don't mean that
wish I was him.
sarcastically either. He's so sick.
No.
He's so sick.
That is super sick. Definitely intentional. Definitely intentional to finish it though. Nice. Caught him coming in. Close the door in front of the face. And finishes off with a DP. Lights out in Bonchan City. All right, Mago. Get a little
Man, he
more
doesn't pay
aggression
the
on.
electricity bill anymore? What's going on, man? All the bills, all the money went to diapers? Hey, diapers are expensive.
They are?
I don't believe it.
I don't know, but yeah.
Oh boy, that's a
with
big error.
that-
No, no punish. That is unfortunate. No punish on the way down.
Does have the position in terms of the where he's at in the screen. This is fine. At least for Bonchan, if he keeps him caught up in the corner. Chase his character down that much.
Oh, that goes not enough. Oh, this is a very dire situation. Yeah, there was a little bit of a chase down. Bonchan was, man, I gotta say, this break that Mago took was a great way to ice Bonchan. Even Bonchan is like rubbing his eyes, like, what just happened? Like, I thought I had the lead. This is a whole different Mago. And look at the demeanor on Mago's face. Stone face killer.
I don't know what deity that is, but I ain't trying to mess with him. That's Mago 2D guy. I don't know which one that is. That's a deity that you want to watch out for. That's a deity that you don't pray to. Mago able to go up game point against Bonchan with the quickness.
You were not kidding. That was a 2-round fluster for Bonchan. He took his hat off. He's like, what just happened? I genuinely thought I was in his head. Mago is channeling the power of nothingness, man. Oh boy, big whip punish. It's absolutely huge now. The momentum all on the side of Bonchan, being able to control Mago from this side of the screen. Again, the buffer, you can see the momentum really shining in Bonchan's favor. And of course, getting into the mental of Mago. Match point for Bonchan.
We talked about the reverse. When Bonchan is on his game, when he's able to stay aggressive with it, when he's back into that rhythm, that grounded rhythm, he's real hard to stop. And the minute you let off the gas, he's past you, past the mirror, already in front, making you eat dust. Cross unity kick, gets the hit, EX edition side switch with it too, and the throw. Tied up in hell, raw beast skill lands. Throw again, the stun is rising. It's looking real bad. Mago forced to activate.
Ooh. That was so smart for Bonchan to jump out. He caught him midair. Mago still has a little bit of trigger left. He's only got enough for at least a dive kick. I think that's what he might be looking for. Yes, sir. The V reversal keeps him locked in. Yes, sir. Again, the V should break, but not enough. Mago, this is a very expensive W. And this just, man, I can't tell if this is gonna bite him in the end. I honestly think Bonchan, with the amount of meter that he has left, could lead into so much. What a block on the overhead.
And we get a punish too, the quarter carry. But you're right, I feel like the bar at the bottom is definitely going to be very important as Bonchan can spend one of these for an anti-air and still have enough for the round ender for the CA. Right now, all I'm seeing is Mago getting into him. Blocks the V reversal. Trying to walk up it again, Bonchan. Yes. He's out of there, and the stun's rising. Lunjinku.
Forward throw, one more for stun actually. Orochi afterwards, V-shift to make sure he does not earn his turn back, nor gets a back throw. I like that decision making from Bonchan. Forward throw, hey, not too bad, but one bit of enhanced spiral arrow left, or even a dive kick. Bonchan is hanging on defense. He's stuck in this corner. That's a forward throw. Mago does get Oki after that, applying even more pressure. So one kill or one hit scenario now for Mago.
Yeah, one touch. I think Bonchan can definitely do the same if you find a good sequence.
Yeah, he needs to stop the bleeding.
Meeting kick. Get some of the bleeding.
He can't. He can't use trigger actually. If he uses trigger, critical art's gonna be coming in from Mago. It has to be off of a hit.
For the whipping.
He can't do it wrong. 16 seconds on the clock. This is so dire now. Mago is in full control. Orochi, oh, that's so dangerous. 10 seconds on the clock. Bonchan, he can't opt to use the trigger.
The crush!
No! What is he gonna do?
Away.
3 seconds left! He can't do it! The
He's
block is there!
He can't block on Mago! Taking it over Bonchan! Oh my god, that was at the wire, but Mago seals it! Pray to me! 2D God!
Oh my
heart.
Lord. Oh my
My
Lord.
heart. Capital T.
Oh. Oh, can we just take a breather real
I love
quick?
Street
My voice is gonna leave. I think I'm gonna lose my house. I'm gonna lose my voice. I'm gonna lose my mind. One thing's for sure, and I'll give credits to the producer for this one. You can't spell Mago without OMG. That is for damn sure. That's bars on Kai for that one. That was
I see you.
quite the clincher. I will say my teeth are about to break. I could feel my hair growing as that match progressed. It was actually insane. Oh.
I feel like I'm losing hair. Maybe not enough to notice, but damn, oh damn. That was ridiculous, fam. Mago, proving why he's a 2D guy. We saw the tech in that match, but even that wasn't enough. It had to go down to perfect footsie play in understanding how Bonchan plays. Look at the anti-airs coming from Mago. 3 out of 3, and then 2 out of 3 on the bust outs. Only got punished for 1. 100% from Bonchan in terms of the EXDPs, but anti-airs weren't always on the deck, which is hard for Karen. Back to the match, so oh my god, the back and forth play has been fantastic, and his Mago's just aggression to keep up with someone like Bonchan on the grounded game, and even when he's forced to play Bonchan's game was ridiculous, but the way he's able to swing back after a match means that they're still in contention. We're 2-2, baby. We're 2-2.
Oh boy, it is absolutely a clincher of a series, but I guess that means, you know, we might see it go down all the way through. I would love to see it go down to another switch into the maximum games of 7, but we'll see how it turns out. We are getting the switch up, and in the meantime, please enjoy these replays, right? We do have Sako who showed off that Luke against Moke in a very dominant fashion. It seemed like Moke had this this demeanor about him as if he were a deer in the headlights. There were certain instances where he was just like, you know, I'm not sure exactly how to approach the neutral phase of the game against Luke.
Yeah, definitely agree. This is the kind of character that you have all these tools, you have to be able to use them the right sort of way, and if you can't get that fluidity that you're usually used to, you're not going to be able to get the victory. We saw that corner push right there, which was fantastic. You had a lot of good corner pressure. It's just the presence on the screen wasn't there. And with that, alongside Sako's optimal ability, the combos, just landing damn near every single thing was allowed him to get that W. And then we saw Tokido just take down Machimo once again with another win. And something is just deleting the dive kick off the table, get outside the distance, knowing that that's going to come, the preventative help. Ooh,
and I love that from Tokido.
Right,
we talk about, it's funny how we mentioned how Machimo should probably kind of test the waters a little bit to see whether or not Tokido has it in him to anti-air correcting consistently. You know, the answer ended up being Tokido manages to anti-air in the clutch situations that he needs it. Prior to that, Machimo was actually able to get in quite a good amount of times, and that was, man, I can't believe we had to watch that again. That was so heartbreaking to see that significant drop from Machimo. But, I mean, alas, we do have the captains, the leader of Mago coming in to clutch it out and clean up the mess.
Leave it to me. Leave the rest of the team to me. But it was starting to look like Bonchan was going to make that look a little bit different. You saw Bonchan, really turn up like volume, get these corner positions in place, and get that aggression, and as you point out, forcing Mago to play his game. However, Mago had some sick tricks, as y'all saw right there, as the EX anti-air, as well as just having fantastic like round start pressure, right? Just having fantastic, let me get this momentum and hold it, and put Bonchan in these bad positions where he can't enact those enforcements of his own play. That was a bad DP right there, but still he stayed alive and was able to thrive. Mago taking it over Bonchan. Oh wow, I can't even take it. My heart is so hurting.
I can't believe it, man. He still managed to block the overhead in that specific scenario. That was ever so impressive from Mago, having the reactions to do so. I think he was anticipating from that distance. He was like, all right, well, this overhead could come out. It's got a good amount of frames on startup to it, so we are getting the side switch. Okay, so who is that? Tokido, Sako, and Bonchan is going to be the order. I like it. And Luke is going to be on deck for Sakodoko again.
I like that from Sako. I mean, he's proven that he definitely has a Luke that is dangerous and strong. So why not get that Luke, especially if things are going to get more and more. Like, that's like a momentum, I feel like, booster right there. You got Tokido to set things up, Luke to continue things, and Bonchan to finish off things if need be, because I feel like Bonchan was only steps away from finishing off Mago. So I wonder if we're going to get the same sort of sequence or maybe something different. Machimo, I still feel like if he cleans it up, he could still be a threat. Moke, same with him. I think at this point you set up somebody that knows how to deal with Luke. Like you discuss and say who's fought this character, who's fought this character a lot, like who has some real tech against Luke. You do not want to go down against Sako like that.
I think it should be Mizuha going first against Tokido. I think Sako's Luke is gonna face off against Machimo's Kami, and then Mago's gonna go last again. No, Mizuha's on the bench. Dang it. Okay, well, Moke Rashid is actually gonna be up on deck against Tokido's Urian, which makes sense. I mean, like, I think that's not bad. I do like sending Mizuha as like the exterminator of the group, to be honest with you.
But then again, one of my problems though with Moke fighting Tokido right off the bat, one of the issues is Tokido plays a lot with Gachikin. He has played so much, even though he's not made that victory, and even though Moke is a different sort of beast. Someone's going to interrupt that fluidity that Moke wants to do is going to be someone who stays stable, and that's what Tokido likes to do. Now, however, when you know the matchup, there's room for improvement from Moke, so we'll see what happens between the two. And Moke says that he wants to get rid of the person that his leader wants to get rid of. So I guess they're looking to get rid of, I'm not sure what that means. I guess Tokido?
Yeah, absolutely he does. Yeah, so that's why he's being placed up first. And looking at the current record that Moke has had in the league, he's taken out one of the prominent Urian players via Nemo. But to be fair, Nemo has used Urian and Gil in their first interaction against each other. I still think, Tokido is a different shade of Urian. I think skill-wise, they're just about the same level. I think Nemo might be just a little bit higher, only because of the fact that he's played certain matchups longer than Tokido has.
Yeah.
But at this point in time, I think Tokido is well versed in his own way in handling the Rashid matchup. I think there's a different style that he implements in terms of counter poking and spacing in comparison to Nemo. I think Nemo has one of the best offensive sequences, mix-up sequences with Mirror. But I think Tokido's game outside of Mirror is a little bit better than Nemo's, in my opinion.
No, I agree. I mean, I think the neutral for Tokido is just better overall. Like, Nemo loves these scramble situations, and he's willing to play his game no matter what. Tokido loves to adjust. We see that as his Urian's gotten stronger and stronger since he's picked up the character. Nemo will definitely play his game, win or lose. It's just how he is, and that's okay. And he's willing to go in these scramble situations, but they don't always work out in his favor. And that's why we see some of that, some results that maybe don't live up to what he wants to have. However, the stability with Tokido comes from that neutral, and that's what lets him, go farther. Again, curious to see how it's going to work against someone like Moke, who has that fluidity, who is able to adjust, but is that going to be disrupted by that? I'm not sure by Tokido. On paper, Rashid has all the tools to delete this character off the map, similar to Cammy. The anti-air approach, the going up the fireballs, let me say that with a V skill, normals, just being able to just oppress them in the corner. So on paper, it's good, but we've seen how that happens in some of these matches.
Yeah, and I think Rashid also, when it comes to the meaty situations, one of the biggest things we kind of highlight in Urian's flaws, it's a very basic and fundamental one, is the fact that Urian's best reversal option, EX Headbutt, can actually be countered pretty easily, at least on Wake Up. Being able to throw in a light as Rashid, you're going to recover just in time for two things to happen. If they stand still to block it, the normal is going to be blocked. If the Urian player decides to use EX Headbutt for the invincibility frames, you're going to be recovering just in time with your light normal meaty to not fear the repercussions, right? One of the biggest things about Urian,
right.
One of the biggest things you should know in the matchup is being able to counter against the headbutt on Wake Up, right? So one of the biggest things about Rashid is that he gets to apply so much pressure after a blocked normal. And he can also deal out a ton of damage if you decide to delay that EX Headbutt. So a couple of things that can go wrong pretty quickly for both sides. Very volatile of a match, a very volatile match, I should say. But I do think Rashid still has the upper hand.
Yeah, definitely probably has labbed that out, Moke, but on the same side, Tokido's played a lot of the other Rashid players, Gachakun and things like that, so I'm sure he's ready to prepare for this match. And we see how prepared he is throughout Street Fighter League and beyond that, obviously with the conception matches that we had, Daigo had recently and things like that, so always love to watch him play. I know people are like, well, he doesn't have the cool fancy mix-ups and stuff, but I like the fact that he's like a stable Urian. You don't usually get to see that. You don't get to see one that is really predicated on the pokes and things like that. And, maybe doesn't always have the hit confirms, but has something in store. Like if I miss a medium punch, you're probably gonna see a medium punch and a fireball if I don't have a buffer next time. So he's always evolving, always adapting. Let's see if Moke can stop that evolution.
We'll see how it plays off right now. No pun intended here in the playoffs.
Give him the intros. Rock. That's how you know it's serious business. To get right into it.
Going into right now, again, we were talking about that neutral phase as Moke versus Tokido, being able to counter against the fireball and throw some fireballs of his own. I think that's pretty impressive overall. I mean, like, again, Rashid just has a great time against this match.
Tokido with the Batista bomb, that walk up. And again, he loves to get that poke game going with the character, and he's got the range to do it. Urian definitely has the range to throw the crouching medium punch, crouching medium kick, things like that. Catch that walk back. Tokido spacing himself out a little bit better with the fireballs. We've seen the punishes that come from that super off the feet in the 7th frame. Crouch Fierce coming through. Activation with the V-trigger too.
But we're talking about that trigger, right? And that could be, oh boy, that could be such a nuisance too if he doesn't have his charge maintained. Okay. Yeah, I love that. Just being able to whirlwind shot, using the enhanced version to get himself into Tokido's business.
Equalizer. Coming through. How's he gonna do it? You gotta be careful. The neutral jump though from Moke.
I'm waiting for it, man. I want to see what the option's gonna be to catch Moke slipping, because if he opens him up now, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
Oh, he's supposed to be dead.
Oh no, he's living. Oh, he's dead. I'm telling
No,
you,
he's
man.
dead.
Once that mirror comes out, you are stuck. Your mental is
Yes.
stuck in a rut. I'm telling you, man. Once it's out, you're dead.
But shoot out bar,
Tokido's too good.
V bar. He's too good. He's too good. Damn, that guy's good. Such say that. But I like the fact that there was no V bar, so you can keep running the mirrors over and over again. About to get that win with attack. Stays alive. The will attack in the corner. Saving off that stun for a little longer.
Oh.
False the fireball to get the pick with the EX.
And the stun is there. Nice save from Moke, being able to salvage the rest of this round, or the rest of this set, I should say. Does get a good amount of meter as well, getting himself into the final round of game number 1. Again, that was super pivotal for his mental as to how that crumbled before him in round number 1. But it does provide a valid statement. I think Moke does a very, very solid job in playing against Tokido. This is the first time we've seen him this confident in the league, right? He's slowly starting to build that confidence back up. But man, what a neutral jump to combat. Oh my God, I take it all away from him. Don't get thrown, it's too late.
It's a wrap.
I lied.
Chicken and cheese
I
in
lied.
it. That's a wrap.
I'm a liar. That's what I am. I'm
You're
a liar.
not. Listen, Vicious, you're not lying, because he definitely had confidence. It's just that Tokido was a little bit more confident and deleted most of the options that came into play. Like, dang, the jumping medium kick, the call outs on the crouch fierce and things like that. The better we saw the fierce come out against Tokido, delete his medium punch, the round start previously. Tokido said, okay, run that fierce game, I'll whip punish that. So, Tokido, like that, right back at him.
Oh my God, and the throw bait into the highest damage you could possibly net with no resources. Oh my God, the counter hit confirmed. Also, Tokido is a fiend for these normals and these throw baits. Oh God. Oh, I thought we were gonna see headbutt loops. That would have been sick. Oh, the side switch!
Oh, yeah, would've been.
Nice block from Moke.
Fantastic
It
jump
doesn't
into.
matter. God.
Doesn't matter.
Dirty birdie. Oh my God. This is disgusting.
Dude,
This is
Tokido, he might
disgusting.
be good. He might be good. The way he's dismantling his character, that usually is the opposite way around. Okay, hold on, no. B skill gets a push to the corner and a throw. This is how I win. This is how I win if I'm Rashid.
This is how I want to do it right
over
here.
and over again.
Oh, hey, a back-to-back perfect. I like that. Great rebuttal from the side of Moke. Yes, sir. Spend that cash. I do like that. And you know, he did it in his own way. Back-to-back throws,
Yeah.
not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah. Tokido's gonna fight back. If you're Moke, you're putting less on the table to get whip punished. These crouch fierces, you gotta spin them in a different sort of way. I like that medium kick also coming into play a little bit more too. That medium kick, fantastic hook. That can be whip punished. When you put all these buttons together, it's hard for Tokido to deal with.
EX chariot tackle, finding the mark, checking the movement with the low forward. No, the sweep does go punish. There wasn't a trigger activation. That is actually very interesting. I thought he was still, I thought he had it. Oh! Tokido?
Nah!
Not like that. No.
Bro.
Brother.
You so nasty. I have excuse me? I don't think I've ever seen him run the taunt with this character. I've seen it with Akuma because you get a combo and that's sick. But he really just ran the taunt, bro.
My man is still the murder
Dustin.
face for a reason. Did you see even after the W, God, look at the look on his face. He is dismantling this team as he set out to do so, right? He's trying to take down Mago. Actually, he made a statement because Moke was like, you know, I want to be the guy that takes out the person after my leader. And Tokido said, hey,
Right.
back to the bottom of the mountain with you, nerd.
Dang. I called him a nerd too? Threw his glasses at him?
Nerd.
Wow. Tokido, it's the
put his own
headbands,
guy-
dog.
yeah,
It's the
he
headbands
puts
getting
him
the
up
power
with
up.
the anime glare. He's like, nerd. But he's the guy with the headbands.
Nerd. Yeah.
Yeah, nice work, man. Tokido is he's out here to make statements. He's definitely not here to make friends, that's for sure.
Yeah. Business. Battles, in fact. And you see it right there with the anti-airs on the deck. Tokido. None on the side of Moke. A lot of jumpers came into play. We saw the jumping light kick with the cross up and things like that. It's, again, Tokido being aware of what to do in this matchup. It's not easy for Urien, but he made it look absolutely free at the very end. He got that win. Even with the perfects, I still feel like Tokido has such just a grip on the neutral. And that's another point on the side of FAV Roto Z. Gyogun losing the momentum that Mago just got.
I think that's a very, very valid point here. Again, his transition into Urien has been one of the fastest and most impressive I've seen. And somebody said it in the chat earlier, if Tokido dropped Akuma, then trust it's for a reason. Again, he sees a lot of potential in a character like Urien. He wouldn't have picked this character otherwise if he didn't feel that way. I think that, I honestly think Tokido, again, finding this transition has been immaculate for him. He's found so much success in both Urien and Balrog that it's been a full transformation and a successful one at that. So, very nice work.
Yeah, I think if you're switching for a reason, and that's why we see the switch here from Sako. Especially against a character like Cammy, I feel like if you're playing that with Manat for years, you're like, this sucks. But then you've got a character that can DP right back at him, put the damage on it. Mashuo Cammy coming up next, says the team has carried him a lot and now he wants to return the favor. After that drop, has that affected him though? Has that, the two drops that have happened today, will that come into play? Will this be a thing where it's like, I'm dropping combos back and forth? And you can't be dropping combos against this character. He will smoke 40, 50, 60% of your health. It'll be gone in a bit.
We'll see. I mean, Machibo again coming in from that dreadful drop, saying the team has carried him a lot and now he wants to return the favor. He needs to do so now more than ever, considering the current lead that the V6 FAV Roto Z team has. But it's still going to go down to the final anchor game, right? We're still going to have to see it, how it comes down, whether or not we're going to get the switch. But as it stands right now, Machibo has a lot of pressure riding on this match.
I really wonder how much work he's done against this character. I'm very curious. Like, I've not seen too much, and that's not just for the people in Japan. I feel like people in the US and all around the world, maybe EU's been a little bit better because they have a lot more Luke players that have been open into switching, at least in like other tournaments and stuff like that. Like, I'm very curious to see what their level of comfortability is in Japan, at least with this character at a high level. We saw Moke kind of, as you pointed out, deer in the headlights, side of the road kind of deal. Is Macho the same sort of way? I think Cammy is a character that can fight, obviously can fight any character in the game. And Luke, no different, but you have a gameplay. Every character. Is Luke any different?
I feel like right now, a couple of shortcomings from Luke are in the Balrog and Dalsum matchup. I think more so in the Balrog matchup, but I think Dalsum kind of gives him trouble. We're not going to see that right now in Street Fighter League, but as it stands right now, I think further as the meta develops, I think there's going to be ways for Luke to kind of contest against Dalsum, but I think right now, I think Dalsum does a pretty good job against Luke. But as we're looking at it, Cammy versus Luke, I think Luke has enough of a tool set to hinder Cammy's offensive strategies, to be honest with you. I think that's straight up. I think Luke gives Cammy a decent amount of problems and can dish out the damage to pretty much ruin her life. I think any blocked DP can lead to death if you're playing as Luke.
Yeah. Turn into a Twitter combo. But you're definitely right. Having a good 3-frame that leads in a target combo into Oki, having the DPs obviously to delete the dive kicks, and having a fast fireball that she can't just EX spiral arrow underneath that's even been more so nerfed, that's going to be problematic for her. She's got to find a way to get in. Can Macho do that? And I'm wondering, again, those jumping situations, how good is he going to be on his, fantastic jump that he's had throughout his entire career? How will they play in against someone like Sako, who's been proven to run these DPs for free? So, again, this matchup is so great that we get to see this high-level action. We get to see how Luke is paired up against like top-level players out here, not just like whatever. We get to see top-level action when there's a lot on the line.
Yeah. We see a lot of Sakonoko fans in the chat for the most part, especially with him picking Luke. I do appreciate that. And we do see a little bit of fans for Machibo. A lot of people are asking him to pick Akali, but, They don't approve of the switch up to Kami, but at the same time, you know, hey, Machabo is trying to find the road to win.
Yeah, I think not having range for the character might be difficult when you are Nagala. But here's Sako. It's a knockdown. Target combo. Crouch kick into the EX. Damage on the deck.
Oh my God, it's Luke with his power arms. I'm telling you, man. The macho-sized guns. This guy, Sakonoko, just tore apart Machabo. That was actually ridiculous.
Kind of wild with that damage. All right, but here's the Oki situation, though. Machabo with that grounded game. Gonna try to stay lane. Gets hit with the sand. In the EX right here. Like that mid-screen push. Gets that knee. Oh my God, the pickup. Whew.
Oh, anti-air, and I do not blame him. Sakonoko now backing away after that back throw. Making sure that Machabo's approach is a predictable one, right? He's giving himself a little bit of space to react to any sort of jump-ins, and I do like that. But this is a good sign for Machabo to go in, at least on the ground. But he does get the dive kick, even though if it's blocked. Counter hit conversion, he's not missing that here. Yes, sir, he does have the kill with the critical art, even after those jabs. Ugh, more than enough.
Able to seal it. Able to stay solid. That grounded game was looking really good too, and even just having the threat of the dive kick being plus, you know, yeah, B-trigger enhanced one is still strong. See what happens this match. This could determine a lot. You know, we've got a little bit more data on both the players. Let's see who gets a big download off the crush. Yeah, get that corner carry.
I do like the decision to get that counter poke going in from Machabo. Now he gets to play against Sako in this quarter. We're gonna see what Sakonoko tries to do for a bust out. Excuse me, that was very English, but I'll tell you what, Sakonoko is not playing poor at all. He's fighting himself out of the corner, full resources ahead. Trigger to activation. We finally get to see it again. Oh, here comes it. Damage incoming after the Oki. No, sir, he's not opening up Machabo at all.
Locked door. No entry! You really chopped this man at super! No! It whipped though! I forgot that the upward angle reach like that. Lucky boy. I thought it was over.
He tried to go for the uppercut. I think it was just an overlap. Yeah, he definitely tried to go for the uppercut. Damn.
You're right.
Big salvation here for Machabo. As unfortunate as his drop was in the prior set that he played, this right here from Sakonoko was pretty significant as well. That is big lucky for Machabo. Catching the air from Sakonoko, trying to get the anti-air going. Missed input.
You know, I bet Machabo was like, I gotta give some of that bad luck to you, brother. Sorry. Someone else has to be dropping out here. And it's not me. First game to Machabo. Oh, as soon as I'm so sorry. That's a curse and a half with the Oki after the chaser.
Man, stealing turns away. Sakonoko still standing his ground. I like how he backed away from the second back medium punch just in case. Having the full read on that, and now being able to maintain his pressure. Yes, sir. Does get the opening. Oh, you're dead. You're dead.
Yeah, you did. No part necessary. Nice easy with the DP. Sako capitalizing on the mistakes that Machabo had made. Round start with it. Brutal character.
You do get a full counter hit conversion into a charged flash knuckle. You do get the wall bounce after that, so not too bad at all. Oh! And look at this fantastic start. No, not quite the stun. He is not able to get the perfect just yet. But there's still plenty of time to play. We'll see if it comes out. Okay, alive. He still gets a pretty solid round. Now he's got himself at match point. This is exactly what Gyogun needs. The confidence needed to pursue this tie.
Especially somebody that's had mistakes.
If it ties,
especially the
down to
person
the
that's
anchor.
Oh, right. So trying to put that statement on him. Fierce, throw, part the bomb to cook with too. To push himself to super after getting a few more hits, dive kick.
Oh. Machabo slowly starting to figure it out too. Sakonoko is getting overwhelmed by this offense. Majority of the time it's been the ground game. And speaking of, Machabo still having the... Oh my! Is that... No, he's not dead. There's no significant scaling involved. He's living. Dash up twice. Is it a throw? It is a throw, but it is tech from Sakonoko. Trigger is on deck.
But it don't matter. The medium kick coming through in the clutch. Machabo sealing it. Good luck finally on his side, but more than luck. Fantastic play, grounded addition. That could have been dangerous though. That could have been dangerous.
Sheesh.
Machabo.
Mayday. I believe we have ourselves a very important anchor match coming up next. This is going to be the run back between Bonchan and Mago for all the marbles, right? It's tied up 3 apiece. Am I wrong on that? It is tied up 3 apiece, right? This is indeed the
Yeah, you're right.
the finale to see who advances into grand finals.
This is it, people. This is not only is this the finale run back right here that's going to determine the next team to move on to the grand finals. It's also a run back of heat. It's a run back where it was down to the wire. You know, back to this match. You know, fantastic play for Machabo to be able to fight this character on the ground. We didn't really see that many like anti-Luke strategies, but just fantastic footsies, right? And just playing off the tendencies of Sako. You know, some of these whiffs obviously came through from Sako, and Machabo was awake and aware, and some of that bad luck just gets placed on somebody else, but also Machabo being able to right the ship and stay solid. Now is down. The final match. It's the last one, Vicious. This is it.
Oh man, this is it until we have to wait a couple more weeks, right? In 2 weeks afterwards, on the 29th, we get to see how it all plays out in Ibisu, Japan. I mean, those in Japan get to see it. We have to wait a little bit longer. February 5th, again, mark your calendars. We want to remind you guys as we get ready for the finale to see who joins the others in the grand finals. Again, if you guys want to check out the English restream, that's going to be happening February the 5th. Mark your calendars. If you are in Japan and you want to check this out live, January 29th, you have to purchase tickets to watch it as well. So, again, it is an anchor matchup between Bonchan's Karen and Mago's Cammy. And just in case you thought this wasn't live, I know English Master 1223 was asking, what does Tokido's bandana say? It actually says, let's see. Let me get the exact translation. It says, defeat Mago. Just in case you guys thought this wasn't live. Again, we want to make sure to thank each and every one of you guys for tuning in for so long and for such a long span of time, a couple of months actually, for Street Fighter League. On behalf of everybody here involved, as we get ourselves ready for the final match, I do want to thank you guys for continuing to support Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter League, as well as everybody involved. So big ups to you guys. It's down to the final game before the grand final. So very excited for it. St. Cola, what are your thoughts between these two titans up on deck? Bonchan versus Mago. Hit me with it.
Well, I think we're going to see a fantastic run back going down to the wire. As you said, Bonchan, Mago, footsie gods going at it. Champions. This team's going to move off to the grand finals. And I got to do it one more time. Itimima Show!
That's what I'm talking about. Damn, that was hefty.
Let's go.
I like that.
I had that one built up.
Hell yeah. I wish I could join you, but I would cough up my left lung. But here we go. Bonchan already off to a great start, getting a couple of these medium kicks against Mago to establish the pace mostly, and now he's gone to the counterpoint game immediately with the stand medium punch. It's not going out too well just yet. I like it. Look at how much activity is coming from both players. Majority of it coming from the medium kicks. Mago just going in for the spiral arrow.
Raw. You see with the DP. Position works out, has Bonchan caught up in the corner. EX addition. Back medium, no! That's a bad DP. Bonchan's ready. Full punish and the corner carry with the two of them in Nijiku. Stuns rising though on Mago's side. He does have V-trigger, but he let that pop.
Is he going to look for it off of a confirm, or he's going to do it off of a heavy punch? It's most likely going to be off of a heavy, I'd imagine, but he's still trying to fish with that standing medium kick. Mago's not going to find the success yet. Oh, man, perfect commentator's curse. Don't get thrown.
There's the way Bonchan though has his bar. Oh, is he going to activate? You know, Mago's looking for that too. We saw how Mago dealt with the activations. Sanos had the sweep range to find a whip punish. But that just allows Bonchan to get these dash-ins.
Oh, you're dead.
Never mind, that's
yes,
the
sir.
win.
Excellent work there from Mago, establishing the pace early with that first round W in game number 1. He was getting outpaced slightly by Bonchan's normals and just the kind of the placements he was putting them at. Great interruption there from Mago. The back throw, now he gets to reset all he wants and play this middle match for as long as he wants. But no, still gets the crouching medium punch to connect against Bonchan, moving a little bit too eagerly.
It's breaking him down. Bonchan caught up in the corner. No V-bar for that distance, too. That V-reversal or anything like that. Mago will get the seal with one touch. Walk back in the screen, but this is fine. Mago, all the bar to play with, all the butter to cook with. Put it to the pan. One touch. So much work that Bonchan has got to do. It's looking dire.
He's still trying to find a way in. Mago, yeah, he kind of resets it. I love the double backdash to kind of reassess the situation, but Bonchan now, this is kind of a threat. He's pushing Mago further into this corner, but he has trigger on deck, so it's not too bad. If Bonchan oversteps his boundaries, he's actually dead. Oh, you're dead.
Like that?
No, not like that! Oh, no! I thought he was dead. Don't get back, though.
I thought he was too.
Oh, no!
Oh,
That was unfortunate. Oh, no.
Talk to me.
He tried to crouch and heavy punch anti-air to chase the jump out, but the light kick beat it. The light kick beat it, Senkola. The light kick beat it.
That fantastic angle. The kick beat it.
God. But why? Why?
Hatson, please! Hatson! Hatson!
Oh, man. Whew, that was unfortunate.
Bonchan with a better round start this time. I feel like Mago's had the better, just, I should say, what's the best way to put it? The best way to control the match has been coming from the Mago. I feel like he's been able to take it back a lot more like that. Bonchan with a better start, but still, again, Mago with the aggression. Maybe a little bit more aggression than we've seen even previously. Up with the feet, though. Bonchan going for that on-block situation with the sweep activation.
Yeah, they will halt a lot of the offense coming in from Mago, but this is going to be very, very tough. If Bonchan can at least create the space to get the sweep into activation, oh, he can't anymore. Critical Art is on deck for Mago to be God. Again, if activation comes out from Bonchan, I think he's susceptible to the chip damage situation. But off the hit, it's a different story. Medium kick, activate, Critical Art, Bonchan firing back in game 2 with round 1.
That bar, right the right time to stay fine. That was at the distance to do it. Now Macho's bringing more of that medium kick, and I like that, but again, Mago he's so good about disrupting this rhythm and, disallowing Bonchan to play that way. We've already talked about how difficult it was for him to, have going to that activation point. He had to find the activation point to go into super, couldn't just activate raw. Now Mago trying to walk him down. EX at the lowest, at the very tip of the toes.
Gets confirmed off of the low medium kick, forward throw now, but he's not going to be within range. Yeah, he can't get the overhead from there to get the stun. A little bit eager on that one, but the medium punch still stopping Model dead and distracts, and I do mean dead. That's going to be more than enough damage to seal game number 2. All tied up 1 apiece in a very convincing manner, by the way. The adaptation coming in from Bonchan, getting him 2 rounds straight in game number 2. A lot of the counter pokes coming into fruition against Mago.
Yeah, that's starting to actually work out a lot better for him. I was thinking in my mind, was like, there's gonna be a situation where he flips the switch and Mago goes back to kind of running Bonchan into the corner. Once again with the spiral arrow, Oki situation, all that, but it didn't happen. Bonchan disallowed that, and now we're 1-1. If Bonchan can keep that sort of it's about momentum, really, in the footsie game. Whoever can keep that and hold it is going to be able to win. Easier said than done with the heavy kick and immediate with punish for Mago. Trying to put him back to sleep. Challenge from Bonchan, gets the counter situation, the 4-piece. Or catch that walk back like that with a medium. Now Bonchan with the heavy kick thrown out a little bit more, even though he saw it being whip punished, still able to swing that sucker out.
With all the momentum, not quite in a situation to apply as much punches, but now he closes the gap, but still Bonchan checks the movement immediately after, does get the confirmed big important tech from Mago. The trigger is on deck for both sides. The matter of who's going to activate first, Mago is going to be the one firing on all cylinders first with the crouching heavy punch, looking for the activation. But Bonchan, he's still keeping it locked and loaded. He's looking for any sort of confirm as well. He's looking for this counter poke from standing medium punch, you can tell.
Love to have it. Mago has many more different ways going with that bar too for that super situation. May not even need it. Oh, sweep off the feet from Bonchan, able to send that out. 35 seconds. Time winding down.
So close. And look at that, it's pretty much a stalemate, right? Whoever flinches first and gets hit with the opener, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be, oh, not enough. Oh, because he's too far, he was crouching, he was too far. Oh my God, that was so unfortunate. That was actually sick from Bonchan. By the way, getting hit with that medium kick from that far while crouching, Mago couldn't really do anything else after that. That was pretty cool.
Had to go for the sweep. Could not seal it. Yeah. Yo, Bonchan's so smart with it though.
I think that was just unlucky.
And you see the
Mago.
curse of Machima.
The curse of Machima.
Like. Uh-oh. Bonchan with this momentum. The throw, one touch will do it though. And Bonchan backing off, knows there's gonna be an activation coming through. He uses that EX bar to anti-air real easy too. Ooh, that's good punishment. What are you doing? No throw. Now Mago's got him called to the corner.
Oh, he throws the V reversal as well, but that's such a tough roller climb. Bonchan flinch!
That's 3 on the arm
The
this
win condition
time.
is there. Oh my God, don't give it to him. Oh no! Oh, Bonchan didn't anti-air him. Not like this.
Not like this.
Not like this. Trigger is on deck for Bonchan. I can't believe it.
Oh my God! The crouching medium kick.
Final round. Fight.
Mago staying alive. He's tied it up all the way through. Critical Art is on deck, having the advantage. He's gonna strike first blood. Getting in with the EX dive kick, getting the throw established. No open situation off that, just a regular normal jump in, not anti-aired from Bonchan on that angle. There's the EX percent off,
do it
back
there.
it away. Yes, sir.
I got you. EX running that V skill too as well. The knockout situation and the throw. Even though you don't get Oki, keep them sitting in the corner. Closer and closer. Again, Bonchan wants to play in his realm, his domain. Force him to play his game, ran right into the medium. That corner push, that one touch situation, the throw. What's up will do it though. Activation of V-ship, punish Bonchan!
Oh my God, where has that situation been for Bonchan? I think there's you could see the reaction from Bonchan, like he's laughing it up, but I think something finally clicked. He's like, oh damn, because we haven't seen that situation yet, right? I think he was like, oh damn, I kind of forgot I could do this. That's what it feels like to me, at least. Like watching it from like a third-person perspective, not seeing that strategy at all, and then immediately seeing that facial reaction and expression from Bonchan, I'd imagine it's something that clicked in his head. Is like, oh yeah, I could just stuff this out and punish it on the way down. This is sick. So at least that's what it looked like to me.
No, I agree. To be honest, V-Shift is still relatively new, and I feel like for a lot of pro players, it's going to take a long time before it becomes a structured, continuous part of their gameplay, because you're using V-Bar in different sort of ways, especially with Karen, who uses it for V-Reversal, for the corner push. You know, you can use it for V-Shift and breaking things like that, but we haven't seen it, as you said. So implementing that in your game plan alongside building up bar around that is going to take some time, and now you're seeing him stay fine against the dive kicks. This may pose a threat. Even Mago's like, dang, they did that to my character like that? They actually found an answer against my character, which is V-Shift. Damn, and Karen's got some of the best punishes in the business when it comes to V-Shift punishes. So this is not, if this is implemented in Bonchan's game very well, it might be looking peak for bro. Ain't gonna lie.
A couple of things could happen off of that. I think with Mago, it'll be a back and forth kind of ordeal where he'll tempt Bonchan to use V-Shift anytime Cammy goes airborne. I think if Mago just goes in, like the way to counter that is just do a regular jump in, right?
Yeah.
So that's wherein lies the problem. And I think, you know, Mago now having that in mind, maybe he'll have more opportunities to jump in raw against Bonchan.
That actually might be the case, especially with the bars off the table. That may be an option that he has to think about. Like, I can't use this. I do something different, and that may cause a little bit of lag time. And there was no lag time for Mago to get that stuff done. None. EX one touch, and the light, the ignorant light, stays all right. Mago, you good? He took that personally.
This is what we saw in the previous set. In their matchup, right? Mago managed to ice Bonchan pretty well. And look at this, already firing on all cylinders yet again. I say that a lot because Mago just seems to turn it on all the time from first to sixth gear instantly. He had that perfect, but still Bonchan now adapting a lot faster than the previous set.
He's learning. That mini kick coming through. Careful of the crouch mini kick though. Mago would love a spiral arrow to get outside that corner positioning. Watch it with the heavy kick. No crush though. What's he gain? Well, by Bonchan, I still feel like he's got this, that pressure that he's exuding. It allows that dash in to come through.
Okay, this is huge for Bonchan. Now he builds himself that V trigger. I do like that, the V skill ender instead of going for the damage. This is so smart. Bonchan gets to control the pace so much. He cannot afford to get hit one time though. Mago gets that hit, he gets that activation. He goes into that trigger. Oh, instead he goes for the block. Even better for Mago, but still going for all the meter already.
You see what that corner push? But you see the great effect, like that one touch situation. The back throw will do it. We're tied up again in games.
Cammy wins.
Oh my God, you can see initially Bonchan reeled in his seat. Mago, on the other hand, barely moved. He only moved to like scratch an itch. Or at least like to wipe his nose or whatever. You know, like that kind of that mental where you're gonna
real quick with
you
it.
kind of twitched
like
or whatever. Yeah. He this is not actually scratching an itch. He's feeling himself a little bit. He's like, I'm actually pretty gone.
Okay. I'm learning. I am the Tweety God for a reason. Bonchan is not a believer out here. Ground Star already getting that stun. Close and closer. Back throw though. He's so confident, but gets clipped by the crouch mini kick.
Oh boy. Is this comeback Mago season? He gets to throw that V reversal. He sure does off of that trigger activation. Oh, there's gonna be a damage in this turn. Mago looking at match point. He's looking to send his team off into the grand finals. He just needs one more round. And look at the amount of bars he has going into it.
2 times to be taken down out of the tournament. Finds a fierce right there and a conversion of the corner carry. But Mago again has all the bars to play with. Nice jumping. You were talking about those jumpers being even more fearful in a certain sort of way, especially when you don't have D-bar in play to V-shift away from danger.
Oh, this is huge now. Bonchan in dire straits. Forward though, closer to the corner. He does not get the Oki situation, but Mago again with full critical art. Any solid hit will lead to devastation. Okay, this is great for Bonchan, but no. This is kind of tough. Trigger is on deck. He's halting Mago's momentum by holding this trigger. He does not want, or Mago does not want to overextend.
And once again, you have to worry about that V-shift that could come through. You try to do the dive kicks. Keep it nice and easy, Mago. Goes for the jumping anyway. Try to bait out the jumping heavy kick.
Oh no, he's definitely in a win condition now. If Bonchan actually gets an activation properly, he could get that critical art to kill. But Bonchan in a very favorable position still. Mago in a very favorable position. Bonchan with nowhere left to run in this corner. Oh,
Right, gets the wall.
Mago. Can he seal it? He has a little bit of trigger left. Is he gonna spend it? Is he gonna let it wind down?
That'll be the crouch mini kick of the century. If he lands it, no trigger, but you know it could all happen from one hit to do it.
Oh, 10 seconds just about on the clock right now. Ooh. Activation, forward throw, 7 seconds on the clock. Oh my God, the chip could be a dangerous. What? You took it after that! A minus situation! You went the audacity from Bonchan! We're going to a final round! I actually can't believe it. I'm gonna get kicked out of my house.
I can't.
This is insane.
I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
Are you kidding me?
What a lord. Doesn't believe. He don't believe. He'll go to Sunday school like that. Mago though. Prime position to take this. He's got the lead. Got him press him against the wall. The dive kick.
Oh no,
Just
this is
finish up the
exactly
combo
where
activation.
Mago shines the most. Even after that scrambling situation, oh god, here comes Bonchan, forward throw now. What can he do? He's backing off for the counterplay. He's looking for Mago to move forward or jump. He's getting the normals ready. Bonchan, no anti-air.
Wow. I'm chasing the situation. Again, without having V shit, even hard real life. Mago with all that bar, could definitely find the finish. Just one good conversion could seal it. Put their team, solidify their spot for the grand finals. You're whipping that crouching meter kick, you might get got.
Oh my
Good dash
Gonna
in.
get the quarter carry. EX Muchin Kaku. Oh no, he pressed a button. No, he's out of there. Oh, that would have hit.
Ooh. I gotta find a different way to play. Different way to finish.
Oh,
Crossing
EX.
kick lands, EX. Oh, the tech.
Bonchan is one counter hit away. Or even a heavy normal. The counter hit is there. It's exactly what we called out. It's gonna be the V6 plus FAV Roto Z team moving into the grand finals via Bonchan, and the counter hit heard around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we have established our teams for the grand finals.
My God. Bonchan said, I am not a believer, baby. I'm out here. Two teams are moving on to tape. And all by Bonchan, look at him. He's like, oh yeah, I'm guessing kind of nice. But you see a little bit of shaking in those hands. That's how tense it was. When you go up against a guy when you're trying to qualify, all the work that you've been doing for week after week, month after month in Street Fighter League Japan against the best in Japan. And you know that hurts, Mago. You know that that's hurting. Oh my
Ladies
God.
and gentlemen,
Ooh. Talk to me, Vision.
our teams have been established. Good 8 squad coming into the grand finals, already established in first place with their seeding. Mildom Beasts in ways of qualification in taking out V6 plus FAV Roto Z are putting them in the loser side. And of course, we see the comeback from that team. V6 plus FAV Roto Z in ways of the most climactic set you could actually ask for. One of the most intense sets that you could ever be a witness for in Street Fighter V. Bonchan, well deserved. You see the anti-airs 33%, but hey, it's Cammy, man. We understand. And 100% when it comes to invincible reversals. Very well played. And no knock to Mago though, because he played it well as much as he could in the very last instances, going off on all cylinders, and I can't emphasize that enough. This man was a machine to the very end, but the god does bleed. Big shout outs to everybody involved right now. Man, these teams were playing at a level that is so difficult to comprehend as a pro player. Like there's so many, or even like, not even difficult, but just so entertaining, I should say, to watch as a player.
Right.
But man, as a spectator, it is definitely a spectacle.
Yeah, it has been fantastic to watch. Not only like you talk about players that have gotten better, like Tokido has gotten better week after week, day after day with this Urian play, become one of the best in the business with the suit on. Even though Moke have gotten caught up in the corner, you see a lot of the matchup experience come into play as Tokido laid out Moke. He was outside the distance, he was finding whip punches and things like that. I really feel like, you know, his practice that he had against people like Gachikun was what got him there, and you see how much that meant to him with the taunt, bro. Oh my God, Tokido. Motivates through and through.
It's actually very fortunate that it played out that way, because if their team lost with Tokido doing that taunt, it would have been pretty rough. But I think, you know, overall, the FAV Roto Z team putting in that work, right? We see Tokido getting his W over Moke. Sakonoko falling just a little bit short. This is, man, I loved seeing Machibo's confidence after this W, because he was thinking about it. You could tell, man, he was actually a worrywart the entire time. He had this look on his face, he's like, I have to redeem myself. And he finally did. He finally did. He brought it down to just one more game between the anchors, and what a set that was. That was so significant. I can't believe it.
Oh my God.
Oh,
this whole set, the back and forth between these two players this entire day has been ridiculous. And we're talking about redeeming. Bonchan got it done for his team, and what a time to redeem themselves honestly, this went down to the wire again, and these were minute decisions that had happened between the two players, right? That could have switched it any which way in terms of who would have taken it today. So you can't give too much off of Mago. Bonchan never did his duty, but just literally just minute decisions. Fantastic play. This is probably the set of the day. This is probably the set of the day. Both these two players play each other with the sets of the day. But man, as you said before, this is the highest level of Street Fighter, and the footsies that were in work between two players that play each other for year after year. Just next level, beyond next level. Can't even comment. This is ridiculous, man. Oh, this made my heart hurt. Palpitations right now.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I had like shortness of breath throughout the entirety of that match. It was so hard for me to even catch up to what I was watching into translating into what I wanted to say in terms of commentary. I think this was the match that has put me so far into my seat that I've almost stopped commenting. I feel like there was a moment in time where I was just in awe of what I was watching, and I became a fan again, just a deep-seated fan again instead of a commentator. I was just I was in awe the whole time, and it's a magical feeling, man. There's not a lot that can really bring about those kind of emotions. I feel like something like this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. This match, in general, was super sick. And the crazy thing is, it could happen again in the grand finals. That's the wildest thing.
It could happen again. Oh my God. I mean, all of this action has been at the top level, and it's honestly, made me a fan. Just overall, having, all this top level action concentrated into one area. And week after week, we've had it, day after day with some of these players, seeing them grind on their streams, seeing the results of their grind, seeing the strategy, especially when you don't get to see that team-based kind of gameplay in fighting games. Usually it's that 1v1 kind of thing, but now you get to see the fruits of the people's labor when they come together as as a team. Like, okay, here's my strategy. I'll send up you as this person to win. And Tokido's face is getting me. My guy is definitely, I'm sure they are super elated to get that victory and definitely feeling it. But Bonchan just giving a deep sigh himself, figuring out that V-Ship does work against Cammy. I'm sure that is a fantastic revelation that he has figured it out. You say it's very rare for him to have such a stressful match with Mago. That's surprising. Wow.
Maybe it's in a sense that the previous records he's had against Mago may not have been the best, but yeah, I mean, both of these players are both very high-spirited, pretty much goofballs at the same time, but this is the most intense match I've seen between the two players in terms of how they've interacted throughout the league and just overall, right? I think, without a doubt, I think Bonchan has every right to feel that way. It's absolutely solicited with the way it went down. Even Sakonoko following suit afterwards, you could see the exasperated sighs in the way that he's saying, that he's thankful for the win. You could kind of see that head tilt and the body language all over. He's like, man, I'm just glad we got this dub. So that's pretty important. I mean, you can feel it all around the room. You can read it. Ryusei saying that his teammates are really reliable and he'll work hard to perform in the grand finals. I like that. With the youngins having their eyes on the prize and looking forward to what's to come, I do like that mentality coming in from Ryusei. What did Tokido have to say for the ender?
Looks like Tokido had to say halfway through the day he really thought the team was going to lose, but Bonchan held everything together, which is wild because he's not even the team captain, but that's that Papa mentality right there, keeping everybody level, and he will not forgive Melodon Beast. What a statement. Also, Good A Squad in the crosshairs too, so I won't forgive either of those teams for what they've done to them. That is ridiculous. I love that heat talk, bro. I love that talk.
We've talked about the fruits of the labor when it comes to the players grinding it out and how it's a different dynamic when it comes to the team composition. You've talked about, or Tokido had mentioned it earlier, he has his crosshairs, I should say, on Mildon Beast because of the fact that, hey, they outplayed him in terms of the strategy, in terms of them turning it completely around and getting that 3-0 shutout for the counter picks. That was an excellent strategic choice, being able to change up between the away side to the home side, the home team, and understanding full well what they needed to do for the counter picks. It was just a matter of execution. I think they've led themselves to the highest probability of winning, and that's a key component in a team battle scenario, being able to call out exactly what the order is going to be like and who to counterpick with. But as they get ready for the conclusion of their interview, Bonchan also has something else to say about Mago. Hamago actually asked Bonchan what he thinks was the winning factor. Bonchan replied with that he might have underestimated Mago's determination to win, so he got nervous. But he managed to keep his mind in one piece, comparing to memorable moments in his career. He was able to channel that energy and that mentality and clutch it out, right? The team tournaments felt really different for him, but he had to really channel that kind of mentality and remember some of the harsher moments, some of the big tournaments that he's been a part of, to remind him where he's at and pull into that mentality. So very well done, very well said. He also gave a shout out to Tokido, saying he did really well in the early stages of SFL, but he did not want to make all that effort go down the drain. So there was that added extra pressure, right, coming in from his teammates.
It's kind of hard to see all this pressure come through just in general. I mean, like, you're not typically exposed to that as a fighting game player. In the team aspect, you don't want to let other people down. Usually it's just you, but that's the great thing about Street Fighter League Japan. You have a team element, a lot of strategies. It's not just about you versus, the brackets, you and your buddies versus the world. And we're not at the conclusion just yet. Obviously, we still have the finale coming up in a couple of weeks, the grand finale. These two teams are going to fight out that we got today. They're fighting off, and then the winner of that is going to be facing off against Good 8 Squad. That is going to be super sick. Might be getting a Mildon Beast interview because I'm curious to see what they are saying after they saw the matches. They've been sitting in the spectator stands, watching what's been going on. So curious to see what they're saying out here. But man, oh man, it has been fantastic level Street Fighter V play, man. This is definitely probably one of the best showcases I've seen of the game thus far, especially week after week.
And what's great about that is as we get ourselves ready for the grand finals stage for Street Fighter League Pro Japan, you guys have plenty of time to get yourself acclimated with all the teams. Again, we have all the VODs available to you on the Capcom Fighters channel, even on Capcom Japan. If you guys want to check out even how we got here to this moment. The playoffs has been something we've been anticipating for so long. You could see how it's played off. Mildon Beast being one of the other teams to make it into grand finals after their victory over the V6 plus FAV Roto Z squad. And then you saw what transpired afterwards down below. In match number 2, Shinobiism Gaming falling just short, barely short, with their team leader, with Mochi, in that matchup against Gyogun, 2-6. And then, of course, the fated matchup between those two teams afterwards, V6 plus FAV Roto Z, taking it in a very, very heart-clenching series against Gyogun. And those are going to be the two teams joining up against Good 8 Squad. The Kings of the Castle right now finally have their two other competitors in their line of sight. But we will see how this plays off, right? The Mildon Beast versus FAV rematch will be side switched. Again, we're going to see how that plays off. Considering that Mildon Beast took down V6 plus FAV Roto Z, they have the home field advantage going into grand finals. But the best thing about the grand finals is that we're going to see plenty more games. It is going to be a race for 7 points, not just 5 anymore. We're going to see plenty more games coming in full swing between all 3 of these teams.
And again, Good 8 Squad, as dominant as they've been, I'm curious to see what they are prepared for these two teams. I'm curious to see how the final boss is prepared for these two teams. A team that's so well-rounded, as we didn't obviously get to see them today. We'll see them next in a couple of weeks. I can't wait to see what they're going to bring to the table, how they're going to prepare for their opponents, how their opponents are going to prepare, who's going to even move on. I have no idea. It's hard to call with any of this. I just love Street Fighter, man. And as you had said, the match made you a fan. I feel like Street Fighter League has revitalized me and made me a fan of Street Fighter. Getting to see this high-level action, and not only just the action, but how the players have been interacting with each other and the other teams and stuff like that as well. They're not just people on the sticks and things like that. They've got their own personalities, their own habits and stuff like that. And we got to learn a lot. The shouts to the interviewers for that too as well, asking the fantastic questions, and the just being able to be so open week after week.
Right, I think the hosts have done a fantastic job, as well as the commentary group. I think overall they've been one of the biggest influences. I think especially the commentators, they've been the biggest influences for a lot of the North American commentators as well. I will always give them credit, because I never thought I'd see the day where I'd be one of those guys on the YouTube videos actually commentating a match. When you would watch like old God's Garden videos of like
Yeah.
third strike matches, you would hear it, and it's like, man, it's come full circle. But as we are buying ourselves time for the actual interview for Mildon Beast, we do appreciate you guys listening to our banter of being old. But Daigo was asked about what he thinks in regards to the matches today. And Daigo feels like it was a very close win. He wouldn't want to let his guard down for the grand finals, right? We've talked about preparation time players, right? Daigo definitely being one of the biggest examples of that. When it comes to prep time Daigo, there isn't that many souls that have taken him down in a long set whenever somebody's in his crosshairs, right?
Right.
Personally, I would love to see Moruto play get shown the spotlight in the grand finals seat, considering how many more games we get to see.
Yeah.
A little birdie has told me that he's also got a Luke, so we'll see. We'll see how that plays out.
I feel like he's like a secret weapon, right? You whip that guy out like right at the end, like nobody's expecting him. Mochi said he also to Tokido today, and he wants to improve on his Urian matchup as well as the other characters that FAV is using. Fudo says that FAV is his preferred opponent in the grand final, so he's like, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. I ordered this. This is what I wanted on the menu. So Moruto says that he has hopes that he will have a chance to show off his Luke and Dan in the grand finals. He is a master of the crouching light punch, so I feel like Luke is like a natural evolution of that, and he's shown that in his stream. So I would love to see it too. I hope they put you in, Moruto.
Did you mention what Mochi had to say towards the end? I might have misheard that. I might have missed that, but just in case, have you done that already?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, that
cool.
Mochi,
I wanted to
that
make
he
sure,
just wanted to, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like that's. I think you did a fantastic job also of getting rid of the players he had to, right? I still in my mind think that big momentum swing of taking down Sakonoko's Binat was pivotal to the success of the Mildon Beast team. But YHC-Mochi actually added on a little bit by saying he was really grateful that he got drafted to the team in general. I think he's a outstanding player. He's been the blueprint for Dalsum in more than just Street Fighter V. If you were a follower of the Street Fighter 4 era, he's been one of the biggest and the brightest stars for Dalsum play in that era. So I'm really grateful overall to see YHC-Mochi on the stage, and he himself also said he's really wanted a chance to play a lot of games of this caliber. So SFL was what he needed, I feel like, to kind of reignite his spirit. So very well said from all the players. Tokido being a goofball as well as Bonchan somehow. Daigo says if there's a team that will beat Good 8 Squad, it will be them. Damn.
Ooh. And that's actually it. That's all they had to say. They said that's all, you know, we got to say. If there's going to be one team that's going at them, it's going to be us. But they still got to fight that first team before they even get to the final boss. You're going to fight the final boss and then get the true final boss after the credits. I have the FAV interview real soon here, but I just want to touch on Mochi one more time. I don't know why that he feels that way, because he's so strong as a competitor. He got second at EVO, you know, Japan. So I'm glad that either way that he has the ability, and many other players out here have gotten to show their stuff in Street Fighter League Japan. And it looks like the headband does say destroy Milodon. How is he getting all the headbands? He must have a stack of those behind him.
I feel like he makes it on the spot. He probably has a bunch of like blank ones, and then just writes it down. That's just my take on it. But we are getting the interviews lined up for the FAV Roto Z team, right? It's pretty much giving their final thoughts in regards to how they felt towards their final moments. Again, the V6 team had to play 2 sets of matches today. That's no easy feat on the same day, because for the most part, we only have like the teams play against each other for a set amount of hours every day, and then they'll play again, probably like a double header the next day. But playing 2 whole sets in a single day is extremely daunting, especially when the sets are increased, right, in first to 5. So I'd imagine there's a lot of relief from this side. But Sakonoko says he's really grateful that Bonchan held the team together, and he wants to do better in the grand finals. Ryusei saying he definitely didn't perform as well as his teammates, and all he can do is practice more towards the grand finals. We are getting the rest of the comments together from Bonchan and Tokido too.
as they goof around a little bit. Yeah, Ryusei maybe not performing as well, but at the same time, it's like, you know, you're fighting the best in Japan. Obviously, their standards are very high, being top-level competitors, but when you're going up against a top-level spot, it's, you know, you got to put that in perspective. Then again, having that heat is going to help take him the next spot. And I feel like it's recently that he has been wanting to really commit into the esports side of things. It was recently that he had said that in Street Fighter League. So, again, we're going to get more of these comments. And, yo, just Tokido and Bonchan just being gigantic goofballs. Bonchan saying that he really wanted to win Miladon Beast at the beginning. He wanted to take that match at the beginning, but it didn't go out as planned, so they got to work harder. And they're going to have to work very hard again. In the final situation, Tokido is currently saying some things I'm sure he's got while he's looking down tight, like scratching out another headband, that he will definitely not forgive Miladon. I wonder if that's going to be one of the headbutts. I will not forgive Miladon.
You know, I do like that. I do like the consistency from Tokido. As much of a jokester he's been and kind of a goofball, I think, you know, he backs up the talk without a doubt. I mean, there's been so many situations where, especially in Kimono Michi, where when he has his sights set on an individual or a group, he'll put in the work to make sure that he's ready for every possible outcome. He's ready to put in, I think all of these cats in general, I can't even just say that about Tokido. Every one of these players have that kind of same mentality. And even if one of the players don't, best believe the teammates are gonna force you to be that way, right? It just makes sense. Either they force you to be that way or you're benched. But as it stands right now, even prepared for the statements, you know, Tokido has like 10 headbands prepared for everybody. So it's not even just inside the game, but he's prepared for outside of it with the amount of headbands he's been showing off, man. Big ups to both Mildon Beast and the V6 plus FAV Roto Z squad. Sako with some final touches, saying that he's got to give the rest more pressure so they can perform better. Like the strongest halberd that he is leading the pack, he wants to make sure there are no weak links. And is asked about facing the Good 8 squad by Hamiko and the other commentators. So that answer is going to be coming up very shortly. I'd imagine they are as eager as ever and want to be the ones to take him down. But what do you think, St. Polo?
I think Sako's saying that Good 8 Squad is a good team, but they have a good lineup to win. I do agree. They have a fantastic lineup of players and characters, and they're eager for revenge. They're eager to get that swing back, and they will be able to do that in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, without a doubt. Again, the 29th is where you want to mark your calendars, especially if you're in Japan, excuse me. In Ibisu is going to be happening live and in full effect in the safest way possible on the 29th. For those of you that want to catch the English restream a couple of weeks after, it's going to be February 5th. Make sure to mark your calendars for both events if you get the chance to. Without a doubt, you still can catch the VODs over on Capcom Fighters. If you haven't hit that follow button, be sure to do so now. Even on Capcom Fighters Japan, you're still able to catch the full Japanese version of Street Fighter League live and in full effect. Any parting words before we get into the grand finals in a few weeks, Sam?
Keep playing Street Fighter, baby. That's all I gotta say.
Without a doubt, keep supporting some of your favorite players, some of your favorite commentators, some of your favorite organizers, because without you guys, we wouldn't even be here. With all of us here from Street Fighter League Pro JP, we are highly looking forward to this grand finale of it all. The Titans clash together again. The final 3 teams in 2 weeks. Again, mark your calendars, January 29th. You do not want to miss this event. It is one for the ages, especially if you're a Street Fighter fan, which I'm sure you all are. Again, it's been an absolute pleasure. We've been doing this for months and months on end in all areas of the world, and we're glad that you guys take the time out to do this with us in this very moment. We will see you for the grand finale. Until then, take care. Keep playing more Street Fighter. Peace.